Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space, where I take stories from across the internet and read them for your entertainment. This particular story is called Better Than Flipping a Coin, written by Weirdsmith. The air was tense in the boardroom. Corin and Eleth, a race of feathered humanoids with reptilian scales, stood in front of a holographic display where two worlds slowly rotated in a live, real-time display, labeled simply as Planet 1 and Planet 2. The two very nearly looked identical to the untrained eye, which, for the most of the individuals seated around the long table centered in the room, was the case. In truth, it was only Corin, a respected astroecologist and a xenobiologist, with enough doctorates to justify their exorbitant salary, who could tell them apart without referencing to the legends framing each feed. At the head of the table, wearing garments that not even Corin could have afforded after saving for several local years, sat a gangly prine, whose thin limbs rested lightly on the desk in front of her. She cleared her esophageal nasal passage, and her noise came out in a high whisper, her translator automatically giving her an authoritative matronly tone. "Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Corin. The skill and expertise you put into your work shows, but you have yet to give us your recommendation." The silence continued after she spoke, and the Eleth tensed imperceptibly. Briefly, they were thankful that their lab coat hid their diaphragm, which had contracted instinctively, forcing themselves to take a breath. They gave the assembled executive staff in front of them a slow tilt of their head. "Madam President, members of the board, the planets you see before you meet all of our key metrics for planned development properties. They so closely resemble each other that for the most of our primary statistics, they match to Sigma 4. Our physicists and geologists suspect that they were actually one superplanet that had been split billions." Corin trailed off as they realized that they were beginning to repeat their earlier presentation and quickly finished to move their thought. "That is to say, both should be recommended as for which should be next. To borrow a human phrase, you may as well flip a coin." Madam President Vrelk leaned back in her seat, her frail form dwarfed by the executive chair made from the finest synthetic materials. Had she eyelids and the necessary musculature, her eyes would have long since narrowed as if she were focusing past the Eleth and seeing into the very being, judging their worth. Century Galactic Real Estate Partners does not flip a coin, nor do we guess. We are the #1 terraforming and real estate company in our sector, and we did not do that by being lucky. Corin would have blanched had their circulatory system worked in that manner, but thankfully their scales did not betray their fear. While they had been a respected member of the company for well over a standard decade, Corin had never truly mastered the art of dealing with the company's executives. Their expertise was in data, research, and analysis. Business and capitalism, as much as they were intrinsic components of all their work, were still very much alien concepts to the Eleth. Fortunately, Corin did not have to respond as President Vrelk took their silence for agreement and continued, her tone softened but still firm. "We'll meet again in one standard week. I expect your recommendations at that time." She then stood up, her tall frame towering over every other species in the room, signaling the end of the meeting and its adjournment. As the board members and the executive staff left the room, Corin busied themselves with collecting their secure data chit as their mind raced. Statistically, System 451, as it was internally known, was an anomaly. Not only did it have a singular sun, but it also had a pair of planets sharing an orbit around it in the habitable zone. The odds of two planets finding a perfectly balanced orbit plane around a single star was so infinitesimally small that had they not found it themselves, they would have considered it a matter of science fiction. The astrologists' thoughts continued as they left the meeting room and began a long trek back to their lab, located on the opposite side of the station that served as Century Galactic Real Estate Partners' primary office. The company was actually made up of hundreds of smaller corporations that all united under their parent group to gain better leverage over galactic resources and served as a state for all intents and purposes within the local galactic union. They even had a democratically elected president that served as the company's CEO, who was selected every standard decade. It was the election of the most recent president, Madam President Rock, that stood at the forefront of Corrin's mind as they entered their lab, letting the door seal shut behind them. As the door blissfully isolated them in one place on the station, they felt comfortable. Corrin ran the numbers on the planets through their head one more time. President Rock has been pushing them and their team for higher and higher confidence scores than their analysis, and for the most part, this was an achievable goal. But System 451 was a one-in-a-galaxy chance that it was all but impossible to give a statistical recommendation for. It was simply too similar. The rest of Corrin's team continued their work as Elith passed their workstations on the way to their office, all to the one side of the massive lab. While most of the more delicate and sensitive research was performed in neighboring clean rooms, almost the entirety of the analysis and collaboration was performed in this lab. Corrin originally had been offered an executive suite, probably to keep them close to the board and on a short leash. But they declined, preferring to turn what was essentially a supplies closet into a cozy office that satisfied their primordial instincts. One wall of the office was turned into a monitor where the feeds from System 451 were displayed. A small desk was placed in the middle of the room so an individual could see the monitor while also standing in front of it, though it meant there wasn't much room for Corrin's third favorite pastime, pacing. The rest of the walls were littered with whiteboards, printouts, drawings by Corrin's offspring, and their diplomas, which their direct superior essentially demanded be on display to anyone that entered the office. At least Corrin knew why the company hired them. As Corrin stared at the two planets on the monitor, the office door unsealed behind them, revealing the lab's latest hire, a human named Paul Warwick. In his hands was a steaming mug of Chellam tea, and Corrin silently thanked evolution for humans' level of empathy. They accepted the mug from Paul, who then turned to the monitor to share Corrin's consideration for the planets in front of them both. Initially, Corrin believed Paul was hired through some politically minded diversity initiative. However, after spending a few standard months with the human, they found him to be an excellent addition to the team, with his ingenuity and ability to think outside the box when it came to problems that left some members of Corrin's team stumped for far too long. In particular, it was the human's capacity for instinctively seeing certain patterns in the multitude of datasets and samples that Corrin found most intriguing. So, which one are we going with? Paul's voice broke the silence and derailed the train of thought Corrin's mind had been on, bringing them back into focus on the identical planets slowly spinning on the display. Corrin took a sip before replying primly, "We have a week to formally submit our recommendations along with the data that supports it." Paul frowned. The facial expression was always amusing to the Elith, but they had long since learned to associate it with Paul being in deep thought. The two stared at the planets as the dashboard swapped out metrics every so often, as well as providing a rapid slideshow of planet-side images or key sites of interest. After a few moments, just as Corrin was about to dismiss Paul so that they could get to work on making the justification for one of the planets, the human said, Planet 2. I would go with Planet 2. Corrin tilted her head slightly as they tried to see what Paul saw, but as always, they had to ask why, unable to figure out the human's strange reasoning. "And why Planet 2? I can't find anything statistically significant between the matrices we have, and our equivalent analysis effectively has the available flora and fauna in a deadlock. Despite having split in two billions of years ago, I've never seen a better example of convergent evolution intersecting with planetary genesis. While both are obviously different on a practical level, they may as well be the same planet." Paul shrugged his shoulders. He knew the data as well as Dr. Corrin, having helped prepare quite a bit of it. And while his expertise was primarily in astrobotany, he had enough electives under his belt that he could interpret the other metrics and information on the planets. Despite all of this, he answered Dr. Corrin's question with, "Just a hunch." That made Corrin pause. They had seen a human's hunch at work before, and more often than not, it led to some interesting results. The astroecologist considered the planets once more as Paul's hunch weighed on their mind. Paul had once attempted to describe his hunches as calling them a gut feeling, and how they were likely based on an advantageous evolutionary adaptation. Corrin suspected it might have something to do with the human's pattern recognition that often made some seemingly bizarre connections that made no sense at first. While Corrin had no definitive scientific proof, they were at least willing to explore their researchers' hunches in the past. Corrin glanced briefly between Paul and the monitor as they came into internal decision. After all, they had tried everything else. The next day found Corrin and Paul in the virtual environment simulation chamber. The room wasn't very large, but still larger than Corrin's office, and was primarily used to allow researchers to visualize planet-side environments in a laboratory setting through holographic imaging. Additional modifications to the room had been made to simulate auditory components as well as fairly close atmospheric conditions, though few utilized the latter feature. Paul adjusted the somewhat hastily constructed brainwave mapping and biometrics device on his head while Dr. Corrin was calculating a few final parameters for the initial tests. Admittedly, despite his reservations, Dr. Corrin's idea was interesting, if a bit out there. Paul was aware of research and studies that showed how the human mind could process an image in mere milliseconds, forming judgments just as quickly and often before the person who was even aware of it made a decision. But to apply this methodology to his hunches as part of a means for determining which planet would be the center of a multi-trillion credit investment over the following decades seemed like Dr. Corrin was grasping at straws. Not that Paul would ever say that to the scientist's face. Corrin looked over the last of the script they threw together at the last minute to attempt an experiment that they were still making up as they went along. But Paul didn't need to know that. Instead, they said,
Paul, to reiterate, we're going to place you in a simulated environment with a simple A/B test. At first, the differences will be stark to set a baseline. As we progress, the environments will become more and more similar. Your goal is to simply state which you prefer. I've attempted to minimize the variables as much as possible, while also keeping a wide breadth to avoid overfitting. As well as these environments on worlds that were selected by our company for terraforming, we'll be comparing your selections to the planet's initial evaluation after processing. Paul nodded as he listened to the experiment summary, making sure that he and Dr. Corrin weren't forgetting anything after they spent all of yesterday hashing out the details. Hesitating only for a moment, he finally asked,
"Isn't that a bit open-ended, leaving me to decide which I prefer without any criteria?"
The tablet in Corrin's hands signaled that the baseline series was ready to start, and they moved to exit the chamber so as to avoid influencing Paul's decision. Before seating Paul inside, they said, "Yes and no. We don't know anything about your species' ability to utilize your intestinal tract in your decision-making process. As a result, rather than narrowing your focus, I want you to take everything in. Try and unfocus on any single detail and experience as much as you can. Once we find your rhythm for responding to the options, we'll slowly begin to speed up so that you can't, as you put it, second-guess yourself. Let's do the baseline and see how you do." Paul sighed and moved to the center of the room as the door sealed shut behind Dr. Corrin. He wasn't expecting to be this kind of ambassador for the human race when his uncle forwarded the application to him from a business contact. But here he was. Overhead, the lighting in the room shifted and the walls, ceiling and floor vanished, replaced by an empty white expanse. A sing-song voice lilted from nowhere, announcing the start of the test. Immediately, Paul was standing in a lush, tropical jungle. While the ferns and foliage around him couldn't actually touch him, the simulation still bent the images in such a way as to make it appear that Paul could run his hands through the leaves of the plants next to him. The air in the room took on a humid feel as the temperature rose and the calls of alien creatures seemed to come from nowhere at once. Paul tried not to focus on any one thing for too long and instead kept his head on a swivel. He spun around slowly, looking everywhere at once. While a direct mental interface would have probably provided a more realistic experience, Dr. Corrin wanted to avoid any risk that the simulation might influence Paul's instinctive response. But it was real enough, and Paul had to force himself not to swat at holographic insects the size of his thumb as they flew by. In what seemed like forever, but in reality was only about a minute, the scene suddenly transitioned to a crisp autumn day in a deciduous forest, complete with the sound of the babbling brook nearby. It was such a dramatic contrast to the jungle from before that Paul experienced a brief bout of vertigo. Thankfully, he caught himself before he attempted to lean against a tree that wasn't actually there. But the cooler air was a welcome change from the previous environment. Now that he'd gone through that first transition, the second went smoother than the first, taking him back to the jungle that he was in before. It was then followed by the autumn forest once more, and then to the white expanse where that same musical voice asked for his preference, 1 or 2. Paul immediately responded, 2, without hesitation. While he wasn't going to say the bug was the reason for the preference, it definitely played a part. The next options were a snow-covered field and a rocky beach, followed by a sandy desert and a hilly prairie. Stark differences indeed, Paul thought to himself. He pressed on, and over the next half an hour he developed a steady rhythm, soon needing only a few seconds to assess each environment before deciding. In the end, he found himself back in the white expanse as the room's experiment finished, and the room faded back to its normal appearance, with slightly overheating projection equipment visible. Corin entered the room, fascinated by the data that was already being produced by the model that they had developed with the assistance of a neural pruning algorithm. They gave Paul the Eleth equivalent of a smile and asked, "How are you feeling? I didn't have time to make the transition smoother. I hope they weren't too disorienting." The researcher turned guinea pig waved off Dr. Corin's concern. "I got used to it pretty quickly. So how's it looking? Anything usable?" Corin didn't share the results with Paul just yet, but instead became more animated as their smile grew. "Yes, hopefully. At the very least, they're interesting to say the least. You and I might have to publish this experiment later if we can get approval. It might take us the entire week to hammer out the halfway decent proof of concept model, but these initial findings are extremely promising." Stretching, Paul nodded and resumed his position in the center of the room. "All right, let's get to it then, Dr. Corin," he said. What followed was several days of intense experimentation and testing that left the human drained at the end of each day, and the Eleth ever more enthusiastic. Paul was not privy to the data being collected to avoid contaminating the results, but if he was, he might have begun to understand Dr. Corin's growing zeal as the testing became more and more complicated. It started with simple A/B preference testing, followed by qualitative scales of preference, comfort and hostility, then grouped preference testing, then predicting metrics, then selected based on the metric's description. It was enough to make Paul's head swim, and he made analysis spreadsheets in his spare time for his favorite game for fun. Eventually, the last test was performed, and Corin entered the chamber with the species equivalent of a grin. They could hardly control their ears. They tucked their slate under their arm as they said, "Well done, Paul. That's the last of it. Why don't you take the next couple of days off to rest? You definitely deserve it." Paul nodded, wiping a faint sheen of sweat from his brow as he removed the EEG and biometric scanner from his head. It wasn't from exertion. All he ever did was stand in the center of the room, but after several straight days of doing nothing but testing, he was pushing the limits of what he could mentally endure. "Thanks, Dr. Corin," he replied. "I think I'll do that. Let me know if you need any help compiling the report for the execs." Corin performed the recommended human gesture for approval and patted Paul on the shoulder and said, "That's all right. You just rest up and we'll see you in a couple of days." Paul gave his boss a weary smile and left the chamber, making a beeline for the apartment on the station. Meanwhile, Dr. Corin returned to their office, wiping their wall display clean with a swipe of their hand and immediately bringing up the initial data analysis that they had begun on Paul's results. "Fascinating," was all the Eleth said as they began compiling their report. They did not leave their office until the day that they were to give their recommendation to the board. "Are you certain?" asked Madam President Vrulk, after Dr. Corin presented their findings using the newly developed human gastrointestinal-based prediction algorithm. The rest of the board sat in varying states of bewilderment and disbelief, but all shared the same hedged concern of the new findings. The Eleth's ears shook minutely, a smirk before nodding, saying, "Yes, to Sigma 6. The silence that followed left a hollow place in Dr. Corin's abdomen, but the science was sound. They didn't know how the humans did it, but somehow their evolution on a death world gave them an unprecedented ability to rapidly assess any environment before they were even consciously aware of their surroundings. They glanced back at the display before the board and continued, "To summarize, there is an inverse correlation between a human's desire for a habitat and a planet's evaluation after terraforming. In other words, The more they feel at home, the more difficult, costly, and unpredictable terraforming becomes. Madam President Vrock, despite her imposing stature and seemingly emotionless nature, seemed to share the Elith's amusement as small ridges formed on her brow. Well then, given this new data, what is your recommendation for the next planet to undergo processing by Century Galactic Real Estate Partners? Dr. Corrin let out a quiet rattle from the back of her throat, reminiscent of a sigh, and spoke confidently. Planet 1. End of story. The FU Drive, written by Man-Bear Scientist. It worked! In 30 minutes, the ALFs would come and glass this facility, but one Dr. Paul Wilson wouldn't be here to see it. He and the other grease-stained researchers and so-called resistance fighters would be orbiting Pluto by the time the grey goo ate through the rusted aluminium shell they so carefully hid these past 4 years. But all Paul thought about was celebrating. He wished he had a cigarette, but even the toilet wine they called champagne would do. Better than to think about what happens after the jump. July 17th, 2021. First contact. Reports are coming in. An unidentified flying object has descended over New York City. We are attempting to contact NASA to confirm some details. Please stand by for more information. Here with us is... What the hell? Are we seriously taking crackpot YouTube videos and calling it news now? The 24 hours news cycle was the worst thing since baseball went on strike. Bill, turn that TV off. Paul Wilson pauses in adjusting the device that looks suspiciously like a cross between a home microwave and an oscilloscope. Dials and buttons adorned the right-hand side, while the left had a screen that opened up into an empty cube with a glass plate at the bottom. The aforementioned Bill, the senior researcher in the lab, is working on a bigger version of the same machine, but his eyes are hooked on the screen. I don't know, Paul. What if it's real? Of course it isn't real. What? Is it a flying saucer? A teenager probably edited it and sent it in as a joke. They say that the image is live, though, and it isn't a saucer. It's kind of like a glowing fuzz. They say it is causing some interference with the cameras, but it looks like a glowing person. Superman or an angel? Angel. Great, just great. Maybe not a teenager, but one of those religious wackos telling us the end is nigh. When did they learn how to edit a video? General wrench, please. The postdoc begrudgingly hands over the wrench, probably thinking something like, I have a doctorate degree. I have deserved better than to be a glorified lab assistant. Paul doesn't particularly care. He knows that his salary is just as sad, and he's been on that side of the fence before. He whacks the side of the device before cursing it. You know, that thing doesn't have a mother, and if it did, I'm pretty sure that it couldn't do that to it. Another postdoc, one Sarah Anderson, quips from the other side of the lab. It is barely understandable. She's working with the last postdoc, Philippe Estevez, on the third and much larger version of the oscilloscope/microwave that stands half complete, wearing respirators and standing under the fume hood after they carefully carbonylated the coating for the inside of the machine. They all gathered here for one reason, slightly above poverty wages and the chance to do something unprecedented, practical quantum physics experiments. Instead of focusing on a pair production from two protons collisions in a massive electron colliders, they were trying to do experiments to study virtual pair production on a fifth-floor lab in a small city university. So far, they've mostly managed to curse the device that supposedly allowed them to adjust the rate of virtual particle production. Paul went out for his daily vice, smoking. He brought his favorite paperweight and used it to keep open the emergency exit. He suspected that he was the reason the door was adorned with a piece of paper informed office staff that it was for emergencies only, in all caps with the 3 exclamation marks. He liked the spot the best because of the sound, not the view. He could only see a blank concrete wall, but the bells of the college were echoed loudly between the 2 buildings if he went out at the right time. He looked straight up, imagining right where the so-called angel would be, before scoffing and walking back inside. Floating about 100 feet over the skyline, a lone figure surveys the city. Its mandibles clack loudly as it processes information, a tick common to drones of this hive. Its defensive aura was set to low energy setting, as the onboard computation software used its energy to expand its sensing capabilities. In a few hours, other drones would enter this airspace over most of the major cities across the planet. It did not have a name. It would not need one. Drones like it lacked personal identity. If it was asked to identify itself, it would just say something like Hive 178A. But to the public down below, it rapidly earned another moniker, Angel. The bipedal anthropod was characterized by two major features. The first was a pair of large, vestigial wings covered in unnecessary feathers. The second, a spherical aura that was seen as a radiant circle that from any perspective appeared to be behind the drone. The first noted aspect of the aura was an electromagnetic jamming effect that concealed the drone from most forms of photography and radar. The aura's ability to deflect most any form of projectile was not discovered until the Reckoning. That aura was used for a variety of other purposes, actually controlling the drone's flight, sensing electromagnetic impulses over many miles, and controlling nanotechnological weaponry if authorized. Laced throughout the drone's biology were advanced computer systems, which regulated its unique biology and controlled its defensive and offensive systems. It took only a few minutes for automating scanners systems to send a high alert message back to the hive, which the drone belonged to.
Queen, Sol system humanoids have re-emerged with similar threat profile and technological proliferation. Widespread usage of prohibited tech of categories 1.3b and 1.4a has been detected. Threat to Spiral Arm 4 is rated as likely, with a coincidence of 400 to 500 years.
The drone belonged to a species that had been granted special privileges by the Council of the Arm, allowing the use of prohibited system-level warp drives as well as specifically designed nano-weaponry. This was because it served a crucial niche while also suffering from necessary deficiencies. The first of these is a unique status that the Hive-type anthropod that was incapable of sending faster-than-light messages and limited natural tools crafted through phenotypal plasticity. And sensible hives were considered to be top-level galactic threat, but the species classified as NAHTA-1L/D 300LFT34 evolved to control, generate, and sense electromagnetic signals and never developed Ansible capabilities, allowing the Council to purge rogue sections without alerting the full species. At any given time, the species consisted of between 8 and 12 individual queens that controlled a multitude of hive ships. These made them easy to monitor and coordinate, and if need be, control. Each hive fleet was permitted inter-system warp capabilities through natural gates, and spent the eons patrolling up and down the Perseus Arm and its spurs, looking for nascent civilizations that could threaten the order of galactic peace. In addition to Ansible hives, they looked for civilizations that showed development of prohibited technologies, particularly planet civilizations that did so independently and in time scales faster than the 10,000 to 50,000 year cycles of hive fleet searches. Over the 35 million year history of the Council of the Arm, every technological possibility known to the original species that founded the Council had been ordered and put into neat little boxes. Entire tech trees of their interaction with various life forms categorized ad infinitum. Bipeds with opposing thumbs turn rapidly from rocketry to field-shift antimatter propulsion that relies on non-automated control systems, whereas such a threat has never been seen from beak, mouth, or trunk-based species that are more limited in manipulation. Land-based organisms develop flight and interstellar flight more rapidly than sea-based organisms, or organisms capable of manual flight. The world computers that comprised a very specific section of the Council rapidly analyzed the message from the drone and sent a response.
Hive 178A, usage of nano-weaponry condoned. Species OT-LBB-0.5 ID 8115NFT-10 designated for secondary decivilization. Steps should be made to shelter species OT-LBB 0.1 ID 8115NFT-9. BTMFA 0.2 ID 8115NFT-3. MTUAB-0 ID 8115NFT-5 and TBUIW.02 ID 8115NFT-1 in hopes that one of these less dangerous species fills the ecological niche after decivilization.
Uplifting Protocols 1.5.3 and 1.5.4 condoned for previously listed species, as per standards for secondary decivilization without path adjustment. Subcouncil of Intellectual Biodiversity. It took approximately 9.5 hours for the drone's message to reach the Hive Fleet, 30 seconds for the Queen to receive the response from the Subcouncil after using the ship's lone faster-than-light message system. Another 9.5 hours for the Queen to send the instructions to the drones, before moving through the Oort cloud and settling into orbit around the planetoid known as Pluto to harvest ice and provide support for its drones. July 18th, 2021. The Reckoning. Chaos. Paul ran for his life. Think, what was the fire plan? 5 stories, elevators aren't working. Have I ever used the stairs in this building? Steele moved. He leapt backwards just in time to avoid a beam crashing through the ceiling. For seconds after the crash, the blaring trumpet noise got louder. What the hell? That steel was fuzzy, and so is the hull. Feck! Directly overhead, through 8 more stories of what should have been concrete, was the Angel. For a second, he thought he saw the horrific insect's head on top of white robes these so-called angels supposedly wore. If I didn't know better, that thing looked at me, looked right at me. Why didn't it point that gun thing at me? Do I not matter? Another crash, and a wave of billowing smoke hits along with more than a few embers. Waving his arms, he realized that he wasn't quite sure if he was still heading in the right way to the stairs and could only see a few steps away. And it was getting hotter. Paul, is that you? A bald man in his late 50s suddenly came through with the smoke wearing commercial-grade respirator. This was Bill Weston, Paul's one-type doctoral advisor and now co-worker. Put this on, quick, these fumes are from the lab. Damn, feck, crap. They are all gone, Paul, all of them. The whole lab went up in flames in an instant. Their grey crap touched the chemical cabinet. Philip, Sarah, Regendra, they all breathed it in. Goo ate the fecking fume hood. I grabbed the spare respirator on him and put it on. It was sticky. Was that... Paul! The wall zoomed in. I barely had enough time to put my hands up before I crashed. Stumbling to my feet, I turned to shout, but stopped when I saw a hole where I was standing seconds before. Bill stood on the other side saying, All right, you're all right. Great. I'm going to go around the stairs and see the way. Don't worry about me. Just keep straight. I'll go to the stairs on the other side. I'm not all right, But Bill was already walking away. Damn him. I'm pretty sure that he just broke a rib. Yeah, that's a rib. But sure enough, the door to the stairwell was only a hallway away. I ignored the handwritten note on the door that said, Do not open, emergencies only, and pushed on the handle. No dice. I took a couple steps back and threw myself at the door. Feck! You, Bill! Whoa. I probably should have been concerned about perforating a lung, but instead, I was looking slack-jaw at my city. This city I should not have been able to see. And that city was melting. Every high-rise apartment, skyscraper, and multi-story office building looked like a candle after a decent burn. Holding my hands over my eyes, I tried to make out the clock tower of the college. Wouldn't it be over there? Right past the construction, a little to the left. But nothing was left but a melted column. Drip. That's weird. There aren't any clouds overhead. Oh crap, oh feck, oh crap! I began to execute the maneuver I would call teenage girl spazzes at rodent had I a measure of poetic style. A single drop of grey liquid splattered onto the steel stairwell. Looking down, I saw the trail of eaten fabric from my collarbone to my navel, along with the debris at my feet that must have been blocking the door. I quickly realized that I should have been worried about more pressing matters. Wasn't there only a drop of the stuff before? A puddle of grey goo was forming where the drop landed, and it looked like the stairwell was just as tasty as my polo. I shrieked and began to sprint down the stairs. Splat, splat, splat. I ran faster than I ever had in my life. My chest hurt. It seemed like it would outrun me to the bottom. Feck, how many stairs are there in 5 stories? Am I going to fall to death, die of a lung perforation, or get eaten alive? Splat. I'm not going to make it. I should jump to the ground. I probably would make it. It's only 20, 30 foot max. People can survive that. I looked down at the ground, which seemed a lot further away than 20 or 30 feet. Okay, but it would be painless. land on my feet. It's better than being acid food. Is that an ambulance? Maybe I'm already dead. Maybe I'm in an ambulance and I just had a heart attack and I'm just imagining all of this. It got brighter and louder as I turned the corner for approximately the 50th time in the stairwell. I came face to face with the angel. This close, the light from the glowing circle behind it made it almost impossible to even glance in its direction. But I shielded my eyes and dared to peek. Bug! Bug? Freaking bug! Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, human Jesus. Am I going to be eaten? Should I have jumped? I fecking should have jumped. It pointed its weird gun thing above my head, and I prepared to get netted by the angelic bug goo and hauled away to be eaten alive. But instead, I heard a whooshing sound. Glancing upwards, with sunspots still obscuring the center of my vision, I saw the goo flow upwards and back into the building, right to where Bill was heading. By the time I looked back, the bug angel was gone. I made my way down the last few steps much more slowly. If there was any doubt about my ribs being broken, it was thoroughly dispersed by the time I got down to the last flight of stairs. Adrenaline fading, it started to dully throb somewhere between 8 and oh, bug Jesus on the pain scale. When I at last touched the ground, I almost fell to my knees and cried. I looked down at my watch. It had only been a couple minutes. I hate to say it, but I did cry when I felt another warm splat hit me. I'm gonna die. Bird crap? I've never been so happy about bird crap. Overhead, the offending black-feathered corvid flies to its nest in the stairwell. There is a path eaten away that stops just short of the bolt holding the beam upon which the nest lies, before seeming to reverse. I remembered this later and realized that the angel lifeform thing was trying to save the crows. Why would it care to save crows when it destroyed the whole rest of the building? Why are crows worth saving, but not Bill, not Sarah, not Philip, not Regendra, not kind-hearted receptionists or the lunch lady that gives seconds, not the countless office people with families to go back to? Over the next 3 weeks, I went out to the countryside. Luckily, my car didn't get any grey goo on it. I guess the angel cared mostly about buildings and left the cars parked outside mostly alone. It seems like the goo struggled to eat the roadway. I guess it's a matter of size, the amount of concrete on the road. The goo was efficient when it had a lot of surface area to eat, but much slower at eating the massive but thin concrete structures. I had to change direction a few times, but I ended up stumbling across a militia doing pretty much the same thing as me. Going town to town, trying to save any food we can, even heading to an army base to try and fight back. But I keep thinking back to my encounter with the bug angel Jesus thing. According to the militia, they controlled the goo with electromagnetic signals. The FEC, or was it the FCC, probably would have hated how they polluted the airwaves, though I guess now that they were only things broadcasting, supposedly they hit TV, radio, internet first to cut us off. But my thought was on my research, quantum fields, virtual particles, randomness field dictation. To do what we wanted to do, we needed to split the signal to precisely control the randomness field over 10 billion hypothetical points, completely different from the grey goo, but somewhat similar as well. Somehow the bug precisely controlled nanoparticles, stopping it from eating biological matter. How? At that time, I started thinking about how to capture one of them. I've seen them deflect tank shots, bombs, and even Molotov cocktails, but what about a cage? February 15th, 2025. Thank God, not bug Jesus God, for the national transportation system of China. The angelic lifeforms hit hard and fast. By the time the first scrambled jets reached the cities, the grey goo had already started multiplying and eating away all the vestiges of civilization. When we fired our missiles, we learned that the pretty circle around them wasn't just for holiday lights. It deflected bullets, missiles, even lasers with the same ease. I heard that we got one of them with a railgun, and the Russians managed to land a nuke before the facilities went offline. But other than that, they seemed virtually invincible. It was lights out for the human race, literally, that is. By October, the power networks across the planet were cut. Everything from farming equipment to cell phones, eaten by the grey goo. The first year was rough. The goo didn't eat anything living, but hundreds of thousands died from infrastructure collapse. In some ways, they were the lucky ones. Millions died fighting over food and water. Me? I joined the resistance. See, we captured one of these drones. Couldn't shoot one, but we could put it in a shielded cage if we were careful. It was the crows that did it. See, these facts didn't care if humans died trying to escape the goo, but they would go head over heels for crows, and it needed to get pretty close to have that fine control it needed to do its job while avoiding the crows. Put crows in the right spot, drop a cage on the angel when it came close to protect it. Looney Tunes stuff. But if it worked, it worked. Of course, we tried to reason with it, talk to it, learn its language, and, I hate to say it, we tried to torture it. But it didn't seem to care. In fact, inside the cage, it ceased to do anything but breathe and beat its heart. As if without external signals, it could only make sympathetic nervous responses. However, that all changed once we found the computer attached to its brain. For the record, whoever invented portable generators is a saint. Not a bug saint, but a real, certified, human-loving saint. I'd look whoever it is up on Wikipedia and make my prayers, but the ALFs took that away as well. Anyway, the law of computers says that if it exists, it can be hacked. We learned why they were decivilizing us. We learned they had done it before. I guess that is why they have an angel idea to begin with. Our ancestors must have remembered the all-powerful glowing flying beings, seared that image straight into their brains like fear of snakes and spiders. And their great-great-great-great-grandchildren remembered the image and forgot why it mattered, and put them in their religions. We learned that there were different types of angel. There were the hives without wings, hives that looked reptilian, hives with rather esoteric shapes like wheels or with 5 to 7 wings, all coming straight for Earth to complete the job if we didn't do something soon. Kill the parents, raise the children to be feral, restore the Earth to its natural splendor, yada yada. They were part of some grand galactic organization that controlled everything and wiped out anything it couldn't find a niche for, or rather, wiped down. The angels do the dirty work, but they don't kill species, no. They merely decivilize them and call it a mercy that they got to them before they nuked themselves out of existence or started an intergalactic war. We also got some idea of the scriptures we broke, or more accurately, were expected to break. The technologies they knew we would make, the dangers that we would pose. Nothing solid, no blueprints, and little that we'd actually done so far except build nuclear weapons and chemical rockets. We even got a little history lesson. 35 million years ago, a bunch of intelligent organisms all rose up to spacefaring status at the same time. Most of them engaged in endless war, until eventually one of them won. They decided that they were the intergalactic peacekeepers, that they had developed every possible technology and knew all of the possible science, and began bringing useful species onto the council in order to aid them in forcing their ideas on the Perseus arm. However, they were wrong. They missed something. They might know nearly every possible technology. They might be 35 million years ahead of us. They might have won the first battle for Earth. But in all their records, they don't have a single mention of Hawking radiation. They may know of particle-antiparticle pairs, but they consider the whole idea useless and not at all on the list of technologies they cared about. And that was all the computer brain told us. This tech leads to this tech that leads to the end of galactic peace. I and my team, the late Bill Weston, Sarah Luke Green, Rajendra Latta, and Philip Estevez, were working on this useless technology during the start of the reckoning. Our experiment was to control the random generation of particle-antiparticle pairs in a vacuum. Maybe I should have thought, oh, it clearly won't work. They've already tried it. But you know what I said instead, feck that. It will work and they won't think of it. These virtual particles are transient fluctuations that exhibit some of the properties of ordinary matter, but are limited by the uncertainty principle. The probability of such virtual particles appearing tends to be cancelled out by the destructive interference over long distances in time. They play a role in quantum tunneling. The strong nuclear force and many other classic physics phenomena were interpreted under quantum physics. Okay, layman speak. Virtual particles are math aids that help us do quantum physics. We know they exist and cancel out all of the time, but on a classical physics level, they have net zero impact. They don't matter. But if one part of the particle-antimatter pair spawns inside of a black hole and the other has enough velocity to escape a black hole, we get Hawking radiation. Radiation from nothing comes out of something that should let nothing escape. But what if virtual particle creation wasn't random? What if the field that dictated the location and timing of virtual pair creation could be manipulated? Our enemies, the Council, in all their omniscience, never considered it. Never considered that someone could look at pure randomness and say, feck you, and grab hold of the laws of physics itself. Wow, it took me 4 years testing in a secret base, wondering every day if this was the day that we heard the trumpets call again. Luckily, despite being meticulous, these things are stupid. They don't think for themselves. They just got told to hit population centers and then went on autopilot getting rid of whatever was in front of them. Did you know that there are 1.5 billion gigatons of concrete used in the US highway system? That's half of all the concrete used in the country. As much as every building put together. Don't believe me? Look it up. Oh, that's right. You can't. But China was our real savior. 15 billion gigatons of concrete from 2010 to 2020. 15 billion gigatons of bug-delaying aid. All to build this, the FU drive. FU to physics, FU to the bugs, FU to the so-called council. The FU drive adjusts the randomness field that dictates virtual particle creation and generating a hexagon-packed two-stage creation cycle that, in layman's speak, it makes the whole bunch of virtual pairs at once, so close that they all collapse into a micro-black hole. The second stage activates before the micro-black hole disintegrates, with antiparticle pairs facing inward. Leaving us with what? Particles, Hawking radiation, matter. With more time, we could figure out how to generate near-infinite source of food, water, energy. Near-infinite because, of course, there has to be an offset. Somewhere in the universe, we create a virtual pair of dead zone each time we use this device. But there is a lot of empty space in the universe. But instead of peace, love, and happiness, we spent the past 4 years trying to prepare for a single test to see if we could make forbidden exotic matter 0.1A. Matter with less energy than pure vacuum, a crucial component to holding open wormholes. And it worked. Now, if only we could figure out how to open black hole at will, and we have better than forbidden teleportation technology. Oh, that's right. We have that. There is no time for another test. We've alerted every bug in 1,000 miles of our location. In 5 minutes, we're going to send the drive and every man, woman, and child in the Resistance onto the Hive ship floating around Pluto, and we're going to send the Council a message. Beck, you. Paul Weston out. If I've calculated right, we still have 5 minutes to celebrate before liftoff. I'll do the honors by cracking the champagne. February 15th, 2025. 8 hours after the humans landed aboard Hive 178A, the Council declared unilateral surrender. It wasn't that the humans themselves could destroy the Council. They couldn't. The Council numbered 3 quintillion recognized individuals across the Perseus arm. Even if the human resistance could destroy a world a second, it would take 10 years to wipe out the Council. And they didn't have a world-destroying bomb. They had a teleporter. But that didn't matter. What mattered is that they represented something the Council couldn't abide. Novelty. The peace of the galaxy depended on the idea that the Council was omniscient. Why bother developing tech if it would bring the boogeyman down on you, and the boogeyman developed your trump card 35 million years ago? Humanity was a Type 0 civilization without the thousands of benefits of the Council species, and they still managed to create something the omniscient world computers that conquered early Perseus never thought could exist. The humans merely had to threaten to bring this idea to the Council space to force concessions. Should they show up unannounced in an impossible machine, it would stir up 35-million-year-old sentiments of war. Many of the strongest Council members were species that originally fought the world computers for galactic dominance. If those species had humanity's FU drive, they might even be able to win a war against the Council, let alone if they discovered another new technology. Hive fleets could only manage so much technological development. They were equipped to stop solitary nascent Type 0 civilizations, not thousands of fully emerged Type 2 and Type 3 civilizations. The world computers made a startling concession. They would grant humanity full membership into the Council, equivalent to that offered to the originating council races that each controlled hundreds of star systems. The only thing they asked for is humanity to remain silent about their technology, and for humanity to research new technology for the council so that it would not be caught unawares by another new development. Humanity didn't agree. They told the council that they would deal with the entire council as equals, that they would forever have independence and sovereignty over the Sol system and any unpopulated systems in a 100 light-year span. If the council wished to trade, humanity would consider giving them technology after Earth is rebuilt, with all the best of council technology, of course. The world computers hummed and churned for 8 hours. It was the longest deliberation ever made by the council, longer even than the peace treaties made at the start. It tried to think of every possibility, every out, every way they could control humanity or try force its hand. But in the end, it determined that it could not predict what humanity could or would do. The safest thing they could think of was maintaining peace relations. They agreed to humanity's demands. And that is the story of why the Perseus Arm has two galactic organizations. One, a 35-million-year-old intergalactic council composed of quintillions of individuals and millions of species. The other, a 30-year-old Republic of Sol consisting of 3 billion individuals of a single species. End of story. Calling Upon Sentiment by Deo Mech. Another virtue was an old AI. They had seen 1,000 years in the galactic scene, most of it as a roaming diplomatic ship. With care, they tended to the rotating crew of human bios and bots, carting them to one star or another. Virtue had never spearheaded policy. The leading committee of AI were too focused on the big picture for their taste, but they had enjoyed carrying it out. However, after 2 galaxy-wide wars, hundreds of smaller conflicts, thousands of civil wars, and millions of politicians, Virtue was considering a change of pace. As a caretaker AI, closer to a god than a calculator, they had options. They could watch over the planets, devote themselves to study of the universe, or modify their ship body into a long-term habitat. There were other choices, but none of them involved human bios, and Virtue was too attached to those adorable little flesh-based beings.
I can feel you getting sentimental, Virtue,
said Nihan Nguyen, ending her virtual debrief. It took barely a thought for Virtue to activate the avatar bot in the walls. Relying on physical representatives instead of mind-to-mind communication was old-fashioned, but they would accept that description. Currently, they were holding 14 simultaneous conversations with biohumans on their main body, providing information to 6 bios already on planet, and discussing a myriad of topics with hundreds of other AIs located light eons away. Their old habits didn't make them less powerful. "How can you tell when I'm sentimental?" Virtue asked through the bot, a floating sphere with an unseemly amount of sparkles.
You start playing that one old song with the violins. I guess it's like the biological equivalent of humming, isn't it?
An astute analogy. Virtue twirled his avatar bot around, sparkly brighter. I'm too old to hide my feelings anyway.
I guess you are. It must be nice having lived such a long time.
You're no spring chicken yourself, Niha. Do you plan to die soon? Their question was with genuine curiosity. The bio hadn't put in a request for termination, and she was only just past her 2nd century. Most human bios liked to experience at least 4 before calling it quits, and many continue past that. She laughed.
Not at all. Do you?
No, but retirement might be in my future. A flicker of curiosity appeared on her face for 0.01 seconds before it was replaced with mock shock.
Virtue, it's bad luck to talk about death and retirement before a mission. Don't you know? You're asking for the universe to spite you.
No AI worth their quantum believes in luck, said Virtue, but their light flickering. Their tone, though, was fond. You bios and your faulty pattern recognition.
Ah, but you do believe in spite.
A long sigh reverberated through the bot. I do. She grinned, smug, and didn't press the point. Annoyed, Virtue changed the music from an ancient violin piece to a new techno piece that most of their crew, save Niha, enjoyed. She made a crude gesture in Virtue's direction before strapping into the seat.
Anyway, I'm ready, Virtue. Send me off.
With pleasure.
The bot melted back into the walls, and Virtue activated the autopilot. They felt a twinge of concern during the launch from the bay. So much could go wrong during every mission. And if Virtue let themselves, they could devote their entire processing power to fretting over what could happen. It was known, but not often discussed, that AIs had favorites. Some were embarrassed about it, seeing it as a dereliction of duty. AI should care for every biological equivalent, and there was always the fear of bias entering decision-making algorithms. Other AI, generally those who worked with warships or scientists, thought that it was demeaning to have preferences for fleshy beings that were so slow. These, Virtue noted with amusement, tended to be the ones who were the most protective of their totally not favorite biologicals. Virtue took more of a middle ground stance. They liked and cared for all their charges, but they had preferences. Niha was one of their favorites. She had the fortune of being involved in dozens of significant events in the last 2 centuries, and she had a rather hilarious attitude about the whole situation. A ping caught their attention, and they shifted their processing focus to the planet below.
Isn't that the old Kitngi ambassador to humanity?
With permission, Virtue borrowed the senses of the human biodiplomat and focused on the squid-like being in the corner. Indeed, it was the ambassador. Lichtenv had once been a general during the Second Sector War, an opposing side. 200 years ago, after peace was achieved, he had been the chief ambassador to Earth. Unusual to see him here, considering his distinguished record. He hadn't been on the guest list, and he was lurking next to the crescent-patterned curtain, simply sipping his drink. Virtue hopped out of their agent senses and pondered. This mission concerned the Shalvans, who were in an awkward stage between learning about the galaxy-wide society and joining it. In other words, they were advanced enough to be annoying, but not enough to be well-mannered. The situation was a bit thornier than Virtue was used to, though not significantly so. So why was such a distinguished Kitngi here in a backwater? They narrowed their focus further to the agents and their avatar bot, located in the Chalvan's capital city. To the first diplomat, Virtue recommended speaking to the outrageously wealthy businessman by the Holstuvers. To another, they gently reminded her of Chalvan etiquette and so on. Virtue's bot was holding a conversation with a different Kitngi diplomat and another Chalvan. Pushing their greater self into this construct, Virtue temporarily suspended the self-running algorithm.
Careful with them,
joked the Kitngi diplomat. Humans, both the AI and biologicals, tend towards extremes. You would know, Madam Hilton, the bot smiled. The body was human-adjacent, though abstract enough that it didn't trigger the uncanny valley. 2 wars taught us that. The Kitngi raised their glass in a glowing appendage. I was there at the Battle of Klin 4. I still remember how you evacuated and destroyed your own habitat out of spite. Unlike humans, Kitngi naturally had biological immortality. Their veterans were kicking around too, though all of them were flesh-based. 2 wars against humanity had tempered their past disdain for AI into a grudging respect. Relations between the 2 species had been conflict-free since the end of the war and actively friendly for the last 100 years. You aren't the only veteran here, Virtue said through their bot. I see Ambassador Lichten over there.
Indeed,
Hinton responded neutrally.
Would you like to speak to him?
Gladly.
The cat-like Chalvan, a male named Pri, cleared his 2 throats.
Pardon?
His tone was peevish at being ignored, or more likely, being reminded how minuscule Chalvia was in the galactic scene.
I don't understand how your societies are civil after 2 destructive wars.
Hiddlepin flashed a sequence of colors across her undulating body instead of responding. An algorithm translated the light-based speech immediately. Honored Ambassador Lichten, the human-computer mind, another Virtue, decides to speak to you through the robotic intermediary.
War can be very informative.
Virtue focused their bot's camera eyes on the Chalvan.
After a certain point, we knew enough about each other that the conflict was no longer worth it.
But your war had no clear victor.
Bree looked displeased, his tail flicking from one side to the next.
Holding slights is an easy way to get your society broken, especially on the galactic scale. Ambassador Licton joined them in a time to hear Virtue speak, and he immediately added, "Doubly so if your people are immortal." The old ambassador's voice had deepened with age, but there was no other changes since the last time Virtue had met him. The Chelvan huffed.
I swear to the Middle Sister, this clarifies nothing. Diplomat Hiddlepin just stated that humans are spiteful.
But we aren't stupid. Virtuebot tilted its head, focusing on Pri. Humans and Kittenji are two immortal civilizations. We would have broken each other irreparably. Humans have a great capacity for spite, yes, said Licton softly, but they have an equally great capacity for forgiveness. That is one of the lessons we learn from them. Both of our societies are at a point where death is either an avoidable tragedy or a choice. Perhaps one day the Chelvia will also reach that point. The ambassador raised his glass. Excuse me, I've simply gotten sentimental and off topic. Simply put, humanity are bad enemies to have, but they are even better allies. At the same time, Licton flashed a rippling sequence of lights across his torso. To the untrained eye or sensor, it seemed no different from a casual expression of bioluminescence that was constantly playing on the Kittenji bodies. Not all of their light-based communication was bright shouting that Hiddlepin had done earlier. It could be quite subtle. Virtue decoded the hidden meaning immediately. The Chelvians have been acting strange. At the same time, they laughed, drawing the Chelvan's attention back to them. "No, I suppose that's true, but the sentiment is mutual. The Kittenji are better allies. We learned from your people, too."
"Like what?"
said Hiddlepin, her voice amused. At the same time, she conveyed a message through light.
"I will distract the ambassador."
"You forced us to learn patience." It was the truth. Both the biological and artificial intelligence of humans liked to relapse back to their impulsive, single-minded roots. The Kittenji, on the other hand, came from ambush predators. Their instincts were as patient and cold as the waters from which they arose. "Really?" Licton said, flashing an amused purple. "I couldn't tell." Virtue grinned. "No, it's true. Kittenji bureaucracy makes patience a necessity." They all laughed or did species equivalents, the Chelvan included. As promised, Hiddlepin drew Pri into a separate conversation, giving Virtue and Licton a chance to step away. "Let's go outside." The ambassador tilted the water into his beak. "I tire of this crowd." "As you wish." The two of them moved into a side balcony. Chelvian architecture rarely had doors. The chatter of the inside party was still loud and clear, but the air was cold and humid, and the bands of Milky Way twisted above their 3 glowing moons. "Beautiful," murmured Licton. "I understand why so much Chelvian poetry and religion speaks of the moods, the middle ones specifically. Any species in their infancy would look up and consider her a goddess. Her eternal blooming," Virtue said in agreement. They were quoting a particularly famous poem about a fall of empires. Melancholy green flashed over Licton before he flashed a couplet. And her eternal fall." The youngest and oldest moons were a classic white similar to homeworld Earth's lone moon, but the middle sister was a marvel. Blue and gold clouds undulated across an ocean of white, and endless twirls and swirls spread into fractal patterns that truly looked like blooms. It was the kind of beauty that both bios and AI could appreciate. Virtue itched to analyze every wispy cloud. Algorithms whirred at the thought of tracing the endless complexity of chaos. The two former enemies looked at the sky in silence. 400 years ago, Virtue would have placed the chances of ever being friendly with the Kittenji to an unfathomably low. But now, they were discussing poetry with a former general. Still, Virtue required Licton's expertise in a different matter. "What are they planning?" "I am uncertain," said the ambassador slowly, heavily, "but we suspect that there may be an angenitor involvement." While they were having this conversation with Licton, Virtue was still continuing the thousands of miniature tasks they undertook as a matter of course. Advice was dispensed, drinks were served on a ship by their mindless drones, messages were responded to, and Virtue's personal hobby, thousands of songs were analyzed and sorted. Virtue's entire processing stuttered for a millisecond as they internalized the Kittenji's response. and then they broadcasted the information on a secure channel to every human within 30 light years, attaching priority status to the panic memo they sent to the overarching committees. The Angenitors were a species who were at least as advanced as humanity in the Kittenji, but unlike either, they had no desire to develop any sort of relationship with the beings who weren't Angenitors. Non-Angenitors were to be used and disposed of. Unsurprisingly, humanity had a very poor relationship with the Angenitors, barely more than a strained ceasefire. "Crap," said Virtue. Responses from the committees had begun to flood in. The mission was no longer a mid-level diplomatic one. They sent an additional message to their bios. "Non-essential personnel, evacuate." In the room behind them, a few human bios who weren't part of the diplomatic attaché started making their polite goodbyes. Others, who were sightseeing on other parts, cut their trips short and returned to quickly landing shuttles. "Damn, this is a mess." Aya Pink, the lead human ambassador to Chalvia, sent a string of curse words and angry complaints to Virtue, as she kept a perfectly calm face and smiled at the garrulous Chalvian. "We need to evacuate everyone as fast as we can." On the other hand, some bios were a little more stubborn.
"I am technically essential personnel, Virtue,"
sent Niha.
"Stop blaring evacuate in my field of vision."
Virtue changed her status to non-essential and made the font even bigger.
"Fine, you worrywart, but I'm in the middle of a swamp. I'll take me half an hour to get back to the shuttle."
Not even a millisecond had passed in real time. A pattern of agreement flickered across Little's body. "I was just enjoying a coral reef on Jupiter 5, he said, mournful. "But after the intelligence was gathered 3 hours ago, my presence was regressed here." At a standard ship's faster speed, it took 2 hours to get from Jupiter 5 to Chalvia. Virtue cross-referenced that log of the ship arrival and departure and noted that the Kittenji ship had indeed entered the system at a rather high speed an hour ago. "This is valuable information." At the same time, Virtue shoved a new data point into their decision-making algorithms and shifted processing power away from mundane tasks. After a moment, they also diverted energy towards the ship's energy shields. "It is not yet confirmed," Lichten said. "As said, we suspect. But if it is true, yes, I know." The once general didn't need any further explanation. Chalvia was close to both human and Kittenji systems, much too close for the Angenitors to be meddling with. For almost 2 centuries, the Angenitors had respected the buffer zone. What had changed? Even caught up in a spiral of decision-making algorithms, Virtue's android noted the Lichtenters had turned grey. No lights, no colors. It was just a Kittenji sign of mourning. "Peace for our days," Lichten looked back up at the moon. What he quoted wasn't Chalvian poetry. It was a phrase that ended the Second Sector War. Towards the end of the conflict, all the analysis had been clear. The chances of a simple victory were null. Humanity was unlikely to lose, but continuing without change would lead to an endless war that bled the strength from both sides. The war would only be won through genocide. So, humanity had sued for peace. Why bring that up now? A few possibilities were considered and discarded. Had the Kittenji betrayed them? Unlikely. But it was a strong emotional reaction for Lichten to display, and it was an odd thing for him to say. In the 10 seconds it took for Lichten to elaborate, Virtue had evacuated the majority of non-essential personnel. Only a few human stragglers remained. "I fear war's approach," said Lichten finally, "and yet it seems like an inevitability." This time they said nothing about the faulty pattern recognition of biologicals. This time, Virtue's own pattern recognition agreed. When they continued to stay silent, Lichten spoke again. "What will you do now?" Virtue turned their android sensors away from the moon. "We can only wait." Back inside, Virtue let the bot subroutine do most of the socializing. The majority of themselves sat on the back server, fretting, spitting code, as some AI liked to call it. The song of choice in their ship was a drum heavy but quiet, a throbbing pulse that reminded bios of heartbeats, a whisper of rushing sound accompanied by a syncopated secondary rhythm. Altogether, it wasn't a bad approximation of the womb. Some found it soothing, others found it anxiety-inducing for the same reason. Virtue checked on personnel remaining on planet. A handful of non-essential bios still needed to be evacuated. Niha was working her way to the shuttle. Michael was bandaging a leg of a Chalvian who had fallen, Bo and Alexandrian were waiting for Michael to finish. The diplomatic force had been stripped to 3. Mission head Aya Pink, her assistant Zuri, and Roberto, who was chief of security, and had more mods than the average tank. 7 delicate bios were still in danger. So much could happen to them. After the 530-second simulation of things that could happen to them, entirely unusual thanks to the lack of data, Virtue gave up and shunted their focus back to the bot below. The bot had circled around, and now they were back with Pri and General Licton.
You really do consider yourself human,
said Pri, squinting at the bot.
though you have no flesh.
Well, of course. Bot Virtue tilted the head. What else would I be?
Machine.
Both are true. I am machine and human, Virtue corrected, just as Ambassador Aya Pink is biohuman, though the line between us is a bit more blurred than you think.
Were you ever human?
Pri's prehensile tail twitched. The thought clearly startled him. Was I ever a biohuman, you mean? No. I have always been a machine intelligence. Some other caretakers had their origins in flesh, however. Not many choose that path.
Caretaker?
Said Pri, puzzled. The word didn't translate directly to Chalvian. The connotation was closer to Den Mother. The human name for a powerful artificial intelligence, General Licton explained. Caretaker AI are the ones who run the majority of human society. Pri sniffed.
Yeah, so they puppet around the actual humans, yes?
Virtue prepared a response, but to their surprise, Licton's responded before they could. No, that is incorrect. That was the hardest thing for my people to wrap our graspers around too. The biological humans do not enslave the machine humans, and the machine humans do not enslave the biological ones. It is a mutual relationship. The Chalvian seemed unconvinced, and his tail twitched again.
Regardless, humans may have created the machines, but that does not make the machines humans.
That statement is not logical, said Virtue, patient. Let me turn it around. You were created by Chalvians, but that does not make you a Chalvian. Everything happened in a single microsecond. The last 2 shuttles exploded before leaving the atmosphere. 3 missiles impacted against the larger ship's body. 4 humans died. Another Virtue knew 1,000 things, and its subroutines handled a million things in a single millisecond after impact. They sent a notice of death and concordance letters to each of their charges' family and friends. They updated the committees in nearby ships. They evaluated the damage done to their ship body. The previous power diversion to energy shields had prevented anything more than minor cosmetic damage, but it had been a close call. At the same time, they added this new data to the predictive analysis and traced the most likely path. They broke through the primitive firewalls that protected Chalvian information technology and found evidence of their leaders' deals with the Angenitors. This hadn't been due to coercion. It had been due to greed. At the same time, their greater self was frozen with visceral, coke-deep anger and grief. The ship was silent, save for the deep thrum of another Virtue's weapons charging. They could crack the Chalvian planet into 1,000,000 fragments, just like the bodies of the 4 humans that burned in the atmosphere of a world that they had never hurt. From the perspective of the diplomats in the room below, 2 full seconds had passed, and Virtue's bot had simply frozen.
Is it broken?
Asked Pri, puzzled. They are not. Looked abruptly turned grey. No doubt he had received information on what had just happened. What have you done? Across the room, Aya Pink gasped. Roberto snapped into action, ushering her and her assistant away. A different subroutine handled the safety of the last 3 biohumans on Chalvia, leaving just the Avatar bot as the last human representative on planet. I could break your planet for what you have done, said Virtue. They made no further attempt at mimicking biological mannerisms. The bot stood completely still. No chest wall rise to mimic lungs, no planned fidgeting, and no vestiges of expression on the metal face. You killed my people. Pri's tail became rigid.
We did not.
You killed them. You meant to kill everyone. If I did not have any warning, we would not be having this conversation. Those missiles were enough to crack the ship's peacetime shields. Virtue did not move. I could kill you all, and I would be successful.
No.
Do not lie to me. Pre fell silent. The entire room was still. Only the two Kittenchi, both in mourning grey, even attempted to approach. Virtue ignored them and shifted focus to the communications pinging in their servers. The outpouring of grief and support from their fellow humans was comforting, but the decision they had reached was not. Everyone knew that the Chalvians received the technology to harm humanity from the Angenitors. Humanity would decide whether they would go to war with the Angenitors, but they would not go to war against Chalvia. Bringing their wrath upon Chalvians would be cruel. Virtue wanted to be cruel. "I am sorry, my friend," said Lichten, his appendage hovering over the bot's hand. "My deepest grief for you." They didn't move. "I am sorry, too." "Another virtue, please." Lichten's appendage moved down an inch. Now flesh touched metal. "My people tell me that your weapons are aimed at this planet. Please, do not." "I will give you time to evacuate," Virtue said, flat. "Take all the Kittenji off this planet. I have no quarrel with you." "You know that is not what I ask. Humanity is not cruel. You are not cruel. It is a principle of the matter." 1,000 messages bombarded Virtue, asking, begging, demanding them to stand down. They kept their energy weapons at the ready. "No! I want to be cruel. I want to be cruel and spiteful, and I am capable of it." It would be so easy. It would take less time than a blink of a human eye. Lichten did not have a platitude to offer, or a moral rationale, or anything of the sort. Instead, he simply save that for those who deserve it. A full second passed, then two. Virtue considered. Then they shattered the moon. They shattered her forever glory. The middle sister, the goddess who sings for change. They shattered her so carefully and deliberately that not a single fragment would reach the planet below, that the pieces would be scattered across the sky in a way that kept the gravitational balance intact, that every time the Chalvian looked up, they would be reminded of Virtue's lost. "You were right," Virtue said to Lichten. "I couldn't do it, but I couldn't do nothing. It's the principle of the matter, as you said." Lichten closed his eyes, a thread of shocked white light flickering across his grey mouth flesh. "The principle of the matter," he repeated. "No, perhaps not." Virtue looked up. The remains of the now-dead god, the celestial body's remnants eclipsing the bands of the galaxy, and a forever void between the two remaining sister moons. Chalvia's memory of this day would last as long as Virtue's. It is the sentiment. End of story. Blue Space Princess, written by Crumb J.D. Tiberius Northwind got a very handsome figure as he drank his alien cocktail in an alien space bar. His hair was blonde and full, his chin broad and strong, and his ice blue eyes looked somewhere in the middle of distance. His Human Alliance Space Force flight suit still fit. Many of the bar's more exotic patrons might not have recognized a human, but practically all knew the rearing stallion of the Space Force from the sight of the emblem on the side of mighty ships that had descended from the stars to help the helpless or smash the enemies of humanity. Of course, the actual patch was gone from the shoulder of Tiberius's flight suit as he no longer was active duty, but alien suns had faded the material of the suit, and so its shadow was still visible where it had once been stitched. Then again, you can't judge a book by its cover. Tiberius was no longer with the Space Force because that noble body frowned on picking up on some random local drugs and selling them to your fellow spacers without even knowing what it would do to them. Projectile vomiting, explosive diarrhea, but no enjoyable high, as it happened. Technically, the substances weren't illegal for humans, but the sheer blistering stupidity of the act hadn't been enough for Command to suggest that maybe Tiberius should be better off in a civilian life at the end of his enlistment period. The plan for civilian life had been to use all that military training in the latest technology to secure a high-paying job. Unfortunately, it turned out that the military's technology was distinctly first-gen, and it either hadn't made it to civilian life, or it had, but the civvies were using more refined versions of the tech and thought the military did things in a backwards and boneheaded way. Some ex-Space Force got up to speed to make that work. Tiberius was not one of them, nor was Tiberius suited to college. Even he had enough introspection to realize that he wouldn't last a single term. As autobiographies went, it was certainly suited to ending up in a dive bar, just not an exotic one. Tiberius' trajectory had changed when he came into some money. V37, don't worry, he'll be introduced shortly, assumed that the source of the funds had been profoundly embarrassing, and most likely sexual, because Tiberius never told the same story twice about where it came from, and he would have bragged incessantly if he had any hand in actually earning the money, or even if he'd gotten it by pure luck. Tiberius had purchased the Peregrine Eon, a decommissioned, ex-Skirvin fast troop transport that had been souped up even further by about 3 successive owners, and converted it into a fast courier. The Peregrine had come with V37, the artificial intelligence robot butler of the first non-military owner. V37 was smarter than most unenhanced biological sophons, and far, far smarter than Tiberius. So with the robot's advice and a certain flexibility in his definition of legal cargo, Tiberius was able to make a profit. V37, of course, could have done far more with his existence and would have been happily emancipated by dozens of governments, but it didn't really have emotions. While it had picked up a few bad habits that looked a bit like emotions from its owners, none of those were really conducive to pursuing a career. "To another great run, buddy." Tiberius hefted his drink, well, less drink and more cleaner. The bar seldom served beings that drink alcohol. However, ethanol was a fairly effective solvent throughout the universe, and the other cleaning chemicals smelled a lot like juniper to Tiberius, so he was pretending it was gin. V37 said it was mostly safe to drink.
"Muddy, run profitable, no starve."
V37 lifted the memory chip it had used to ingest a virus that was currently playing hob with its own perception of reality and its logic centers. Given a few hours, its virus scanner would typically take care of the intruder. "So what's our next run?" Normally, Tiberius would have padded that question out slightly to hide the fact that he was essentially completely trusting his fate to the used robotic butler. But V37 had its own version of getting blackout drunk. Tiberius was pretty sure tonight was one of those nights. In a smaller increment of time than most biologicals were capable of noticing, V37 scanned the local internet, read all the job listings and shipping requests, analyzed them against current market conditions and Eon's capabilities, and found the perfect job.
"I have sent our best lead to your datacom, sir."
V, this is a picture of some cross-dressing Rigelians." Tiberius tilted the phone back towards V37 so the robot could see.
"That is true,"
V37 said carefully.
"Perhaps it will not be as profitable as I imagined."
Tiberius squinted down at the picture. The Rigelians had been growing their children in vats for as long as humans had been lighting fires. Their sexual organs, their whole bodies really, were little more than atrophied nubs, male or female. It didn't matter. They were just an unattractive bundle of grey spindly limbs and huge eyes. Honestly, it was strange that the whole race was so hung up on gender bending.
"I have a second lead, sir. There is a distress posting on the local net. Apparently, an individual is being held against their will and seeks rescue. Better yet, location data on the posting indicates that it's just a few blocks down."
Hey, what? Never mind. We need to call the cops if someone has been kidnapped."
"There is no such thing on this world. All security is private or crowdsourced. Distress postings alert the local community of incidents that might involve the police on another world. There is typically a reward for such a service, although no reward is listed here. Sorry, it is probably a poor job. I will search again, sir."
Wait, no. I should at least look if someone's in trouble. That was probably the floor cleaner talking. Tiberius had never shown a particular inclination to heroism in the past. After 3 attempts, V37 beamed the relevant data to his phone, and Tiberius found himself looking at one of the most amazing examples of convergent evolution in the entire galaxy. Sure, the woman's skin was dark blue and her hair and eyes were sky blue, but otherwise, she looked almost perfectly human. That was strange. The bartender was probably the second most human-looking being in the room. He, at least, had an upright posture, a head and a dermis that looked a bit like an earthly snakeskin. He also only had one leg, which he used like a pogo stick, and 4 tentacle arms that divided into 4 shorter, more flexible tentacles at their ends. Beyond that, there was a table of feathered gastropods. They lacked limbs of any sort, but seemed to be perfectly comfortable picking things up and manipulating them with their dozens of eyes, which were attached to their long stalk-like appendages. The dominant life form locally looked a lot like a deciduous shrub crossed with something that should be getting its energy from a volcanic vent at the bottom of the sea. So a humanoid girl alien, and a hot one at that, was a very unusual sight. Looking at the picture of this blue distressed damsel made his libido wake up and loudly shouted support for heroism of every sort. Tiberius tossed back the last of his floor cleaner, slammed the glass down on the table, stood up and shouted, "Let's do this thing!" B-37 slammed down his data chit and stood up abruptly as well. Unfortunately, the act of standing unlocked the last set of files the virus needed to fully compromise the robot's operating system, which he shouted was "Yeah!" in a moan that modulated from table-rattlingly low to ear-bleedingly high. Then all his joints locked solid and he slowly tipped over, crashing into the floor. 30 minutes later, Tiberius had hired a porter to carry V back to the ship, walked a flu box to the location of the distress posting, and cased the joint. Or, at least, he'd say he cased the place when he retold the story later. In truth, even Tiberius's consciousness would twinge at that particular description. The location of his damsel in distress had proven to be a smallish private residence with large windows and the light on inside. Looking through them, he had seen two spider-like beings in front of the room watching an entertainment center and shooting periodic looks at the door. A third spider dude was in the back room with a large machine of some sort and the blue girl tied to a chair. If Tiberius had any interaction with the news, he might have recognized the giant spiders and realized that they were, perhaps, closer to the correct side of history than the blue girl. Fortunately, he did not, so the night's events would continue to be about punching bug monsters and saving beautiful ladies, rather than descending into a complicated meditation on if ends justify the means, or if it is better to take a longer and purer road to justice. Tiberius considered a couple plans for assaulting the house. The Space Force Spec Ops guys he'd known would have done it cleanly and quiet. Get into the house fence, drop down on the lone creature in the back, snap its neck, and have the girl out before any of the others even knew something had happened. The problem was, Tiberius didn't know how to get into the house's vents or where the spider's thing's necks were. Instead, he decided to go through the front door, just beat up all the guards. This wasn't quite as bad of a plan as it sounded. Humans weren't the fastest, strongest, or smartest race out there. They should have ended up as a protectorate race of some large galactic power, except for one important detail. They had a great mod community. Nearly every race used some pieces of implant technology. However, for most races, perfecting any implant was a huge struggle. They had to work through every last detail to prevent it from being rejected by neurology, biology, psychology, immune system, or culture. Only mankind could handle most prostheses and implants with ease. Better yet, our genome was practically plastic because it was translated directly into proteins and we could steal snippets from almost any other creature on our planet. Most races weren't so lucky. Due to this, the Space Force had developed a suite of modifications that let its soldiers go toe-to-toe with multi-ton chitin armored monstrosities and the relentless hordes of hive minds. And due to some compromising photos Tiberius had of the sergeant who handled his out-processing, he still had access to all of those. Tiberius gave a battle roar and launched himself down the street towards the house where the woman was being held. By the time he hit the door, he hit it without slowing. He was moving as fast as a decently speedy ground transport. The door to the house was solid steel, set in a steel frame fixed into some sort of silica-based building material. But it wasn't tough enough to take the hit. It crumpled under Tiberius's shoulder, broke free from its deadbolt and hinges simultaneously, and flew into the room, hitting one of the giant spiders. Tiberius staggered in after the door, off balance from losing most of his momentum and from the hit itself. For a moment, the spider that wasn't under the door and Tiberius stared at each other. Tiberius recovered first and declared, "Give me the girl and no one has to get hurt." A very unspider-like squawk issued from under the destroyed door, and Tiberius amended his statement with a slightly embarrassed, more hurt. Nobody has to get more hurt. By that time, the spider on the couch had processed things at least as far as intruder alert, prepared to repel boarders. And she, all spiders were female, Had Tiberius known anything about the race, he would have identified this from their size and majestic natural markings, grabbed two scimitar-like swords from where they'd been resting beside the couch, and jumped at Tiberius. Tiberius tried to sidestep, but only half managed. The scimitar in Spider's rightmost hand-foot licked out, and its tip caught him in the shoulder. It did not, however, cut through his flesh. One of the Space Force's best enhancements was to place a layer of non-Newtonian fluid between the dermis and epidermis of all of its recruits. Normally, the fluid layer wasn't even noticeable when it was exposed to a sudden sharp shock, like, for example, a giant spider trying to cut off the Spacer's arm with a scimitar. The liquid component of the fluid was driven away, and the diamondoid fullerene solid component locked together, providing a nearly unbreakable armor. As such, the blade only scored a shallow slice in Tiberius' shoulder, more of a scratch than anything. The hit was enough to spin him around back towards the angry spider, so he kicked out, catching and breaking one of the thing's legs. There was a fountain of milky blue copper-based blood. The creature shrieked, tucked its now shattered leg up under it, and danced backwards on the remaining legs. "Go now," he shouted at it. "I'm only here for the girl, and this planet doesn't even have cops. You can just walk away." Tiberius wasn't strictly sure any of that statement was true. How far could you really trust a 5-minute conversation with a plastered robot? But he knew that if the bugs walked or skittered away, he wasn't going to break any more of their legs, and that had to count for something. The second insectoid jumped him. This one had a spear. It looked like it came from some crazy martial tradition where the practitioners were really serious about spears. The thing had a fancy barbed head, intricate designs painted all along the shaft, and a streamer trailing off the end. Fortunately, his boosted speed and reaction time allowed Tiberius to grab the spear before he got stabbed. Unfortunately, whatever martial art this particular ninja spider was practicing had procedures for that. The spider twisted the spear down, planting it into the floor of the house, then flipped over him, using the spear for extra leverage. When she landed on Tiberius' far side, the spear came back up, and Tiberius came with it, which effectively hurled him back towards the door that he'd come in only a minute or two before. Tiberius tried to twist around as he flew through the door, so he'd catch it with his feet, allowing him to spring back towards the opponents with an aerial attack. Only his zero-G training had been a long time ago, so he actually managed a sort of mid-air epileptic fit before he hit the door frame upside down and backward, and then fell to the earth, landing on his head. A lesser man probably would have broken his neck. Tiberius' neck, along with his other bones, was reinforced. It'd leave him dizzy. The Space Force had no way to anchor the brain in place, so they still tended to flop around during sudden accelerations and decelerations. Scuttlebutt said the Force was working on that. Scuttlebutt said that you didn't want to be in the trial programs for that enhancement. Seeing his weakness, both spiders screamed, which was horrifying, and came charging in again. Tiberius did a sort of half somersault, half roll out of the door to get away from them, and that's where his luck sort of turned around. The door was low and narrow, having been designed for a sort of deep-sea shrub creature. A giant spider would probably have a hard time fitting through it even under the best of circumstances. Two enraged giant spiders trying to make it through at once was right out, and they sort of tangled up at the door in a ball of too many legs, too many weapons, and too much chitin. One of them managed to throw something that looked like a remote for an entertainment center at him, but beyond that, they were stuck. Tiberius had basically recovered from his earlier hit. Now he danced forward and threw more snapping kicks at the trapped spider legs. They seemed to be a vulnerable area, even if there was a lot of redundancy in this particular system. His kicks broke 5 legs total, though he honestly wasn't certain how they were distributed between the creatures. In return, he took several more spears and scimitars thrusts, but again, they only left shallow cuts. After 30 seconds of ducking, kicking, stabbing, and thrusting, the spiders backed out of the door. They were moving slowly now, with several legs tucked up under them, and there was quite a lot of blood on the floor. The spider's retreat left a clear shot between Tiberius and the bedroom where the blue girl was being held. Tiberius sprinted for it, clearing the common area of the house in a few long sparse strides and knocking the bedroom door open with his shoulder. The interior door was made of something light. Tiberius didn't really have time to decide what, as it splintered around him. but he was able to hold on to much more of his momentum than he had when he was smashing his way into the building. That was fortunate, because a buzz loud enough to shake his teeth in his head fired off an instant that he came through the door. "Crap! Laser!" Tiberius yelled to no one in particular. Then he rolled across the floor, trying to get out of the line of fire. None of his enhancements dealt with laser fire. There was another buzz, and a series of pockmarks stitched themselves into the floor that Tiberius had just been laying on as individual pulses of coherent light turned those chunks of floor into plasma. After a second, Tiberius's uncontrolled tumble fetched up against the alien something. It was probably furniture, but in the second that he had to examine it, he couldn't tell it was for sitting, sleeping, defecating, storing personal possessions, or laying eggs. Regardless, a quick, awkward scramble turned into cover. That was a great thing about laser fire. American colonial period muskets would have penetrated the flimsy alien Kia furniture, but the laser fire couldn't, or rather, it wouldn't fail instantly. The furniture jutted with tiny explosions as the laser operator drilled through it. But it gave Tiberius a moment to put his Space Force and place laser tactics into play. He tore off his shirt. The room had a fancy light fixture. Due to some strange fixation of the locals, practically every room on the planet did. Just as his cover collapsed into two smoldering chunks, Tiberius jumped for it. The laser platform noticed his movement and tracked it, but again, it couldn't quite keep up. The heart of Space Force placed weapons tactics was that most non-human races couldn't shoot for crap. They couldn't throw things with enough force to hurt anyone, so they lacked the mental hardware to extrapolate a path. That was easy to overcome with a computer. The laser, for example, targeted and moved itself, so the operator stayed pointed at its target. They typically sat atop the weapon, so the operator wouldn't be thrown off like a mechanical bull's rider. The tracking speed of the platform was limited. In an open field, that was meaningless. In an alien bedroom, Tiberius could keep just ahead of it. He got one hand on the light fixture and swung around in an arc that redirected his path towards the laser and confused its tracking system for half a second as it stitched a line of shots out across the ceiling. A half second was enough. Tiberius let go of the light and flew towards the laser and its operator. It was a strange instant where time almost seemed to freeze. Tiberius drifted through the air as slowly as he might have in deep space, and it wasn't clear if the track speed of the laser turret or its ballistic arc would reach its goal first. Red light was scattering off the lens of the laser, and in a moment it looked like an angry glowing eye. You could imagine it speaking, "Stop mucking around and let me shoot you. It'll be easy. I have data about humans so I can hit just the right spot. One pulse to ball your skin, one to blacken and burst your ribs, and then the next takes your heart. Less than a second total, I promise." And then the time lurched forwards and Tiberius tossed his shirt over the laser's aperture. There was an angry wail from the machine, and its beam was cut off so the heat and light weren't reflected back into the mechanism. In a pleasant turn of events, the spider on the laser wasn't armed. Tiberius threw 4 open-handed blows and broke 4 spindly chitin-covered legs. The spider reacted to that by clumsily jumping away and banging into a wall. "I am champion," Tiberius roared, raising his hands in triumph. As statements went, that was dramatically untrue. The room was on fire. The other 2 guards had just made it through the door, and the laser operator wasn't totally out.
"Hurry, over here."
"All right," he thought. "I'm here for a reason." The blue girl was on a chair in the corner that hadn't been shot up, set on fire, or crashed into. Good luck, that. The spiders moved slowly as Tiberius sprinted across the room and ripped the girl free from her bonds. They were all limping, and they were all taking the human in their midst seriously at this point. Mainly, though, they thought that they had him trapped, so they were spreading out and taking time to make a coordinated assault. The blue girl wasn't going to make fighting them off another time any easier. She had climbed him like a tree as soon as he'd freed her. Her chest heaved against his. She was whispering in his ear, telling him that he was her hero, and she knew that someone would come to save her. The spiders took a step forward. The laser operator was clearly angling towards his shirt now that it had some backup. The other 2 had evil looks on their non-faces. Space Force subdermal enhancements could be defeated by just stabbing someone slowly. The spider guards looked up for some slow stabbing.
Cover your eyes and, just how delicate are your arms? Like, could getting them cut off kill you?
What?
The spiders took another step forward.
Too late.
Tiberius took 3 quick running steps backwards, then jumped out the window. The glass wasn't enough to cut up his skin, and if the blue girl got cut up, she didn't bleed to death. Even carrying her, he was able to outdistance the limping spiders on the way back to his ship. It was a good thing that he'd had the foresight to break all those legs. 18 Earth hours later, and a couple of light years away, Tiberius sat in the galley of the Eon with an ice pack on his genitals. There was a cheerful ding, and V-37 booted back up successfully, restored from a backup it had taken of itself before it went out drinking. The robot looked around the room for a moment and then focused on its captain.
I presume I had a good time last night?
Tiberius glowered, but didn't say anything. In truth, neither being was certain if nights where he had to restore the robot from its backups were good or not. The robot downloaded and processed the Eon's logs from while it was out.
Sir, there is a Veton lying naked in your bed.
Tiberius continued to glower.
Sir, I must inform you that you should not have sexual relations with that female. While Veton look quite similar to humans, there are some important differences to be aware of.
Tiberius grunted. This particular grunt meant, "Thanks for the super timely information, Sparky. Shame you weren't around to drop that truth bomb earlier." Being neither human nor organic, V-37 was totally incapable of intuiting this meaning, and carried on without interruption.
While human sexuality is based around friction and touch, the sensation of Veton sexuality is derived from chemical stimulation of the dermis and the olfactory information. The female will secrete an acid while the male...
Yes, thank you. I picked that up when she started to stink like roadkill and tried to burn my schlong off while doing her best starfish impression.
Silence reigned for a long moment in the galley. Oddly, it was the human who broke it.
Can you believe she claimed that I was doing it wrong?
From her perspective,
V-37 correctly interpreted the shift in Tiberius' expression and trailed off. Its room-reading skills could have used improvement as it did continue.
If I were to coat your erogenous zones in a layer of non-reactive petroleum distillate and then apply a dusting of some potent base to that, you should be able to simulate...
No!
Silence.
I've completed a biometric analysis of the Veton female. Were you aware that she's kidnapped, Princess? Her planet is in the middle of a civil uprising, and there is several million cash reward for her safe return.
I was not...
That news was enough to win a smile of Tiberius, despite the persistent burning ache in regions of his body, which he really rather not have had aching or burning.
Shall I set course?
And somewhere in space, the Peregrine Eon made a sharp turn down to the port and a new heading towards fame, wealth, and glory, or whatever else it happened to find while seeking those things. End of story. One taken, one gathered. Written by My Name Means Bent Nose. The peoples of the world had their own gods. Dwarves, owlkin, gnomes, humans, and others, all races, had their own pantheons. Above those gods existed the highmost. The gods are the very elements of the world, one for each of the elements, light and dark, fire and water, earth and wind, and a seventh for those people called unsown, who had it within them to become aspected to any of the six. Between the greater elemental gods and the lesser cultural gods existed a third set. These other gods, they had various titles. The all-gods, the cardinals, the duals, each god unique to no people, claiming their right to aspects universal to all peoples. They represented the best and worst of all those things. Furastasia, of fury and justice. Amoebido, of lust and love. Superophance, of pride and arrogance. Lasus factio, of sloth and satisfaction. Avaratius, of greed and charity. Amoravita, of envy and admiration. Gerdintia, of gluttony and prudence. Fancy names for fancy gods. But the common soul knew of them by the face they wore, such as Furistitia, being called rage, justice, hate, or passion, depending on what womb had taken it. Each incarnate as known by many names, with one exception. She possessed but two names. a black-robed lady known both by her appearance as the masked and by her function, death. It has long been known that children have a sensitivity beyond that of adults when faced with the strange. It is rare that an adult is able to maintain that sense of curiosity and wonder through their later years in the face of eking out a marginally comfortable existence. Pella didn't know her grandmother was such a person. Pella just knew that she loved the woman who never brushed off Pella's wild stories. That is why it went that way. When he walked past the window of the outermost house of the village, Pella found herself spooked. She might not have put it that way, but when she ducked out of a window, that was the thought that crossed the mind of Pella's grandmother. Elodie couldn't let go, of course. She mustered her strength. "Come here, child. Do you see something?" Little Pella turned her head, looking at her beloved grandmother with wide eyes, and patted across the floor.
"No,"
Pella replied habitually. Elodie laughed weakly.
"There is no one else here, my child."
Mustering what strength she could, she lifted an arm slowly from the bed and rested it on Pella's head. The little 8-year-old reached up with 2 arms and held her grandmother's wrinkled hand as it slid to Pella's cheek. Pella rested a third on the hand closest to her that remained on the bed. Ellie continued to smile at the child that wasn't truly of her blood, but had been a better granddaughter than she'd hoped for.
I saw a human with a raven on its shoulder,"
Pella whispered.
and a mask on its outer shoulder."
"Oh," Ellie responded, letting the word draw out gently. "Did it scare you?" Pella paused for a long moment as she thought about it. Her grandmother never made fun of Pella's true feelings, after all. Finally, she answered,
"No, but you look so sad."
A hint of a smile played across Elodie's face. Pella's missed a subtle look of realization in Elodie's eyes. "You have nothing to worry about from him, little Pella." Ellie let her hand fall to the bed. "Now, close the windows and see to your parents."
"Okay,"
Pella replied. She padded over to the window to close the shutters against the chill wind of the late season and headed to the door.
"See you later, Grandma."
Pella had run off before Elodie could form the words, but that didn't stop her from speaking them. "At least once more, I beg." The raven turned her head and called, a low sound drawn out for a moment. Corin turned his head to follow her line of sight. "Something to worry about, lady." The raven shook her head, followed a moment later by her shaking out her wings, giving no response to the question. Corin looked at the cluster of huts at the entrance of this little village. South Bend wasn't a big place by any stretch of the imagination, but a stopover between somewhere and absolutely nowhere. But then, he was just as likely to end up in either of those places. More than a few shutters closed at his passing. In some places, a tall, dark stranger might draw interested gazes, but with a raven on his shoulder and him all in black, far be it from any superstitious villagers to strike up a conversation with the man. The inn was up ahead, a small building for a small village. It looked to have a tavern on the front with a second story at the back for travelers and another building attached for the owners. The village was as busy as expected in midday. Children ran past him, laughing and waving sticks, backs laden with baskets full of forest bounty. The pinging of metal on metal rang out in the blacksmith here on his left. An elderly dwarven woman glanced sideways at him as she hung clothes out to dry on his right, the second set of arms shaking out a shirt. Most of the adults would be out seeing to crops. There was much to harvest after all. Corin arrived at the door with a glance upwards. A wind-bent tree with countless hanging branches decorated the sign hanging above the door. Just as he had been told by a passing stranger, he had been promised good food here. Corin looked forward to it. He pushed his way through the door, setting off a set of wood chimes and alerting the proprietor. "Oi!" a voice shouted out further in. "Come here, my wencher. I'll be right there with you." A clatter of noise clearly told Corin the dishes were being cleaned. Corin walked in to look over the public room, a handful of tables surrounded by squat, sturdy chairs. Only one equally sturdy and squat, wrinkly old man sat within the room, the dwarf napping in his seat while nursing a drink. The walls were decorated with antlers and more than a couple crude wood carvings of animals or scenery, almost certainly made during a long winter days. The room was dim, lit only from the open windows adjacent to the entrance and sides of the room. Further in was a bar in front of an open door into what was certainly the kitchen. Corin shed his travel pack, letting it hit the empty floor next to the entrance with a heavy thump. Then walked to the bar to sit on the middle stool with a sigh. The tables he had walked past and the bar were smooth and clean, the only hint of mess being an empty plate in front of the napping old man. Well, a well-cared-for place that matched up well with Corin's other senses. Moments later, a squat old dwarf stepped out, a typical hill dwarf, an old man with proper head full of gnarled roots growing with the bright green leaves. He had stripped his root beard of leaves, however, a habit typical of dwarves who often cook. One set of thick hands perpetuated the eternal stereotype of barmen everywhere of drying a cup he was holding onto with a cloth. His other set of arms he placed on the bar, his knuckles and wrist covering by patches of thick bark. "Well, I'm Nock, the owner of this Windbrent boilo. What can I do for you, human? Yeah, for a night, or maybe more." "Just one night," Corin replied with a friendly tone while laying a few coins on the bar. It was rare that he had a luxury to stay anywhere longer than that. "But I have heard good things on the road about your food. I don't suppose that you might have something on the go." I can do soup and bread for you this hour," Nock noted, picking up the coin and biting it before nodding. "For more, it's gonna have to be later in the day. And your companion?" Nock gestured to Corin's raven with a hand palm up, not a twitch of suspicion in his face, somewhat rare for a dwarf. But then, Nock would see every traveler to visit this place, and not everyone feared what Corin was. "I understand. The lady and I can just share with," Corin replied. "I'm hoping for some good food, but I admit my stomach isn't feeling so juicy." Nock laughed. "Well, if you're staying the night, the stair leads up to the rooms with another stair to the back." Nock turned and walked back to the kitchen. "Well, get comfy and I'll get you a key and some soup." Corin settled in. "So, Nock," Corin yelled in a friendly tone to the dwarf as the gnarled old man left the site. "Anything interesting going on?" Nothing less was expected than the sharing of news. If he didn't ask Nock, the dwarf would ask him. They conversed until Nock returned with the promised items, and conversed afterwards as Corin ate. As Corin had hoped, the food was good. Halfway through the meal, a little dwarf girl with a wonderfully leafy braid of roots wound around her head ran in. She looked at Corin for a moment, with nervous eyes that flitted back and forth. He didn't miss where the eyes landed. Bella," Nock called. "Come on, then. There's work for it to be done."
"Yes, Papa."
A few things went quiet, as ugly as the problem of inheritance. Grandmother Elodie had lived a very long life, but had only had the fortune to bear a single child. Unfortunately, that son of hers had failed to be anything other than a burden and a beast. While Elodie did her best to raise a good son, the early death of her husband had inflicted a great deal of damage on those plans, and her son had long been strange, with all the signs pointing to a dark future. The harassment and cruel pranks upon other children, the savaged and twisted bodies of dead animals. Arket ran away from the little village, South Bend, determined to make something of himself in the capital. He had also stolen his father's sword and dagger, as well as a stash of coins on his way out. He returned decades later, destitute and damaged. The sullen, impatient, and cruel young man simply added bitter and old to the list of descriptors on his return. What Arket found upon his return was an ailing mother who had declared her wealth to go to the innkeeper and his daughter, a mother who wouldn't even let him sleep in his old room. Conversations had been had over time. Nock and Elodie were more than willing to cede the house to Arket, but Elodie would be handing many of her worldly goods over to Nock for the sake of Pele, and she would not tolerate Arket in the house until she was no longer there. He would have to stay at the inn. Forget that Nock put Arket up for no cost. Nothing less than everything that was his mother's would satisfy Arket. Many were convinced that Arquette's anger and bitterness had driven Elodie to the brink of her end far faster than necessary. It was a difficult suggestion to deny. In truth, Elodie's love for little Pella soothed the old woman's soul. Elodie was simply at the end of the best life that she knew how to live. While Arquette was useless in many ways, he had at least proven himself as a passable hunter. But passable was not the same as successful. And on this day he returned empty-handed. His temper had long simmered since the day of his return to the village and never settled. Long, Arquette had depended on drink to dampen his dark moods, and for the most part, it worked. But here, in South Bend, well, if he wanted to drink, he had to look at Knock. He had to look at Knock, and he had to look at little Pella as she scurried about delivering food and taking dishes from patrons. Such was his mood that he didn't even notice the human garbed in a black with a raven on his shoulder that evening. Such was his mood that when the tavern closed for the night and Knock's wife shooed everyone out, Arquette followed the innkeeper and his daughter to what was supposed to be his house, Arquette's hand on his pocket. Such was his mood that he never noticed the one who followed him. But then, there was something more involved in that case. Pella ran up first and put her hand on the door, but her papa's voice caused her to turn. "Well, what do you think you're doing tonight, then?" She turned around to see old Arquette at the short path to the house, standing on the first flagstone, his dull grey roots and leafless head shifting slightly as he looked past her papa and at her. "I think that it's time that we do another chalk," Arquette replied, his voice low. Pella didn't like the look in his eyes, although his eyes were really anything but cold. "We already talked, and we ain't gone to an agreement you liked yet," Papa replied with annoyance as he turned. "If you're willing to give ground, we could keep going in circles." Papa stepped forward, putting himself between Pella and Arquette. Then another person arrived, the human her papa had been talking with a black coat, with a strange and motionless mask on one shoulder, with a raven with glittering eyes on his other. "Well," Arquette replied, walking up to Papa, "I think I have another point worth listening to." "And what's that?" Papa asked. Pella looked into the next yard. The neighbors were watching closely, her papa and grandmama's son. She glanced further down the way and found more were watching, but no one was looking at the outsider. "Well, what I've been thinking," Arquette said, slowly drawing out his words as he slowly stepped forward. Pella looked at the dark man, then heard him speak as he looked to the raven. "This is the first." He unhooked the mask from his shoulder and held it over his face. She could see through the eye holes as he picked it up, but when he looked through it, she could see nothing. "Ah, so it's him. But does it have to be?" The raven called. Pella knew that they were talking. "No," Papa said harshly, his tone pulling Pella's stare away from the human. Her papa stepped up and bumped against Arquette's chest, upper arms crossed, lower arms with hands and hips. "You've been thinking all kinds of things, sir, and they are all worth dung. I ain't gonna consider talking with you unless you say you're gonna give ground." Arquette moved suddenly, yet the human was quicker. The mask fell from his face, and the raven flew as the human rushed in like a blur of shadow. Suddenly, he was grappling with Arquette. Papa stumbled and fell to his butt, utterly surprised by the sudden scuffle. Now Pella was convinced no one had even noticed him. A human was no match in close quarters for a dwarf. That's how it should have been. But just as quick as it had started, it was over. It was a soft sound from Arquette that ended the short fight. "Yeah!" Such a simple sound. Corin stepped away. Arquette's upper arms were held up and away. His lower arms clutched the dagger in his stomach. "What did you do, human?" Papa shouted suddenly. Pella ran up and grabbed her papa's closest hand.
"I saved you,"
she whispered with fright, shivering as she hid behind her father. Silence reigned as the dwarf named Knock finally looked at Arquette. Arquette stumbled back, then pulled the dagger from his gut, only for the blade to hit the stones with a clatter. Arquette looked up at the human, then just as suddenly his gaze snapped to another and his face twisted into an expression of utter fear, and he squealed. He left the blade where it lay as he scrambled back to his feet, stomach leaking blood. There it lay as he turned and ran, gasping and frantic. There it lay as he escaped into the dark of night. The dagger glinted with red and with green. No one spoke, their words frozen in the night. Then everyone realized the human was no longer there. Narket was easy enough to track in his panic-fueled escape. When they finally found him, he lay dead and cold. Pella lay in Elodie's arms, crying softly. Ellie's labored breathing likely added to the child's distress. "It's okay. It's okay," Ellie said with care and love as she stroked the back of Pella's head, rustling the young leaves of Pella's braid. "It's okay. It's okay." A couple of hours had passed. Nock and his wife Ryan sat in the living room, having closed the door behind them so that Ellie could comfort the young Pella in peace. But Elodie had a touch of curiosity left in her, and she was afraid for the Pella, who would soon have even fewer to talk to. "What did you see, little Pella?" Pella froze. Several moments passed, and then she lifted her head to look at Eddie with the tear-stained eyes. Eddie gathered her breath and spoke further. "They told me of the man, but what did you see? What did the rest not see?" Pella wiped her face with her sleeve, clearing away tears and a little snot. She closed her eyes, ordering her thoughts like her grandma had always taught her. Finally, she opened her eyes. Now clear with concentration and will, she spoke.
"The human, he followed Arquette here, but no one saw him,"
Pella replied with confidence. She trusted what she saw, and she knew Grandmama would believe it.
"He had a mask on his shoulder, and a mask no one else seemed to notice. He outed over his face, but when he put it on, I couldn't see his eyes."
"Did the mask change?" Elodie asked.
Not yet,"
Pella replied. "Not yet?"
"At first, the mask was blank and had no expression."
Eddie nodded her understanding. It hadn't been time yet. Of course it wouldn't change.
"But then the human dropped it, and it vanished for a moment. And at the same time, the raven flew away. But then the raven came back, but it wasn't a raven no more."
"Ah, the raven was wearing the mask," Elodie guessed.
"Yes, but it turned into something. It turned into smoke. That smoke got bigger until it looked like a human to a woman, but a mask.
Was very angry, wasn't it?" Pella's voice was very faint at the end.
"Angry, yeah, and sad."
Elodie pulled Pella in for a reassuring hug. Even that was almost too much for her. She then turned and looked. Well then, what do you have to say for yourself?" she asked. "Was it a split?" "Yes," he replied. "I was given the luxury of a choice tonight." Pella jerked away, turning in surprise to see the man sitting at Eddie's small desk. The chair looked too small under his tall frame. Again, the raven sat on his right shoulder, and the mask hung off his left. "Ah, good for Nock. It would be a tragedy for him to go so soon," Elodie replied softly. "But no split for me." "No," he replied. "I'm sorry." "Sorry," Elodie said with a surprise, her voice rising slightly. Her laughter turned into hacking in her ill health. She took a moment to collect herself as Pella's head swiveled back and forth. "Ah, forgive me," Ellie said softly. "Well, of course."
"Grandmama."
"Rest, child. I know I've scared you, but for him to visit me is an honor. May I know your name?" The man looked out the window for a moment. There was a hint of light in the dark morning sky, his face flickering slightly with emotions as he gathered himself. To see his concern, Elodie wondered if he was new to the role. He turned back. "I am Corin." He turned to look at his raven, while reaching across himself to pull the mask off his shoulder as he stood. "And this is Lady Charisse." Pella watched nervously, naturally afraid of the woman and the angry mask. Corin held up the mask, passing it in front of the raven and Charisse, while stepping to his left. The raven disappeared in a cloud of smoke. That smoke billowed out and coalesced into a feminine figure robed in black. The mask shifted, not to rage as Pella expected, but to a soft grief and gentle love.
"Grandmama?"
Pella asked again, clearly afraid. "At rest, my child," Eddie said, mustering the last of her strength for one last hug, pulling Pella to her chest. "The masked lady has come for me, and your face is full of love."
"What?"
Pella cried after her adopted grandmother explained.
No! Be at rest, my beloved Pella. It is time that I go with love and grace. No!
Pella cried weakly into Ellie's chest, hiding her face from the truth. Corin looked to his lady Charisse. She waited patiently. Pella cried in Elodie's arms, her shoulders shaking as she cried herself out, until finally she let go. Pella stood back, touching her grandmama's cheek one last time. Ellie wiped away the last of Pella's tears, or at least the last that she would see, then looked at Corin.
Only human advocates of the vessel are given to making a choice. Uncooperative younglings, right to the end.
Well, sometimes it is better that way, Corin replied, a little indignant. The lady leaned slightly, stretched out a hand, pale, cold flesh, and touched Ellie's cheek. The old woman sighed.
Oh, so warm.
And breathed her last. You won't stay? Nock asked quietly. It's been a difficult night, and you still got my gratitude. No, as I said, I was only here for a day. I really do have places to be. Very well then, safe travels, good man. Corin shifted the pack for comfort, and Lady Charisse squawked and fluttered her wings to balance. I appreciate it. It has been a pleasure. The human stepped out, not expecting to see Nock again, or at least for quite some time. He stepped out to the somber morning, many still in mourning for the loss of the cherished elder, a feeling he knew all too well. Quietly, respectfully, he walked back the way that he had come, passing the houses and somber villages, passing a house now entirely empty of life and heading down a path. He had many days ahead of him. The forest was thick along the path, but there was nothing new to him. At the intersection that split off the path to the village of the South Bend, he found a small girl resting against a tree, her eyes red from crying, but silent for now. As soon as she saw him, Pella climbed to her feet and stared at him. He stood in front of her, standing at the path. He traded somber looks with a tiny girl standing within the shadow of a tree much taller than him. A slight wind rustled the leaves of the tree and the leaves on her head. Corin smiled, friendly but sad, and spoke. Do you know, little Pella, why ravens are the symbol of the vessel?
No,
Pella whispered softly, watching with sharp eyes. Many think that it is because they are scavengers that eat refuse and the fallen. Cherry squawked rudely at him and shook her tail. Corin smiled again and continued, but that's far from the whole truth. Pella didn't respond. The other reason is because ravens and their smaller cousins, the crows, they aren't just scavengers. These birds find the jewels, the shining treasure, and carry them off. Corin reached up, and his lady leaned into his neck scritch. Corin looked at his companion, his smile turning soft. Just as the vessel finds shining souls to deliver them safely to the next life.
My grandmama, she's happy now.
I don't know, but she lived as good a life as she could, Corin replied. And I think you were all the reward she ever hoped for. Pella had one last question. She screwed up her face and concentrated hard on her words to overcome her natural accent.
Why, Charisse?
Corin sighed. He reached up and cupped the raven's side, putting the blackbird to his cheek. Because this is my beloved Lady Charisse, as a good woman as I've ever known. She's my love, a woman I was unable to give up, to my bitter end. The raven squawked in complaint, finally, and wiggled free to jump on his head. That's how we were chosen, really. The true disciples. The advocates of the masked. We are those who simply couldn't accept, wouldn't accept, until a deal was struck.
Are all vessels ravens?
Well, no, but they are the most common.
Oh.
Pella didn't say anything more, but her shoulders drooped, and she leaned back against the tree. Corin looked at her for a moment, but with her curiosity satisfied, Pella had nothing more to say. Corin nodded, turned, and continued down the path. Pella may have been a young girl, but she wasn't ignorant of the stories. People passed on to the next life all the time, and all over the place. How could the masked one be everywhere to collect those unfortunate souls? Well, The masked one had help, advocates, and vessels, roaming the world to collect the newly departed. The masks they wore a symbol of their duty and of their god. To the living, the mask showed a blank white face, void of expression. To those on the cusp, the mask reflected the worth of the life coming to an end. Pella watched the human walk, death riding his shoulder. Watched until he was long out of sight. It would be a much longer time before she admitted that she had seen the vessel of the masked, the god of death. That she had seen the mask filled with wrath for a soul turned evil. That she had witnessed the mask of grace for a soul that was truly good. All brought into her life by a human with a smile that was a mask of its own. End of story. An Alien Plays Project Zomboid, written by FarmWitch4275.
Great days and glorious victory. My name is Spifflemonk, and welcome to my Let's Play. Today, at the recommendation of my physician, I have been recommended to play a game that is not so, addictive. I've been recommended a game called Project Zomboid. That is a very unusual name. Apparently, it's rated overwhelmingly positive in the reviews, so I guess it's very, very good. Let's see some of the reviews.
Spifflemonk looks at the game reviews on its store page and raises an eyebrow at some of them. Some reviews include lists of ways to die, while others include mod listings or tips. Most reviews, however, are short stories of how characters in-game met a rather messy end.
Oh my, this looks strange. Eaten by zombies? What in the void is a zombie? Okay, well, let's get going then.
Spifflemonk starts the game. When the initial load is completed, he is greeted by the game's main menu splash screen, which is an animated picture of a man cradling a severely injured woman in a barricaded room.
Good lord, that is sad. What even is this game?
The game animation plays, overlaid by very sad, somber music. The image is very dimly lit. The viewer is unable to really see much of the two characters' features or facial expressions, and the soft sound of rain can be heard beyond the music.
Oh my goodness, what is this game? Well, I suppose I should get going. Let me just adjust a few settings to make editing a bit easier later.
Spifflemonk adjusts the volume and graphic settings, changing some control scheme buttons for a better fit for his four-fingered biology, and does a little bit of audio tweaking. He notices something in the background, and finally, he changes.
Wow, what was that? Lightning? Oh, that is quite immersive. Right, let's get started. Ooh, solo? That human lingo means go it alone. Now, I was told to go into custom sandbox mode and use the base settings for my first go, just to see. I was told that if your character gets killed, it's okay. Create a new one and rejoin. It's just like a respawn in Factorio, apparently. I've been given a list of basic traits for my character to start and choose my own as I get better in the game, so, here we go.
Spifflemonk chooses the traits and occupations. Burger Flipper as an occupation, Smoker as his negative trait, and a few positive traits such as Sneaky, Fast Reader, and Swift. He clicks next and comes to a character creation screen and clicks on the randomize button.
No, apparently I'm playing as a human female this time. Let's go!
Loading screens plays out. Its black background overlaid with white text.
Oh my, these are the end of times. There was no hope of survival. This is how you died. That is, foreboding? What is this game? Okay, I've loaded in.
Spifflemonk looks around, taking a longer time than usual to get used to the game's unique control scheme and isometric viewpoint. He looks around in various containers, and after about 10 minutes of fumbling about, gets used to how the game works and begins looking for supplies.
By my, this game is quite interesting. Never had a view like this before, so it took a bit to get used to. Now, from what I know, I should arm myself with a weapon and get some stuff to wear. I found, a kitchen knife. That counts as a weapon, I suppose?
Spifflemonk fumbles a bit more, looking through the house for supplies, noticing that he has a pack of 20 cigarettes and a lighter in his inventory. He collects his thoughts and finds tin food, books, magazines, a lucky find of a duffel bag, and some extra clothing.
Right, I looted the entire house. There wasn't much at all. A can or two of food, maybe, but I think this bag I found should come in handy. Now, let's go outside and...
Spiffle is interrupted by the sound of something streaking across the window, followed by some noises of banging. He moves around, somewhat carelessly, walking towards the sound of the noise and stops his tracks as he hears the sound of the window shattering.
What was that?
An NPC suddenly appears in the room, arms extended, and lunges towards Spiffle's character, emitting a horrible growling and guttural gobbling noises.
What is this? A human? What's it doing? Oh, by the God, stop! No, stop doing that! No! The knife! I have a knife! Have it!
Spiffle strains to get the combat system right and manages a lucky blow on the NPC. He nearly retches as the animation plays of his character grabbing the NPC by the head and then shoving the knife into the skull through the neck. Spiffle is in a bit of panic, and he completely forgets what's going on. He hears more banging and more window shattering. Within moments, Spiffle is surrounded by 5 of them and panics.
How do they get... No, stay back!
Spiffle screams in terror as his character is swarmed by NPCs. He watches in horrified terror as the NPCs grab and pull his character to the ground, with his character emitting an all-too-real sounding terrified shriek of terror and agony. Various sounds and noises made during this is very clear what's going on. Sounds of mouths gnawing at flesh, cracking of bone, and tearing of clothing. Spifflemonk is frozen in place in dead silence, his face contorted and trapped in what appears to be his species' version of an expression of horror. He clicks the Quit to Main Menu button and sits in dead silence. He finally pays closer attention to the main menu screen and notices what's really going on as the lightning illuminates the scene in front of him. The male in the picture is not cradling an injured woman, as evidenced by the sight of red flesh and spilling blood that he's in fact eating her.
Oh my God!
Spiffle sits in dead silence, staring directly into the camera in an expression that is best described as absolutely horrified to the absolute bone. He stares directly into the camera. His species is famed for the fact that his eyes glow brightly even in bright light. That famed glow was mysteriously gone from his eyes. He curls up into a fetal position as his channel outro plays. Top comment: Dude, are you okay? Perhaps Zomboid was the last game you should have tried. You look broken. If it's any consolation, we never had a zombie outbreak. It's just fiction.
Great days and glorious victory. My name is Spifflemonk, and welcome to my Let's Play. Today, by popular demand of my previous video, and some counseling, we are back at Project Zomboid. For all my non-human viewers, a zombie in human mythology is a human or creature that has been bewitched by a magic spell or infected with a strange mutagenic virus. This affliction causes them to become animalistic cannibals that do not sleep, do not tire, are hard to kill, and have only one purpose: to feed on the non-infected. What that says about humans is up to your discretion. Spifflemonk goes through the motions of starting a new game and gets into it, spawning inside a house in Muldrook suburb. He doesn't get nearly as lucky as he did last time and finds only a can of pineapple and a saucepan to use as a weapon. After a bit of work organizing his inventory, Spiffle gathers his thoughts and walks outside, finally finding the crouch button as he carefully sneaks past the group of zombies towards the next house. You don't see me, I'm nothing, I'm a ghost, you see nothing.
Spiffle tries the front door of the house and finds the door locked. He tries a few windows and finally opens one, only to have the house's alarm go off. He panics and thinks he has time to try and loot the house quickly.
Oh no. Okay, I can do this, in and out. Quick, it's a tuffle rat.
He begins to loot and pillage the house as best he can and gets ambushed by a zombie in the bedroom. He dispatches it in a panic and barely scrapes by. His celebration is cut short by a zombie coming in behind him and biting his character. He fights it off only for 2 zombies to break the window and fall in the room. He is once again swarmed and eaten alive.
Oh, come on!
Okay, Spiff, calm down. Lesson learned. Okay, stay away from the house alarms. Spiffle is visibly shaken by the horrified screaming as his character is eaten. He restarts, continuing the world he had going by selecting a new character and starting again. He has less luck than last time and only finds a frying pan for a weapon and uncooked bacon as food.
I did not get so much as a scrap of anything this time. It seems that the spawn isn't so lucky. I only got a frying pan, right? Let's give this another go.
Spiffle plays as normal, sneaking past a group of 6 zombies and heading to a house. He seems to have learned his lesson, and before attempting to try a window, he carefully looks around him and makes sure that he's alone. He opens the window, and luckily this time, no alarm. He kills 1 zombie in the living room and bedroom and loots the place. He finds a kitchen knife and a fanny pack with a can of tuna, but no can opener.
Right, so we have food and a bit of extra clothing. Let's go for more.
Spiffle carefully exits the building and sneaks his way through the area. He encounters his first big structure, the Muldra High School, and decides to go in. It goes poorly, and he gets bitten running from a horde. He escapes the horde that tries to swallow him. He manages to get to the safety and barricades himself up. Unfortunately, he couldn't get to a good spot fast enough, and his character dies from blood loss. Because he's been bitten, his character resurrects.
What? What is this kind of evil that you humans think of? I mean, seriously, what kind of horrible nightmares must you have dreamt to come up with this kind of evil?
Spiffle looks in horrified fascination at the sight of his character now wandering aimlessly as a zombie. The channel outro plays. Top comment. Seriously, you had this kind of reaction to a few games of Zombie. God alone help you if you ever find the SCP universe. My recommendation, don't play any SCP games or Resident Evil or Silent Hill. Those games might kill you.
Great days and glorious victory. My name is Spifflemonk and welcome to my Let's Play. It's back to Project Zomboid again by popular demand. I cannot understand why my subscribers hate me so much as to demand I continue to subject myself to this. However, I have watched various other videos relating to PZ, and I have a bit more knowledge now. Let's get to business.
Spifflemonk plays the game as normal, managing to survive for a full half an hour until the first night. His character thus far has no serious encounters, has killed a few zombies, and had a close scrape, but it's otherwise fine. Spiffle goes to sleep on the top floor of a house.
Why am I shaking? What is this? Oh, look, I'm actually in distress. Is this what happens to humans too?
Spiffle zooms in on his face camera to the sight of his 4-fingered hands, purplish skin, and all shaking rather aggressively. It seems that he can't actually hold his hands still, regardless of how hard he tries. He returns the face cam to its normal position, and his character wakes up around 6 a.m. He does some minor looting and leaves the house to find the area now has a dense morning fog surrounding it.
What is this? What is this strange white thing that's all over the place? I can't see very far. I can't see at all, actually. Okay, if someone in the comments can tell me what this strange blanket thing is, I would appreciate it. Let's go. This way.
Spiffle heads towards the town and has a lucky encounter with his first car. It is, however, surrounded by 8 zombies, so he goes to work and manages to clear the area.
Righty-ho then. I think I'm getting the hang of this strange control system here. Now, I recognize this thing at least. An automobile, or as the humans call it, a car. Now, for my non-human viewers, we have a similar concept called a kermotor. It's basically the exact same principle. As far as I know, human vehicles are a lot simpler because they use petroleum instead of plasma cells and hydrogen cells. Now, if I recall correctly, I have to approach the front end and, Spiffle gets to the front and accesses the car's mechanics. By an incredible stroke of luck that even humans would find absurd, the car is in a reasonable condition with a quarter tank of fuel in it. Spiffle moves to the driver's side and by an even more absurd stroke of luck, finds the key in the glove box. He starts the car and carefully drives off, stopping and starting as he gets used to how driving works. After a while, he gets up to a decent speed
and heads up the road towards what appears to be a larger structure on his map.
Now I am told to go through the roads here to get to something called a shopping mall, which apparently has a high zombie population, but a very, very good loot location. I need cigarettes for my character here, so I need to find some. I only have 2 left.
Spiffle is driving somewhat carelessly as he ends up in the main street suburb of Muldra and speeds directly into a car stuck in the road. The car engine stops from the impact and Spiffle's character passes out from the impact. The screen view narrows to reflect this, and Spiffle panics as he starts to hear noises of zombies approaching.
Oh no! What did I do? What happened? Oh no! Did I crash? Spiff, you idiot! You weren't paying attention.
Sounds of windows smashing, followed by an agonizing scream of Spiffle's male character, are heard, followed by the game over screen. His character is now a zombie wandering around, surrounded by around 20 or so zombies that swarm the car. Spiffle is caught off guard, and the horrified screams seem to break him for a few minutes. He swallows nervously and stares blankly with a now all too familiar glowless expression straight into the camera. The channel outro plays. Top comment. This comment was written by an Iridani IP and has been translated. Why would humans do this? Why would they make something so horrific? Why? Reply comment. Why? Why the hell not? It's fun. Besides, Project Zomboid isn't terrifying or scary. It's tense and unnerving. You want scary? Alien Isolation. You want terrifying? SCP Containment Breach. Now that's some scary stuff.
Great days and glorious victory. My name is Spifflemonk, and welcome to my Let's Play. Today shall be the absolute final time I played Project Zomboid. I found this game far too disturbing. Far too disturbing. We are starting this time with something different, as I have skipped recording of the first half an hour or so, as it is basically the same and I've gotten so used to it, it's quite easy. I've been challenged by a subscriber I know in person to survive a thing known as a helicopter event. Even if I don't survive, I do not care. I shall not do this again. My poor heart can't take it. Gameplay begins and Spiffle is decently set up in a small base made out of a house. He still doesn't seem to know a few basics about the game, such as closing curtains to mask movement from zombies, or using sheetrope to create makeshift escape points in houses. However, he has made a good progress and has several duffel bags on the table in the kitchen full of food and a few guns hanging around. Right, this is good. So far, my best run. As you see, I did a lot of looting and even managed to find some lucky things off zombies, including a shotgun thing. What is a shotgun anyway? Spiffle is unable to continue his thought on the matter as he is interrupted by the sound of an approaching helicopter. What is that noise? What is this human voice? It sounds like it's coming over a loudspeaker. Spiffle charges out of the house only to be met by a horde of 20 zombies shambling towards him. He hurriedly charges back into the house to grab his shotgun and measly quantity of 40 shells. By now, Spiffle has a handle on the awkward combat system and goes into battle swinging, killing 10 zombies within a couple minutes. His character is suddenly grabbed, but suffers only minor scratch. Oh, blast you! Blast! You will pay for that! Spiffle quickly dispatches his attackers and vanishes into a nearby house to tend to his wounds. Finding only a scratch, he quickly patches himself up and heads back into combat. Both he and the character begin to panic as the size of the zombie horde he encounters has grown from around 20 or so into a mass of about 50, drawn in by the helicopter. He is swarmed again, but valiantly fights, firing his gun, sprinting away, and then turning to fire again. Eventually, he runs out of ammunition and tries to escape the area. Madness! They just keep coming. Why do they just keep coming? Spiffle attempts to run past the zombies and, due to his character's panicked and exhausted state, trips and he is grabbed to the ground. His female character's death screams seem to strangely protracted, lasting a bit longer and seeming a bit louder than the others. Once again, the glow in his eyes that is characteristic of his species is mysteriously gone as he stares in abject horror into the camera for one final time. His channel outro plays. Top comment. Wow,
Does it seriously affect you that much? Dude, calm down. It's only a game. It's pure fiction. Sure, it can be terrifying, but that's what fiction is. We like to have our pants scared off of us from time to time. We don't know why, really. It's just fun. Reply from Spifflemonk.
You find this fun? You people are insane!
End of story. You Weren't Supposed to Win, written by Armed Lad. I'm sorry. The Terran representative blinked and cocked his head to the side. The man flashed his teeth in a smile, a disarming gesture that many, in truth, found intimidating. The chairman of the galactic conglomeration rumbled his skills in displeasure before repeating himself. The war you weren't supposed to win. The Terran furrowed his brow. Was there a discrepancy between your analyst and the data, or am I missing something? A murmur swept through the assembly. Diplomats and representatives conversed with each other as the Terran stood in the center, utterly ignorant to what his race had done. More order! More order! The chairman chimed the bell and brought the muttering to a standstill. His mandibles chittered and clacked together as he leaned forward against his desk. Terran, he sneered, do you realize what you have done? Oh, I see. The face of the representative in question lit up in recognition. The fool. How could it have taken him so long to realize? He chuckled mirthlessly. My apologies. It was not our intent to upend the current balance of power with the Orion arm. You see, that was started by the ultimatum delivered to us by the Trinili. An even bigger murmur swept through the assembly, reverberating across its halls until the chairman could take it no longer. How could the Terran be so blind? You fool! He called out, not even bothering to silence the crowds. Nobody is supposed to win a relativistic war. That's the entire point. Oh, the Terran understood the point well. Too well. A low chuckle emanated from within his chest. He leaned back and tilted his head down, corners of his lips pulling into another uncanny smile. But his white teeth flashed under the lighting, and the conglomeration was reminded of just exactly how humanity became the dominant species on Terra. I see. Do you now? The chairman didn't believe him at all, but nonetheless gave him the opportunity to speak. I do. The Terran's predatory eyes bored into the chairman's body. The representative leaned forward to place both his hands on the podium and leaned towards the microphone. Terra 1 again apologizes. It was not her intent to cause such a massive loss of life. However, she does not believe that an endless fear is preferable to a fearful end. Moreover, the Terran's eyes flashed down before darting back up. She is not to be condemned for choosing so. A fearful end? The chairman pincers dug painfully into the desk's granite surface. That is what we shall all face because of you. Terra has no quarrel with the conglomeration. The Terran tilted his head back up. The war was exclusively between Terra and the Trinili. And yes, you have changed everything. The chairman's body heaved, ragged breaths flowing through his esophagi as he calmed himself. Relativistic weapons are the absolute arbitrators of power. For a species to lose an entire planet to such weapons would be catastrophic. Catastrophic? His eyebrows raised as he countered. I may be punished for saying this, but however valuable they may be, for Terra to lose one of her dominions, it would be horrific, but far from catastrophic. You dare! Yes, I do. The chairman fell silent as the Terran interrupted him. If you want peace, prepare for war, he quoted. The conglomeration follows this, correct? The Terran looked to the representative species present, and their various heads and appendages nodded in approval. Liars! No way now, the chairman prodded the Terran further, hoping to goad him into making a misstep. You are, the Terran doubled down. When the Trinili told us that we were to renounce claim over our colonies in the Armstrong sector, lest we be annihilated by their relativistic arsenal, we were expected to acquiesce. This was expected both by them and the conglomeration, correct? Indeed, the chairman responded in curiosity, both genuine and manipulative. It would only be logical. Their relativistic arsenal was thrice the size of your own, enough to destroy 3/4 of your empire. The numbers didn't lie. No, they didn't, the Terran admitted, but they told a different story. The Terran took a step back from the podium and looked around at the chambers he spoke in, letting the conversation breathe and for the assembled delegates to absorb the information. Tell me, how much of our relativistic stockpile should be depleted? At least 90%, the chairman answered easily. There is no other way. Incorrect. Really, it was about half. Another murmur once again swept through the chamber as the Terran let the information marinate. Impossible! Quite possible, Your Grace. Our relativistic weapons carry multiple warheads, each capable of attacking a different target. The chairman paled. We believe you to be bluffing. Now why would we do that? The Terran asked genuinely. The Trinhilli tempted a war that threatened the survival of the Terran Empire, unless she submitted to unacceptable demands. Consequently, she struck first. The Trinhilli's fleets were in port and their weapons weren't even armed. So what's hard to understand? The chairman and the delegates remained silent until the Terran was hit full force by the weight of what he just said. Wait, none of you actually thought about what would happen in a relativistic war. You just thought that you would die. The chairman remained silent, not liking where this was going. Ah, I see, the Terran swallowed, taking a breath and then letting out a deep sigh. You assumed that because you had relativistic weapons, you had deterrence. That is not how Terra views it. For Terra, the first rule of deterrence is to always assume that it never works. I beg your pardon? It's quite simple, really. The Terran once again flashed a dangerous smile. When Terra prepares for war, she does not merely prepare to fight. She prepares to win. End of story. Story number 2. Human Nightmares are Sakari, written by Catfish21SM. Since the humans were accepted into the Galactic Union, our bottom line has dropped considerably. That's why the corporation has decided to glean the secrets from humans in whatever means necessary. Unfortunately, straight-up physical torture carries far too many risks. If we were exposed, we risk complete removal from the Galactic Union. That would be unacceptable. Thus, our torture technique must be in such a way that no one, not even the humans, know what's happening. That's where our new invention comes in. It hasn't been released to the public yet, but it gives control of the mind, creating controlled hallucinations. Since the humans have a period of their normal daily lives undergoing similar hallucinations that they refer to as dreams and nightmares, we were able to use this to our advantage. First, we gave the corporate bigwigs a free vacation to one of our luxury resorts under the premise of building a cooperative business relationship. Then while they were all sleeping, we turned the software on. Our spies entered human dreams. They were just a garbled mess. One was dreaming of mating rituals with a plantation race. Another was dreaming of flying through space without a spacesuit. Another yet was dreaming of sitting in a hot tub at the resort. Getting information out of them was not going to be that easy. The next night, we implemented Plan Nightmare. We had the humans dream that they were being tortured by another race. We tried everything that we could think of. We insulted them with the greatest human insults. We beat them mercilessly. We even killed one of them. However, none of them were willing to spill their secrets. We were running out of time and getting desperate, so we decided to set Nightmare Engine on without direction. It would influence their dreams to go down a negative path, but it wouldn't directly control them. And we did it. We got information on the humans. It wasn't the information that we wanted, but it was useful information nonetheless.
after having their internals ripped out and devoured before their eyes by beasts that they could only describe as their dimensional horrors. One of our men was hospitalized for what may be the rest of his life. Several others needed temporary medical attention. Anyone left except for me quit. My human dreamed of a unicorn chasing him, a creature from human mythology. The next day, I was sitting with the humans when one of them commented, "I don't know what it is about this place, but my men haven't seemed to have good night's rest since we've got here."
Yeah, that's pretty strange, isn't it?
It really is. Say, where did all of your men go?
They had an important business call. No worries. I'll see to your every need.
That's perfect. Well then, we need to discuss the price of that dream manipulation device that you guys have been developing.
I'm not certain what you're talking about.
Don't play dumb. We both know what you did here is a violation of intergalactic policy. Your whole species should be banned from the Galactic Union if word of this got out. Fortunately for you, we're willing to make a deal.
I'll talk to my bosses and see what they say.
Excellent. Then let's enjoy what time we have left here. It's rare to get such a good vacation these days.
Just one question. Most of our men were hospitalized or sustained some form of trauma. But you humans are fine. Why is that?
Oh, I thought you already knew. Nightmares are pretty normal for us. End of story. So what? Everyone's got super soldiers, written by Fox Corp.
Sir, I don't think you understand. We need to leave, now!
Milo lashed a tentacle towards the lumbering brute he called a bodyguard. Back off, Jordan. Humans are like a smaller, weaker and significantly less airy version of you. If you can't handle just one of them, I might as well fire you on the spot. In the 10 cycles Jordan had worked for Milo, the lumbering 9-foot hairy mass had never shown even an ounce of fear. As Milo observed Jordan in that moment, that all changed. The hulking figure was visibly shaking. He wasn't just in fear, he was petrified.
You don't get it, boss. They're not like other super soldiers. They're glorified fast lanes to hell. If this really is a human name taker after you.
Jordan paused for a moment to look at the vital sign monitor hooked up to the rest of Milo's security detail.
And based off of this, I'd say that it is.
Their fearless hardcore warlord bent down to Milo's level, placed a meaty paw on the gelatinous glob that was Milo's species' approximation of a shoulder, and locked eyes as he concluded,
"We need to get the feck out of here as fast as possible."
Milo took a glance at the security feeds. He observed a lone figure clad in elegant suit and tie, picked up an ATM with one hand, only to swiftly smash it down onto a horrified hired gun a half-second later. Milo went translucent in fear as the human took notice of the camera, smiled, and swirled a pistol around in his finger and blasted it. As the screen went to static, followed by another screen, and then another. Milo turned to Jordan and let out a pitiful squeak. "Oh, get me to the shuttle, now!" Jordan nodded and grabbed his battle mace.
"Follow me, sir."
As Jordan opened up the door from Milo's office and into the compound at large, an explosion could be heard from somewhere in the building. A nearby guard flinched at the noise, prompting Jordan to scowl at him and grab the guard's pistol.
"You fight the humans, coward!"
The guard stammered in protest. But my pistol, how can I fight without? Jordan brandished his newfound firearm and roared,
"Would you rather I kill you now or take chances with the human?"
The guard cowered, apologized, and darted off in the direction of the rampaging human. With that out of the way, Jordan and Milo began moving as fast as they could towards the shuttle pad. Every time either one of them began to get exhausted, they would hear a gunshot, explosion, or scream coming from behind them that would hasten their step. Terrifyingly, the noises only seemed to grow ever closer as the track tracked on. Eventually, the duo reached a massive atrium, stretching 20 floors high, balconies lined with armed guards on every floor. Jordan escorted Milo into the glass elevator at the end of the room and slammed the door shut on several other guards trying to hoof it out of there alongside them. Milo turned to Jordan nervously. Do you think that the glass is bulletproof?" Jordan turned and said,
"I sure hope it is, boss."
Before Milo could let out any more awkward and horrified elevator speak, gunfire erupted in the atrium below. The human had breached the room and was clearly visible through the wondrous views of the now shockingly exposed glass elevator. Milo and Jorda watched in horror as the human lunged at the guard, delivering a single punch that caved in his skull, and stole the corpse's rifle, only to aim it at the glass undercarriage of the elevator they both resided in. Milo let out a blood-curdling scream as the rifle let out a continuous stream of whips, followed by a deliverance of massive cracks in the elevator's once pristine glass visage. By the end of the rifle's supply of bullets, the elevator was so dinged up that the glass could no longer be considered transparent. While Jordan and Milo went effectively blind, their ears continued to function. Second by horrifying second, the gunfire got quieter and quieter, eventually replaced entirely only by the sound of Milo's security letting out shouts of unadulterated terror. As the elevator finally reached the 20th floor with a half-hearted ding, the gunfire and shouts had entirely stopped. But a strange thud could be heard from the atrium below in a periodic fashion. Jorda decided to state the obvious.
The human approaches. We must go.
The pair were faced with a long hallway before them. At the end of it lay a set of doors that led to a shuttle pad of Milo's building. If they could make it there, they could live to die another day. Knowing this, the two set out at the highest speeds their bodies could manage towards their light at the end of the tunnel. Before the two could make it even halfway down the hallway, they heard a gargantuan crash. Milo looked behind him to see what was going on, only to see the hand of the human name-taker protruding from the elevator glass. In another second, another crash was heard, and the human busted through the glass entirely.
Go on, boss. Time for me to earn my pay.
Jordan clearly meant for his last words to come out as noble and honorable, but between the stuttering and the violent shaking his body was subject to, they didn't quite come out that way. The massive Hokthor, tired muscle, did his best to plant his feet in preparation to clash with the human, but it wasn't enough. When the human reached him, Jordan attempted to slam his mace down upon the name-taker, but the human simply caught the hammer and said, "You know, I expected a lot more from someone who looks so much like a Sasquatch," and swiftly put a bullet through the warlord's brain with the stolen pistol that had just a second ago resided on Jordan's hip. Milo was beyond terrified to witness this happen, but he was so close to the doors that he hadn't fully yet given up hope. That was, until the human caught up to him almost immediately, did a flip above him and landed in front of him. After all that, Milo gave up hope and began stammering, "Please, I'll give you anything that you want. Money, drugs, anything." The human simply put a finger on his lips to shush the kingpin and pulled a holographic list from his wristwatch. "Let's see here. Mr. Milo Golesh, you are charged with slavery, sapient trafficking, conspiracy to commit murder, theft, fraud, and what's this?" The human let out a slight chuckle. "See, your name probably wouldn't have come up on my roster for a year or two if it wasn't for this. Tax fraud." The human pulled out 2 grenades from his vest pocket. "Now, normally for members of your species, I give them a choice. They can either die to an incendiary or fragmentation grenade. I trust that you understand that I can't simply shoot you because of your gelatinous nature." The man stopped to toss the grenades in his hand. "But I've got my own policy for slave scum like you. You all get the incendiary." With that, the human pulled the pin on the grenade and took a few steps back. "For what it's worth, I really hope it hurts." Milo went out screaming in agony while the human strolled out the doors to the shuttle pad. As he reached the doors to the shuttle, the man pulled out his holographic visage of his personal AI assistant, Joe. "I'm not getting too soft to these guys, am I?" Without missing a beat, Joe replied, "No, Bob. You're just as ruthless as ever. In fact, I must say that the average sapient may even sympathize with the slavers." Joe let out a synthetic chuckle. "Who am I kidding? Nobody gives a crap about those guys. If anything, they go out far too easy." Bob shook his head and sighed. "Well, I guess it's a good thing that the slavers removed my emotional capabilities back in the day. For some reason, I doubt the average human would find this line of work very, stomachable." As Bob powered up the shuttle, Joe laughed again.
Truthfully, Bob, I think those slaver bastards did themselves a favor. Just imagine how dangerous you human super soldiers would be if you could feel anger. Hell, the thought of that scares me, and I'm not even capable of really dying.
Bob was deep in thought for a moment as he began to take off. Maybe you're right. In any case, how's my schedule looking for the rest of the week?
Well, looks like the agency's got you scheduled to kill a dictator tomorrow. And after that, you've got a day or two off for some good old R&R.
Bob eased the seat back as he glanced out the view screen to Milo's compound engulfed in flames. Sounds good to me, Joe. Make sure to get me lodgings with a shower and a damn good dry cleaning. I've got a tad more Bigfoot blood on me than I'd like at the moment. End of story. The Exobiologists was so wrong, written by Shane Watson. 12 gone. I arrived in orbit around the heavy world. I am not the first to discover it, of course. Others have placed orbital observers, OOs, around it. But if anyone has sent in landers, they haven't shared what they found. That's why we decided it's better to send a person down there. Because of all the OOs, it took a while to calculate a safe orbit from which I can descend to explore and return to at the end of each day. There's no way that I could survive down there for more than a few days, despite my high G training. Tomorrow, I test out that training and this new grav lifter. It's got an impulsor stronger than even most heavy freight lifters, with a body light enough to be a racer and strong enough to be a ramming vessel. We know there's life down there, but what it's like, no one's sure. The exobiologists think that they know what life will look like down there. Low plants, broad, squat animals, all small and probably exoskeletal, if there are any, with the possibility of large animals in the oceans. Honestly, I think that they are just assuming life like home, but with about twice the gravity. One thing they probably have right is that the chance for intelligent life to evolve under such extreme conditions is near enough to non-existent. It isn't likely to happen for this world any time before the death of their star. The planet itself is beautiful from orbit. The blue oceans and the play of clouds reminds me of home, but the cloud formations are different, more violent. 13 gone. One complete rotation of the planet below is equivalent to about 2/3 of a day. I figured that it would be a good measure of time while I'm here. I decided to stay for one rotation, then return to orbit to sleep and recover. The idea was to cover a lot of ground and gather a great deal of data and samples, while maintaining my health. I didn't make it through a half rotation. Just how wrong the exobiologists were was apparent before I even touched down. The short, ground-hugging plants were there, of course, but there were also massive tall plants, spreading their light-gathering parts high into the sky. I took some samples of the low plants and the dead fallen part from one of the tall plants. There was no way that I could reach it to get to the live parts. The animals, I don't know where to start. Yes, the small exoskeletal animals were everywhere, and some of them fly. The flying ones bite, and some of the others do as well. I don't know what sort of venoms they possess, but the suit hit me with a broad-spectrum anti-venom the second I got the first bite. It still hurt like fire. How could something so small hurt so bad? Those annoying little things weren't the only animals, though. They were tall creatures with 4 limbs and a head on a long neck, able to eat the live parts of the tall plants. Knowing how hard my hearts were working, even in my exosuit to keep blood to my brain, I thought it must have been a chain of hearts to push blood that far against this gravity. There were animals flying, running, walking, slithering, you name it. All of them were far larger than what I was told to expect outside of the oceans. The thing that made me quit early for the day was the largest animal that I've ever seen. Nothing at home even comes close to its bulk. The long-necked animal was taller, but looked fragile. Not this. It had huge flaps on the sides of its head, a thick body, 4 stout legs, and a tentacle on its face that it used to bring things to its mouth. On either side of the tentacle, large curved horns extended, promising quick death. I thought that with its size it would be slow and lumbering,
When the largest one waved its head flaps and charged for me, I thought I was about to die. They are not slow, and I learned that fear is a good motivator to run even under double gravity. 14 gone. I stayed on the ship in orbit and rested. The few samples I collected have been analyzed and recorded, and the samples themselves disposed. The collection containers have been sterilized, and I've been through decontamination twice. Tomorrow, I'll be landing far away from the giant monster animals. I've picked a spot that seems to have more of the tall plants. They probably don't squeeze themselves in there. Maybe there'll be more of the tall animals. They were rather amazing. The spot I'd initially chosen for tomorrow is being hit with a massive storm. The best guess the ship sensors and computer can come up with is wind strong enough to blow the ship about like a mote of dust. The wind force is more than 3 times higher than any ever recorded at home. 15 gone. Writing this from the surface of the planet, when I make it back to the ship, I'll have to head home. I'd hoped for more time, but I fell, and in the heavy gravity, injured myself. My leg is broken, I'm sure of it. It's not a compound fracture, at least. When I stop and rest, like now, the world around me is filled with hoots and howls and whistles and cries. The noise is everywhere, and nowhere at once. It's as if every creature has something it wants to tell every other creature. I've managed to gather a few specimens. One of them was a large, segmented exoskeletal animal with a pair of legs in each segment. It was kind of cute until it bit me, and my suit responded with anti-venom again. If I thought the bite of the other creature hurt, this one was on a whole different level. It still burns all the way up my arm, even though my suit says I'm safe from that. It was while I was reeling from the pain of that bite that I tripped over the base anchor of one of the tall plants. I heard it as I landed with the lower part of my leg across another one of the base anchors of the plant. It was a clear snap, followed by my howl of pain. The rest of the creatures fell silent then, and stayed that way until I got myself calm and quiet. I had a momentary fear that something was creeping up on me, and I was going to become some animal's dinner until the noises resumed as they had been. The sheer diversity of life in this extreme gravity well is bound to have an effect on what we think we know about biology. I've seen plants with brightly colored organs that small flying animals drink from with long protrusions from their face. There's ones above my head right now as I lay here trying to rest. The flying animals have a soft covering of some sort, and its wings are vibrating so fast it can hover in place while it drinks. I wish I could get a sample from it. 16 gone. Yesterday, I had almost made it to the ship when I saw them. They were similar to the other animals, but I knew right away that they were intelligent. They wore what could only be described as clothing and carried tools, not simple sticks either. They communicated to others that were nowhere to be seen with small handheld devices. One of them made noises at me. I guessed it was trying to talk. It kept its voice soft and pointed at my leg and held up a container it carried. I was too frightened by their predatory eyes and size to do much. They were bigger than me, bipedal and social animals. If they wanted to disembowel me and eat me then and there, they'd have a better chance than even the giant creature I'd seen the first day. I froze in place while the creature set the container down next to me and examined my leg. It was gentle as it probed along it with its bare fingers with no claws. When it touched near the break, though, I couldn't keep silent. It made a hissing noise and then went back to its soft voice. It opened the container and I saw a myriad of tools that I couldn't begin to comprehend. But it pulled something out, measured it against my lower leg, and then pulled out a roll of some sort of cloth. It continued with its soft voice. I couldn't tell what it was trying to say, but it sounded like it was trying to be soothing. The creature used the thing that it had pulled out as a splint on my leg and wrapped it with cloth. The cloth was elastic and stuck to itself. When it had finished the splint and closed up the container, it gestured as if to pick me up. The gravity had so worn me out by that point that I couldn't fight back. I expected to be carried back to the creature's lair, but it carried me to my ship. It helped me into the seat, and then the creatures began to chat at each other.
The tone was clear, and it seemed that one had helped me and carried me to the ship disagreed with the other two. I told the creature I needed to get back to orbit and go home, that the gravity was too much for me. I did my best to use gestures to make my meaning clear. The other two creatures left, and the one that had helped me sat on the floor on the ship and refused to move. With no other choice, I ascended back into orbit. The relief from the steep gravity well was welcome, and I passed out in the presence of the creature that I thought still might eat me. What would intelligent life on this planet be like when everything else is lethal or harmful, right down to the gravity and the weather? They must be terrible monsters. That's what I thought yesterday anyway. When I awoke, the creature was checking my leg. It had carried my samples on board and figured out how the sample containers fit into the analyzer and had fed them in. I stripped out of the exosuit, and the creatures removed the splint while I removed the legs of the suit. It then resplinted my leg after checking it. It held up a small round of compressed powder and did some miming. I think it might be medicine of some sort. I took the compressed round and fed it to the analyzer. It was a potent analgesic that would bind to certain proteins' coupled receptors and cause hyperpolarization. This, in turn, would block pain signals on that path. It seems they have a similar nervous structure to our own. When the analyzer told me that it was safe, I took it. There was no way I was going to anger the creature. The pain relief was far beyond what I would have expected. Before I became too tired to stay awake any longer, the creature and I mimed back and forth for a while. Its name is Annie, and I told it my name. I figured out their head movement behaviors were yes and no. When I tried to tell Annie that I was going to return to the planet, it moved its head in a no gesture, sat on the floor, and crossed its arms. The ship's sensors are telling me that if I don't head home within the next day for medical treatment, I will be in dire straits. I've set the controls to take me home, and I'm trying to stay awake to see how the creature reacts. Perhaps I can learn. 17 gone. I passed out while writing yesterday's journal. I woke when the analgesic wore off. I realized the pain was far worse than I had thought. Annie seems to be worried about me and is showing me the pictures it took on its communication device. It took several moving and still images of the OOs in orbit around the planet. It was chattering about the large one in particular when I saw it. The markings in the OO were the same kind of markings as those on the communication device. Those weren't other stars keeping their secrets from us after all. The creatures had managed to climb out of their hellish gravity. The creatures also seemed enthralled by the moving image it took of the window in warp space. I see it all the time, so no big deal. But this creature had just gone faster and probably farther than any other of its species. The creature has been trying to copy our language and has managed to say a few words already, though its accent is exceedingly thick. It managed to say food when it was hungry and even seemed to enjoy the meal ration. The automed numbed my leg, set it, and filled the area with painkillers and bone growth agents. Throughout the entire procedure, Annie held one of my hands in its own. They were warm and rough, though the touch was gentle. Someone from the science division sent me a message that they planned to dissect Annie. I told them if they tried, I'd kill them. I think, however, that they have difficult time even containing Annie. This is the same creature that splintered my leg, then carried me in twice normal gravity to my ship. I'm closing this out for now, as I, my ship, and Annie are in quarantine. Because of Annie, of course. But I no longer feel threatened by it. It does a thing with its voice where its tones and rhythm make a pleasing sound, even though I don't understand the words at all. And it has been spending most of its time looking after me as though I was a child or an invalid. Not that I mind. Annie saw me recording my diary and made the noise human while pointing at itself. I'm not sure if it's its full name or maybe the name of its people or its species. It seemed important to Annie, so I've added it here so I don't forget. End of story. Humans didn't get the memo, written by Farmwitch 4275. The Calaxian delegate peered over me, over his empty plate, at the opposite end of the table. The room filled with the delightful odor of fine cuisine and delicious drinks. non-alcoholic and no nuts, of course, needed for him. The crab-like creature in front of me craned his eye stalks at everything around him. He seemed to enjoy his meal, despite initial reservations. Unsurprising, they always clean their plates. Human food is very delectable.
Tell me something,
He said, craning his eyes at me. Certainly, I replied simply.
I have noticed things about the galaxy at large. Perhaps you can enlighten me,
He said, looking at various adornments on the walls. Please do ask. We have already taken care of business. It's time for relaxation. I waved a hand at my waiter. A large, burly, lizard-like creature took my empty plate away.
Why are these human creatures everywhere? Why do they control seemingly everything?
He asked. Well, they always ask that one, I said loudly with a smile.
Pardon?
He looked offended. Newcomers always ask why humans control everything. It can be all boiled down to one factor of their history. That's why they have all the ships. It's why they have all the planets. It's why they make all the laws. It's because of one simple thing, I said and smiled.
And that is?
They didn't get the memo, I replied with a chuckle. He looked at me, bewildered. Allow me to indulge your curiosity with a history lesson. It's been about 100 cycles since humanity came to the galactic stage, I said.
He nearly fell out of his chair. What? That's impossible. They've massive navies and control almost every world. How did they happen in only a century?
Simple. They never got the memo, or at least they decided to ignore it. Do you know the basics of logistics in space travel? I asked, carefully placing my blue hand on a datapad.
Yeah, of course. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to leave our homeworld? Exceedingly,
he said, waving a claw. Indeed, indeed. The first thing any newcomer to the galaxy learns is that space is a lot worse than most people think. You quickly figure out that it just isn't worth it to try and build huge megaships, because there is no way to do it quickly or effectively or cheaply. It's a logistical and engineering nightmare just to get started, I said, looking at my datapad for references.
Yes, I know. We tried to see if we could try building a proper starship as soon as possible. It was a disaster. We couldn't harvest the asteroids in our star system until decades after we were properly established. We had to use rockets to ferry resources off the planet. As soon as we understood what kind of hell we were going into, we gave up and focused on smaller-scale pods and exploratory craft.
He looked around him again, seemingly trying to avert my gaze out of shame. I know, it was the same with us. Faster-than-light travel became more and more of a pipe dream as we gained a greater understanding of the cosmos. The massive warships became more and more impossible as we, grew up, shall we say. The prospects of a galactic empire quickly faded into memory as we started constructing only large starships that we could justify making. Arcs. Large passenger liners full of cryogenics and stasis facilities for massive colonies and planets. I sighed with a fond smile.
It took us nearly 400 cycles to finally create a decent engine to lessen flight times. Even then, we only colonized our innermost systems. FTL became a distant memory, he said with a somber tone.
Humans, of course, didn't get the memo. They figured out a system that uses gravitational forces to essentially fling themselves around the universe. It's a lot more complex than it sounds, and they have since figured out a way to do it artificially, but still, I said, gauging his reaction. He stared at me blankly.
Humans have FTL?
Of a sort, yes. Initially, the pipe dream of FTL travel dawned on them like it did most of us. Unlike us, however, they didn't take the hit like a hammer to the cranium. They refused to tolerate this and figured out how to use the gravity of their 4 gas giants as a sort of sling to fling themselves around. After they figured this out, their wormhole generators followed suit within a few decades. I said, using my datapad to display a schematic hologram for him.
They did what now?
He exclaimed in shock. Yes, FTL traveled in the form of a temporary, gravity-powered wormholes. Their FTL engines use an artificial gravity generator to create small rips in space-time to essentially teleport themselves around.
It has its limitations, of course, but it works beautifully, I replied with a smirk.
By the matriarch, he said, still shocked.
It is the same for basically anyone. As far as we can tell from historical archives, it's always been the same until humans showed up. Before humans, all civilizations found this one hurdle too severe to overcome and simply just flowed with the river, so to speak. See? I said, and helpfully displayed an archive page for him to read. We chatted a bit about galactic history, BH, or before humans, how the concept of FTL failed to take hold in almost every civilization in history. Empires covered thousands of worlds, but every world had its own governance, its own empire, its own territory. Even worlds in the same star system could develop vastly different from each other, and wars between the same species were fought with hypermissiles or massive rockets. How entire civilizations wiped themselves out one way or another because they couldn't get off their planets, or they did but killed each other because they couldn't communicate properly. The only civilization that survived were those that understood the concept of unity, but also understood that when apart for long enough, people change. If these changes are not acceptable, they are one step closer to extinction. Since communication still depended on distance, messages could take weeks to send and receive. Even as technology developed, the more an empire decided to try and build large warship fleets to dominate the galaxy, the more they understood that it was a logistical nightmare that wasn't worth the effort. Plans for conquest and cities built for industry collapsed or died out because problems of logistics kept rearing its ugly head. It could take months to assemble a fleet of even a small size. By the time the fleet was ready, it would be sent to its death, as its targets would have time to build its own fleet, or, as per usual, build enough defenses to swat it out of the sky effortlessly. Of course, many species realized the concept of a slip drive, where you could use a form of subspace drive to move quickly within systems. The slip drive used the radiation and gravitational force of the system's star to create passages in space-time, allowing FTL travel as long as you remained within the star's gravity well. But outside of its influence, the slip drive is worthless. Almost every spacefaring species has at least some variant of the slip drive. Its biggest flaw is that it has a massive power draw and even bigger radar signature, making surprise attacks impossible.
Yes, I know this. Our slip drives are some of the best in the galaxy, he said boastfully.
I laughed. So say they all, but the humans got you beat. We had the same slip drives. We thought they were the pride of the galaxy. Then we landed a colony ship on a human world. Whatever pride we had disappeared when they sent their fleets.
Okay, I get it. That still doesn't explain why humans run the galaxy. Do tell, he said, waving his claws in the air.
Well, first, some human history. Humanity as a species has 4 gas giants in its home star system, I said simply. His eyes bulged out of their stalks.
Wow. Most systems would be lucky to have even 1. They have 4?
Yes, 4 of them, within reasonably close proximity as well. All of them a different subtype. Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, and Jupiter. Technically, 2 gas giants and 2 ice giants. These planets are within reasonably close proximity to each other, creating their own secondary gravity well in their star system. Humans have figured out how to use these gravity wells to fling themselves around, sort of like a slingshot. I did my best to demonstrate with my arms, trying not to appear juvenile.
Well, that's, impressive. What kind of anomaly is their homeworld then? He asked.
A death world. Hurricanes, volcanoes, earthquakes, diseases, viruses, hostile native life forms, regular atmospheric shifts, and polarity switches. A death world, full of death, and it's a world, I said. He looked visibly shocked, and I could hear his chitin chattering. Yes, isn't it? But apparently a death world is the best option for creating a species that succeeds. So, as I said, humanity is on top because they never got the memo. The memo that says no massive fleets because FTL no worky. Humanity is an oddball, I smirked, fully aware humans would be listening to this.
So, how exactly do they control everything then? He asked.
Well, in terms of our present situation within that context, we just can't be bothered, I said, simply shrugging in response.
Wait, what?
We can't be bothered. humanity came along and essentially showed us what was going on. We thought that it was impossible to have massive warship fleets. Suddenly, humans showed up with battle cruisers and assault carriers. We thought it impossible for large-scale mining operations. Humanity shows up and gives us a demonstration of their planet-cracking mining ships. We think empires cannot exist across star systems because FTL communication does not work. Here comes humanity with the internet. I droned on for a bit.
Okay, then.
I could tell he was getting bored. Right, sorry, I tend to babble. The thing is, humanity has accomplished everything we thought was fantasy. So when they invited us to join them, at no cost save to follow their rules, we saw no reason to argue. The more they spread, the more the galaxy realized what's the point of fighting back. Their rules are reasonable, their laws are properly enforced, their tech leagues above ours. So all in all, we just went, why not? And went with it. And here we are. Humans in an effectively complete control of the galaxy. No wars, no violence, no death. They just, did, I said.
What exactly do you get in return?
He asked, curious. Well, there is a grace period, of course, so they can test our ability to follow the rules. We join their navies, armies, and mining fleets. We do the same jobs they do. It's basically exactly how those old fantasy novels explained it to be. Eventually, we are allowed to build our own ships and add to the navy. Then we are allowed to unite our desperate empires and go at our own, or simply stay with them. My species has simply decided just to stay with them. That's why I may not be human, but most, if not all of my people call ourselves Terran. I rang a little bell and called for drinks.
I see,
he said, curiously looking at the terms of service contract.
So if I sign this, what will happen?
Human warship fleets will appear in your home star system and any other colony you own. You will trade, you will sign up to learn. Then you will, under their supervision, learn to mine resources, all of which will belong to you. Then they will train engineers. Those engineers will then work as recruits in the Navy until a certain amount of time passes. Then they will be allowed to spread their knowledge to the rest of you. After a time, humanity will use its internet to connect your entire species together. Then you unify under their protection, and on, I explained calmly.
It can't be that simple. It can't be,
he said, his eye stalk straighting. Oh, but it is, friend. It really, really is. We were surprised when they made the same offer. Now we have a fleet of our own, comfort, security, 24 star systems, and a booming economy. We are free to go alone at any point, as the contract states. We chose to stay. Some of us simply decide to join them entirely and all become Terran. There are no catches or clauses, save for the terms of help in times of emergency, or sign up in times of war, beyond the standard stuff that you would expect. That's pretty much it, I said proudly. He looked at the terms closely, silent for several minutes, simply reading the contract. Yes, it is a difficult choice, isn't it? It's completely against nature that an empire that rules the galaxy allows itself so openly to recruit almost anyone within reason. It also matters not what species. They will offer this to everyone. All you have to do is follow their rules, which are entirely reasonable. Most species would wholeheartedly agree with all of them. They are happy to make concessions for those who don't agree. Again, within reason. There are absolutes that they will fight you over, but they seem to have an unparalleled ability to reason with people, I explained. He looked at me, then back at the contract, then again at me, seemingly attempting to make sense of what reality was. He used a claw, reached behind him, and let out a yelp as he pinched himself. He looked around, shivering a bit. Then, without any further words, signed it and held up a glass of juice and toast.
To the future.
And a bright one it is, I replied in kind, and downed my wine glass. End of story. Hail to the King, written by Joe 2_0. When we first encountered the human species, we had conducted ourselves as a conquering empire, glassing a colony that we had thought to be a primitive homeworld, and beginning the process of strip mining.
and then in doing so kicked off the human-Vulcan War. We were then introduced to a pair of very human concepts, adapted to an interstellar scale: guerrilla warfare and island hopping. The humans took the idea of guerrilla warfare and adapted it to small-scale fleet combat, ambushing our trade convoys near jump points in the heliopoles of star systems, isolating and depriving multiple targets of much-needed supplies while repurposing the supplies aboard for themselves, and using the computational and navigational data to select future targets for their island-hopping campaign, while forcing us to spread ourselves thin across multiple star systems, searching the impossible vastness of the outer solar systems. Eventually, humanity wore us down. We became financially drained, tired. Their attacks sapped our maintenance and manufacturing infrastructure for seemingly small, but incredibly critical and often overlooked advanced components, and slowly sidelined major fleet combatants as parts to repair absolutely critical systems, such as jump and navigation, became in ever shorter supply. Eventually, with enough of our technology and manufacturing captured or reverse engineered, a majority of our space-going fleet sidelined or relegated to in-system duties and an inability to concentrate our space-borne infantry as a result. They conducted a rapid strike against our seat of power. It was relatively bloodless, a token gesture meant to send a message more than anything. But a foreign fleet controlling close orbits, smashing your orbital infrastructure, and sending a massive kinetic strike into the ocean 10 miles off the coast of your capital tends to send a message. So, embarrassed, bankrupt, and teetering on the brink of collapse after fighting a century-long war on a far less advanced species terms, we capitulated. Most will take this at face value. Through determination and gumption, the humans won. Yes, true, their infantry and sailors have an unmatched fighting spirit, and what they call the esprit de corps the galaxy over, but that's not why they won. See, the humans have a very particular speciality that is equally unmatched and far more important. They live and breathe logistics. They looked at the data they captured from our envoys, and in most convoluted manner I have ever seen, they put together hundreds of innocuous data points into a picture that should have been classified. They understood our logistics better than we did. One of their first strikes was a facility which I helped try to defend, and never thought much about it at the time. A ground-based low-power jump array, simply for testing the stability of components in jump conditions. I had assumed it was simply an outgrowth of some overfunded public safety office. The humans, however, being relatively new to jump travel and encountering pitfalls of ourselves had solved and promptly forgotten, immediately recognized it as critical to the quality control process for advanced components to ensure that artificial matter, or worse, antimatter, is capable of remaining stable in jump conditions, hence its position on the otherwise near barren world. By capturing a single world on the outer rim of our empire, the humans cut our ability to create jump-safe components in half. However, they're not just excellent at deciphering the logistics of others, and if you'll permit me an anecdote, I'll explain. About 20 years after the conclusion of the Proxima War, as the humans call it, we had made mutual peace, and humanity approached us with the Defense Pact as a method of protecting their investment in our reconstruction. They kept some of our worlds, and on others we founded joint human-Vulcan pilot colonies. We also formed a small combined military force from select units in both of our standing militaries, which is the relevant part. It did not take long for some of the more belligerent species, which had been previously cowed by the Vulcan Empire's might, to test its alliance, as stellar politics does abhor a power vacuum. Inside of 5 years, 3 separate species attempted to carve out bits of Vulcan space as their own. One attempt to incur on human space, and nobody knows what the human response was, but the conflict lasted less than 24 hours, as measured on the human homeworld, and neither side will speak on the matter. To the point, however, one of those incursions into Vulcan space was directly on Vulcan's side of the border to human space, against one of the human Vulcan pilot colonies I mentioned. It doesn't have a Vulcan name with a right and proper glottal stop, but the human name is what everyone uses, Nootka. Joint Command was activated and Nootkar defended. However, the human side of JCOM had an idea, a counter-offensive, to show that attacks will have consequences, or to use the human term I am particularly fond of, feck around and find out. The Volker side of JCOM was hesitant. We were still in the process of building our fleet back up to something that could be used for more than interior defense and patrol, and weren't sure that the Volker could manage to put together an expeditionary force. The humans replied, stating in clear terms that they would handle that aspect and would otherwise commit 2/3 of any infantry force and as many fleet assets as the force structure demanded. Assuming that the humans had some kind of upper limit on this, the Volker Defense Command put together a list of units, totaling about 30,000 infantry with the requisite supporting units, expecting that the humans would pick through and select a few of those units to accompany their own expeditionary force. Much to their surprise, the humans effectively looked at the list, nodded and said, "That'll do." In retrospect, that should have been something of a clue. Thus, I embarked on 1.5 Terran years of joint exercises, cross-training and pre-deployment workouts alongside human units. At some point along the way, the humans decided that our plasma casting weaponry was wholly inadequate and quite possibly offensive to their sensibilities. They seemed to believe, to a man, that pulling a trigger ought to result in a loud noise, and every unit was re-equipped at the battalion level with human battle rifles, machine guns, and anti-armor weapons. This later turned into an ongoing procurement contract for the entire Volker military, which, again, in retrospect, should have been another clue about humanity's logistical prowess. 18 Terran months later, we were on our way. It was our first engagement that had finally hit home exactly how serious the humans were about logistics. We had selected the world of Knitsk as our first target. The humans wanted to push back against the Vidine, as they were the most military powerful of the powers poking at the new alliance, but also not so delusional that they couldn't see what was happening when we began striking in their territory. They had then deferred to the Volker intelligence unit abroad to decide which planet to strike. Knitsk was ultimately selected because it had a large spaceport, which was both attractive as a beachhead for the planetary assault and also as a piece of infrastructure that made the planet valuable to keep when terms were delivered to the Vidine. The Volker contingent was selected as first to land, largely because our longer lifespans meant many of us had seen combat during the Proxima War, and that made us a valuable veteran component of the combined force. The human part of which was largely untested, save for the rare Lost Boys who had been part of humanity's initial counterattacks during the war and made it through, in part due to time dilation, before humanity reverse-engineered our FTL. When my unit received our operational orders and any last-minute fragos, we had been assigned to Wave 1, LZ Olympus, with the tasking to take the spaceport control buildings. We would be preceded by the UNCA Marine Moose teams dropping from orbit to secure the LZ, after which the UNCA heavy lifter space planes would drop us and, to my surprise, armor and airmobile transport at the LZ. Had the humans somehow brought IFVs and non-space capable aircraft? Yes, they absolutely had. So we reported to our assigned dropship, a heavy space plane with a combination of air-breathing and close-cycled engines, which I came to know as a Stork, but was officially called something dull like Transport Air/Space Infantry CEX-24A, or something of the sort. We found that humans had swapped the normal backward-facing human jump seats that we had experienced during our cross-training with harnesses with Volker pattern buckles that were a far better fit for our Centaur-like, as the humans called it, frames. Again, they had seen the issue, prototyped, tested, and produced a solution in under 2 years. I, of course, took it for granted at the time. Then we dropped. It was a rough sight down, and by the time we reached the ground, the Moose teams had cleared us a perimeter, set up manpads positions, and UNCA Falcon and Flanker spaceplanes had secured local airspace and space superiority. The firefight at the control complex was tense but short, with the Vidine surrendering after about 2 hours. A UNCA Navy combat control team then took up residence, and the flood began. Lifter after lifter after lifter made the trip down and back up again. A human sector battalion was first and expanded our zone of control to just outside the spaceport, into parts of the surrounding city. Then came all of the things, construction vehicles and forklifts. Then the Konex boxes, thousands of Konexes over weeks. They slowed down over the first few days, as more infantry needed to get to ground as our zone of control expanded. But they did keep coming. Some had timber, others had powdered concrete, others still had rebar or electrical wire by the ton. Some of the Konexes were prefab habitation units or rec rooms. But the ones that truly made me understand human logistics came on the first day, not less than 24 hours after landfall. I saw some of the human infantrymen eyeing one particularly heavy lifter spaceplane as it came down for a final approach. I plodded over and sat on my haunches near them, intrigued but confused. Was this some new weapon they were excited to try? Some of their special operational power armor? Curious, I asked the nearest human what the fuss was, and his reply, "It's the king, man." Naturally, as you may know, humans are not led by a king. Well, some might be. They're still not truly united internally. But as far as I was aware, a king was a purely political role with no place in a war zone, and certainly wouldn't suffer being brought down in a shipping container of all things. I looked at him confused, and he just chuckled and gestured for me to watch, and I did. A few minutes later, the squeal of tires on tarmac announced the spaceplane had landed, and the watching humans cheered, and a few other Volker who, like myself, watched on with a mix of curiosity and amusement shrugged at one another. That is, until the ramp lowered. Out rolled 4 Konexes on wheels with attached generators. These were not normal tan Konexes. They had been painted a mixture of colors beyond bizarre to see in a war zone. One was yellow and red, with a large human M. Another was purple and white with a bell, and a third was green and yellow with what looked like an odd version of recycling symbol, and a reference to the human intracity public transport. And the fourth, I will never forget. It was blue, red, yellow, and brown, with a food item and a portrayal of a human royal in garb. And on the side, the words Burger King in enormous red letters. At the beginning of the invasion, humanity had shipped 4 separate fast food enterprises across interstellar distances at great cost, and had them in operation under 24 hours after first landing. I had a burger later that day. It was okay. Hail to the king, baby. End of story. Those Left Behind, written by Coyote Havoc.
Happy birthday, Chuck.
Joel slowly opened his eyes and looked around for the only person who ever called him Chuck. His room in the nursing home was dark, except for a single lamp that he'd made for his wife years ago. She was there, by the lamp, as young as when they'd first met. "Sarah?" Charles asked, surprised.
"You always did make me wait,"
Seraph replied. Seraph leaned forward in her chair, crimson hair falling from her shoulders to frame the blue skin of her face. The light from her lamp caught the joy in her silver eyes as she smiled at her husband. She was 23 again, dressed in her white and red dress uniform.
"I missed you so goddamn much," Seraph whispered.
Is this a dream?" Charles stammered.
No, my love," Seraph said. "I came for you."
Charles was having trouble breathing, and his heart hammered in his chest like he was 19 again. The last day of the war games on Eridani 3 came back to his mind. The joint ball and the lovely Hanakai lieutenant who had stolen his heart and made him work so hard to deserve her in his life. Seraph, his wife of 40 years, stolen from him over Kazmiri, was right here in front of him. "How?" Charles asked. "It's the way of things, Chuck," she replied. "When it was my time, a Vakal I killed came for me. Another Vakal named Israel explained that the price we pay for taking a life is to escort the lives we take once we are dead." "But,"
The Vakal War ended 50 years ago, and I lost you 20.
Time doesn't work like that after death, Seraph explained. When you're alive, time seems linear. It's only after death that you learn we're all connected.
But I survived,
Charles said, confused. Seraph smiled sadly. Once your lives are collected, you wait for your loved ones to pass. Then you can continue, Seraph said. I worked so hard to get you. I'm just waiting on you now. Charles nodded in understanding.
I've missed you so much, Sarah, Charles said. Do I have any lives to collect?
Silly boy, Seraph laughed melodically. I'm a sugar, a mechanic. No, you have no punishment, no lives to collect.
So, when I go,
Charles began. I go with you, Seraph finished.
You're as beautiful as an angel, Sarah, Charles said.
He felt weightless getting up from the bed. He felt no pain as he leaned in to kiss his seraphim. He felt like a boy again, young and over the moon for his angel. Are you ready, my love? Seraph asked.
I don't want to wait another moment to spend eternity with you, my angel,
Charles said, sobbing. Seraph took Charles's hand, and he was young and listening again, 19 years old.
May I ask the most beautiful woman in the galaxy to dance? Charles asked.
You remembered, Seraph replied.
I could never forget, my angel,
Charles spoke, as the two souls entwined hands and left the mortal world together. Both had earned their reward. End of story. Story number 2. Because It's in My Nature, written by Random 3X. Ral looked out across what was once the capital of his people's empire, an empire that had once spanned 100 systems over countless worlds. So many had been placed under their rule, and so many had learned of their greatness. But now it was naught but a broken ruin, piles of rubble laid to waste by a race that hadn't even been the tiniest of a blip on the scale of the Empire's reckoning. A world so small and insignificant that it didn't even need a legion to conquer initially. How far they had come since the first conquest. It didn't take long for them to be integrated into the Empire's structure, some as slaves, working the many resource worlds. Their hardy nature, from them being part of a death world, enabling them to survive in a wide range of climates. Others worked as diplomats, their unique vocal cords and mouths allowing them to speak many languages as fluently as the native speaker. Something that had long been thought impossible without cybernetic augmentation. Even now, it seemed almost like a bad joke that humans had won. He still remembered when the first report of a human uprising crossed his desk. He laughed. He'd actually laughed at these little things standing up to them. Oh, how foolish the elite had been. Ral still pondered if only they had taken a moment to study the race's history. If, for even one moment, they would have seen how soaked with blood humanity's history truly was. Wars amongst many of the races under the Empire's sway were quick things, done between a single harvest season. But these humans did not rest. They were a race truly mired in the ocean of their own blood. The most terrifying thing was they knew that they were good at it.
Sir,
Ral blinked as he looked down at his assistant. The poor Kluxus had clearly been trying to get his attention for a while. Ral bowed his head slightly as he looked at his aide.
Apologies. This one was lost in thought. I can't help but feel this could have been avoided,
he explained, gesturing to the runes.
Maybe, sir,
his aide said with a slightly mirthful smirk. Ral chose not to reprimand him for his disrespect. The Kluxus had long since been part of the Empire's workings. It was easy to forget there was a time when all were not subordinate to the Ral people.
But the humans fought in a rather unique ways.
Ral could only nod.
Indeed.
It was the truth. Humankind had lacked the power to oppose them at first. So, as the humans put it, they rolled over. They let themselves be integrated, not out of loyalty or fear, but due to cunning. Many primitive races had been conquered, but humanity was the first to use their conquest as a means to grow stronger. As their willful integration, they were gifted with technology. They could traverse the borders of the Empire more freely. They gained weapons to deal with the pirate brigands. If only those gifting could have recognized the predators were sharpening their fangs and claws, waiting to strike. "They were like brigands at first," Ral commented.
Indeed, sir. Many hit-and-run tactics.
"Well-coordinated tactics," Ral corrected. The humans had learned and studied the technology. Ral's people had put it to enthusiasm to serve or a desire to aid the Empire by lowering maintenance costs. Little did they know, they were looking for a weakness. It had started with fringe forces, though. A short raid here, a quick attack there. Nothing too major to be anything but rogue elements. But humanity used its skills well. While working as diplomats and translators, it began poisoning the system from within. A mistranslated word here or there can mean the difference between a world joining a fight or not. The war, though, truly began when all humanity rose up, along with countless allies. They had turned against the Empire. What had at first been thought to be a simple rogue group became a massive civil war. A war led by humanity and its countless centuries of spilling blood. "You know, my children used to have nightmares about humans' arrival," Rel commented. "They were terrified of the great humans coming to gobble them up. I assure you that we would never do that," a new voice declared as he approached the pair. "Ah, Captain Luke. Yes, sir, Brel." The human nodded with a smile. "How goes the rebuilding?" Brel asked, looking behind him at the parts of the capital the humans were helping rebuild. "Well, and on schedule. Some of the other races are grumbling, but we made it clear this is our way."
"Destruction and construction?" the Kluxus asked.
"You could say that. It could be that if we ease the suffering of war, an enemy today could be an ally tomorrow. Personally, I think it's rather simple." "How so?" Val asked. "You've had a chance to read about our history and culture. Have you come across the fable of the frog and the scorpion?" "I know of the creatures, but not the tale." "Simple enough story. There is a frog hopping along the shore of a great big river. When he meets a scorpion, the scorpion asks the frog to carry him across. Frog rightly asks, 'What if you sting me?' The scorpion points out that they would both drown if he did." Rel nodded to this. "Yes, a foolish concern." Luke nodded. "So the frog lets the scorpion climb on its back and begins to swim across. But halfway across, he feels a sharp pain in his back, and then another, and then another. The scorpion had stung him." "Why?" Rel asked. "That's exactly what the frog asked. And it is the crux of why we destroy and rebuild. Why are we so good at violence and peace? Because the scorpion said to the frog, 'Because it is in my nature.' But simply, Rel, we cannot help who we are." "Maybe I can have hope for this new era. Humanity guides things and all. I understand my children have even played with some human children," Rel said with a color of melancholy as he looked back at the ruined half of the city. End of story. What Makes a Warrior Great? Written by Aranya P.
Pa, what makes a warrior great? Frederick says that it's the length of his sword or how hard he can swing a hammer.
A young boy asks his aging father, rocking in his chair by the fireplace, while he was taking his knife to a poor block of wood in a way far gentler than he would have years ago. The aged man chuckles. "Those are good qualities for a warrior, sure. But do you really want to know what makes a warrior great?" he asked to the eager nodding of the young boy. "Well, we just have to look at what the old man teaches us. Defeating your enemy in front of you is good, yes. But defeating the enemy because you're protecting those you love that's behind you. Now that makes a great warrior." It had been years since he had gotten his father's wisdom, and at the tender age of 16, Cedric found himself at a crossroads of his life. He was a peasant, born into a family of hard-working farmers, who had tilled the fertile soil for generations. Cedric's family was his everything. His father, Aldrich, was a retired soldier who had fought many battles in his prime. Though his father had aged, his spirit remained unyielding. Over the years, he instilled in Cedric the virtues of courage, honor, and above all, love for one's family. His father's words echoed in Cedric's mind as he made a life-changing decision to join the village militia. Though he was a lowborn, he decided that it would not stop him from becoming a great warrior. One fateful day, news reached his village that a flaming ball had fallen from the sky, crashing into a nearby forest. The village elders were concerned, suspecting it to be an ill omen, plausibly demonic. Determined to protect his loved ones, Cedric volunteered to investigate the crash site alongside his militant comrades. With his heart racing, Cedric stood amongst his comrades in the darkened forest. The moonlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Anxiety mingled with excitement as the group advanced cautiously towards the crash site. As they reached the clearing, Cedric's breath caught in his throat. There, amidst the wicked wreckage of twisted, jutting spikes and strange metal, stood a figure that seemed to defy description. He was a demon-like person, clad in dark, twisted armor. Its face was lacking features that one would call human. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy as the creature spoke in a guttural language unknown to Cedric. Fear gripped his heart, but Cedric's resolve held firm. Brandishing his spear, he charged towards the creature, stabbing it with all his might. To his horror, the demon-like being remained unfazed, shrugging off the attack as if it were an inconvenience. Panic ensued as the creature retaliated with thunder and lightning. One by one, Cedric's fellow militia members fell, their lives extinguished like candles in a gusty wind. Ulrich was the first to go, the aged militia captain having pushed him aside into the dirt before thunderous roars would rip him apart with invisible force, tearing the old man in half. Cedric's ears were ringing. He could see the many expressions on his fellow comrades: fear, panic, rage, human. Then pain, so much pain, for a brief moment before Timur's face was quite literally blown off of him by such demonic force. In the midst of the carnage, Cedric's mind raced. Thoughts of his family flooded his consciousness. The warm smiles of his mother, the playful laughter of his younger siblings, and the reassuring strength of his father. Their faces fueled his determination to protect them, even at the cost of his own life. He spoke his prayer to Ulmer, calling upon his God to please give him the strength for his soul, for all that he has of himself. Please give him just one moment so that he could protect those he loved. As if his prayers were being answered, he felt strength returning to him. Power, courage, and determination fills his veins, and he lets out a roaring cry that would make a man turn God proud. Launching himself at the danger, even as it's cutting down his comrades, and drive his spear right into his face with all his might. The shaft shattered from the force delivered that managed to pierce the demon's faceplate, causing the spear tip to just jut out the back of its head. He dared to feel relief, even for a fleeting moment. Then, a brief, thunderous crack 3 times. Cedric's efforts were in vain. The demon, despite its mortal injury, does not at all seem bothered by its Hail Mary. He felt such a sharp, burning pain in his abdomen, then cold, so cold. His body succumbed to the wounds inflicted upon him. As darkness claimed his vision, his last thoughts were of his family, a heartfelt plea for their safety lingering on his lips. The valiant young boy turned man met his tragic end that day in the battle against an unknown foe. His sacrifice would forever be etched in the hearts of those who knew him when his remains were later found, a testament to the power of love and the lengths one would go to protect their cherished ones. Also, hyperbolic bards would have you believe. Little did Cedric know, the crash site concealed a secret that would have altered his perception of the demon-like figure that he'd known. For the shattered remnants of the fallen object were a vessel from a distant realm, traveled through the incomprehensible void above his world, and the demon-like person was merely a traveler, clad in advanced power armor, looking and seeking aid. But that knowledge would remain hidden, forever shrouded in the annals of the forgotten, as Cedric's tale became one of sacrifice, love, and the indomitable spirit of a young man who fought not for hatred, but for the love he held for what was behind him. He became what he had wanted to be in the end, a great warrior. Another hero, never to return home. End of story. Story number 2. Exceptions may apply. Written by In Babylon They Wept. The human ship started the conversation by dumping all of its magazines into a black hole, Kepler 92a. The PDC depleted their reserves within 2 minutes, and the spinal mount took about twice as long. It would have been an impressive display of firepower if the Atali didn't know for a fact that even a direct hit from any of the rounds would fail to punch through their armor. So, instead of worrying, they watched with the kind of morbid fascination that adults get while watching a child have a tantrum in public. They watched the ship light up, cramping ton after ton of tungsten-coated iron into a corpse of a dead star, till at last they ran out of ammo. Then, and only then, did the Atali send a second message over.
"Are you quite finished?"
The response came back immediately. Give me a moment, I'm just finishing a little math problem, but yeah, if that's urgent, I can talk to you. What's up, big man? The Atali barely spent a second passing over the message. They'd seen human bravado before.
"We sent you a request to surrender, acknowledging that none of your weapons are strong enough to pierce our hull. You opened fire on a black hole for about 5 consecutive minutes. Tantrums and sulking do not impress us."
The human ship took a moment to respond. Well, that's a pity. The 2 things I'm best at are tantrums and sulking. The third is juggling, but in 0G, that's, easy. We could host a little talent show here, though, if that would impress you.
"Are you going to discuss your terms of surrender, or are we going to have to kill you?"
There was a longer pause before the ship replied back. You know, a minute or 2 ago, that would have been a very scary threat, but you've got about 10 seconds before shooting us becomes a mutual suicide. We'd strongly discourage that route. The Atali commander actually rolled his eyes.
"It'll take a minute to charge our capacitors. I can promise you it won't be painful. Your bullcrapping is credit to..."
The message was cut off as a swarm of something ripped through the lower quadrant of the ship. The targeting sensors lost their minds. The projectiles were coming from the black hole.
What the heck?
The main thrusters were down, as were the nav lines. He had enough presence of mind to direct the side PDC, using recoil to push out of the line just in time to avoid a brunt of another burst of fire. A standard human Ferris slug was caught by LiDAR, but it was moving so close to sea that the instrument error was putting it at superluminal. A second burst of mini rounds blew past the ship. They didn't catch the brunt like they had the first time, but the stragglers in the burst tore through what remained of engineering. Casualty estimates in that quadrant went past 60% as the capacitor banks blew out, shorting out the main power conduit of their weapon system. Without even PDC recoil to steer, they'd have been trapped, forced to take a barrage after barrage of mysterious black hole bullets. If the human ship hadn't taken the time to intervene, it rammed their craft. It was not a combat ram, it was a 15 miles per hour collision that gradually turned up the gas. The little human ship chugged along, nudging the Atali cruiser out of the way, avoiding the next barrage by a mere 500-meter gap. It shouldn't have even been possible for a ship to look smug, but it did. The Atali sent the first message over. Telecom still worked. Life support was running on fumes, but of course, the luxury systems were fine.
"What the hell was that?"
"Gravity-assisted munitions," the human ship replied immediately. The Atali captain had the damnedest sense that they'd typed that in minutes ago and were just waiting to hit the send command. He took a moment to pass that. The bullets weren't being fired into the black hole, they were being fired very, very close to it, enough to slingshot around with stolen momentum. It was a stupid, stupid trick. It was the longest of long shots to pull, and yet it had worked.
"What now?"
he asked. "Well," the human ship replied, "it was awful nice of you not to just kill us on sight. I suppose we could return the favor. Feel like surrendering today?" There was a long, long pause from the Atali ship as the captain attempted to swallow his pride. the task was not made easier when a few seconds later, another message came in. Chop chop, tantrums and sulkings do not win wars. Exceptions may apply. End of story. 0G, written by Plusium. Brake. I mashed the pedal a few times and engaged the handbrake. No slippages. Check. Indicators? Feck. Who needs those? Steering. I spin the wheel a couple of degrees in each direction, feeling the fight from the wheels. Check. Aerofoils? I step out of the car and inspect the massive spoiler on the back of the car, tracing my calloused hand over the glossy finish. I trace the curves down the car, feeling the aerodynamic grooves designed not for speed, but to push the car down with the might of Atlas himself. My hands trace over the body to the front splitter, the counterpart to the back spoiler. The car itself was far more a simple affair, an exotic-looking McLaren with two massive indented intakes on the bonnet, while two hooded headlights were hidden inside the brilliant white body. At the bottom sits the air intake, almost sealed to the ground by a rubber skirt. The skirt runs around the outside of the small plastic skirting. The intake is connected to a jury-rigged fan in the back of the car, a pseudo-vacuum seal. If I were to peer under the skirting, I would see 4 massive metal discs, each adjacent to the wheel, just touching the edges of the air intake. These are electromagnetics, for when the gravity drops off, but we haven't yet picked up speed. I smile as I duck back into what has become the cockpit, the driver's seat view having been scattered with so many displays, it may as well have been ripped from a space shuttle. From my seat, I can see the brilliant white finish of the bonnet. Fecking love this car. Magnets? I flick the large red switch on the dash and it clicks forward with a satisfying clunk. A droning buzz sound fills my ears as the car is pulled down ever closer to the ground, the suspension straining against the magnetic forces. I quickly switch them off before I drain the batteries too much. Fan? I flick another switch, this one a forest green. A lower-pitched sound filled my head, and the car is pulled much more gently to the ground. I smile and switch it off. Everything is functioning perfectly. I look to my left, I look to my right, smirking at the overly modified alien hunks of junk, everything hyper-specialized to its task. Due to the variations on alien vehicular locomotion, there was very little regulations on what was and what wasn't allowed. It's hardly fair to limit a species to only another species' vehicular type. Luckily, due to this leniency and humanity's recent introduction to the galactic scene, I'd been able to pull some strings and get into this race with only some minor modifications to my car. Who needs hyper-alien tech when good old gas and some horsepower will get what you want? I flick a couple of switches into position and the sound of electric motors fill the cabin. The wheel cover slides into position with a hiss and seals the wheels off from the even better aerodynamics. The spoiler automatically corrects to the optimal angle, and the lights flicker on my dash as the car's electronics boot up. Next to me, I hear a substantially louder whine as my competitors rev their engines. Fools, wait until they hear my 4-liter V8 roar. I flick my headlights in some petty display, watching the light illuminate the water vapor hanging in the air. It's quite cold here, and given we're in space, that's to be expected. A large bar lowers into position as an announcer speaks in excited tones. I don't understand him. Didn't have time to upload the full dictionary into my translator. Neon lights illuminate along the bar going from right to left, purple to orange. I put my thumb on the button and finally ignite my engine. And it roars to life. I'm practically deafened as the petty whines of my competitors' motors are drowned out by a throaty roar. I catch a couple of startled glances from the other drivers as they look at me in shock. What? Have they never heard a proper exhaust note before? Confidence reinforced by shock on the other drivers' relative faces, I smirk, patting the accelerator a couple times. I watch the needle on the interface climb. God, I love vintages, I think to myself as the engine bellows. The countdown bar is approaching half full as I run the last-minute checks. By a quarter full, I'm ready and sitting in terse in my seat. Seconds tick by, and time seems to slow. I engage the magnets in the fan with seconds to spare. Moments before the bar fills, a piercing horn goes off and the bar flashes orange, and I floor it. The announcer is saying something, but I don't truly hear it. I'm pressed back in my chair as the engine comes to life. A beast made and shackled by man, finally released. Boy, does it run. Gravity drops away and my stomach drops. The sole source of reference here is the seat compressing into my back and the neon light illuminated track. The speedometer ticks up. Most of my competition overtake me in those crucial first seconds. The V8 not having the initial torque that electric motors revel in. But I'm not worried. I'll catch them. As the speedo ticks over 100, the ground falls away below me, and the magnets pull us into a sharp dive. I lift weightless in my seat as we rocket towards the bottom of the initial loop. Most of the other drivers are halfway up it already, speeds approaching 300. I'm not worried. I'll catch them. The speedo climbs at the same speed as always, not aided by gravity. We hit 200 at the uptick, and I'm slammed into my chair with the force of God. We shoot straight into the air, and the speedometer climbs higher still. I can hear the turbo screaming as more and more air is forced into it. The pressurized arena ideal for us. We're upside down now. Relativity turned its head in the absence of gravity, and the speedo ticks up. The lead isn't quite so obvious now. The electric's initial torque advantage wearing off. The ground finally levels off for all of 5 seconds before we are sent into a brutal spiral, completing a full revolution every couple of seconds. I jam my head against its rest, desperately trying to keep myself looking straight. Finally, the track levels out as the speedo reaches 300. I flick off the red switch. Aerodynamics should do its job fine anyway, and that's the last of the downwards curves. The real bad ones, at least. I'm starting to catch the others, my dual-clutch gearbox changing smoothly up through the gears. The track veers violently right, the curve banking 90 degrees with it, sending us into a 180-degree turn back the way we came. The speedo ticks up. The slowest of competition are a stone's throw away and falling back towards me. My car begins to shake, the force being exerted on its roof substantially more than it was initially designed for in the higher atmosphere. The speedo ticks up. The engine growls as I pass the now losing contestant, a shocked look on the driver's face as his bullet-shaped vehicle falls behind me. The first place position is now within reach, and I'm in the race proper. Unfortunately, we're eating up the track at 350. Thankfully, the various mods and dubious legality keep the speedo ticking up, even at this incredible speeds. The track starts to undulate below me as we enter a wave corner. The general gist of the corner is gently banking right corner, but the brutal 3-meter-high waves keep it from being anything but simple. My confidence wavers slightly. A couple of lucky aliens activate some bullcrap proton thrusters or something and glide over the bumps, while the far majority are stuck bobbing up and down. The speedo ticks up more. I'm halfway through the main pack now, the exhaust letting off fumes that hold in place. Well, the engine growls in anger. How dare these fools be in front of me? Every driver I pass looks at me shocked, and the announcer screams something over and over again. The McLaren is an angry cheetah chasing down a rabbit, and we barrel on out of the corner, roaring forward on the now flattered track. We're approaching the finish now, and I've almost got it. I overtake 5th, 4th, 3rd. Despite the track being nearly over, the most brutal obstacle lays ahead still. 5 hairpin turns, end to end, with no banking. I flip the red switch in preparation, and the speedo slows its climb. I see second slow down in preparation. First, fortunately, doesn't, but nevertheless I roar past second, exhaust fumes coating his car as a delightful note rings out, the engine reaching a ridiculous RPM, and the speedo climbs higher. It's only first between me and the finish now, and I tear through the first corner, taking it as tight as possible. There are no rails here. If you go off the track, you don't stop. That corner was easy. There's no way I could take the others at speed. Fortunately, in 0G, you don't have to. As I approach the second corner, I slam on the handbrake and send my car flying off the side of the track. I'm sent flying towards the road on the other side, bridging the gap in seconds. I slam down onto the track and don't stop. I adjust the dial on the dash and the steering wheel clicks free, popping forward. I disengage the magnets and prepare for the edge. I overtake first, my path perpendicular to his own, as he swerves around the corners, firing thrusters to adjust. I, meanwhile, plunge off the edge and am sent plummeting down from the downforce that once aided me. I grin. I pull back on the freed steering wheel and the spoilers tilt, leveling my drive into a controlled flight. Small fabric proto-wings unfold from the rubber skirt, and the fan kicks into overdrive. I pull up and am sent flying up through the gap between the second to last hairpin and the straight run to the finish, cresting into first's view like a whale breaching. I slam the steering wheel forward and am sent flying down onto the road. A loud crash rings out as I slam onto the road, a good 100 meters between me and first. I flick the black dial and the steering wheel pops back into place and the wheels unfold away. The speedo climbs higher and higher. I'm freed. And I feed nitrous into my mighty V8, burning it all in the final 2 kilometers to the finish. I can feel more than I can see myself roaring ahead of what was once first, the speed climbing to new heights. My exhaust hits its crescendo, and the speedo hits 400, 410, 420, 430. With a roar, I tear through the finishing gate, a good half a kilometer between me and what is now second. A grin on my face. I pull into a provided parking spot and step out of my vehicle. Moments later, second place pulls into the spot next to me. I waltz over and knock on the window. The alien creature reaches up and pulls down it on a tab of the top, lowering the window. It looks at me with a face I interpret as incredulity. "What's the matter? Never seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?" With that cryptic comment, I turn away, walking off, smile firmly set on my face. End of story. Friendly Neighbors, written by Shane Watson. The soft eddies of the air, normally only felt on bared dermis or by rustled hair, fur or feathers, were announced by the low whooshing sound of the air circulators, a sound that occurred at irregular intervals but was so quiet that living ears rarely, if ever, heard it over the sounds of normal activity. The sudden, shocked, still silence in the court was anything but normal. The tall, furry plaintiff's attorney, with 6 eyes and 4 ear slits, and too many joints in each of his 6 limbs and 4 grasping appendages, blinked all of his eyes at once. He was the Etarian, and the Trade and Colonization Bureau of his government was suing the lone human woman, Ambassador Tara Washington, sitting in the dock in this courtroom on his home world.
Please expand on that answer.
Huh?
I ask you what specific training you received to fulfill your role as ambassador to humans, and you answered none. While I appreciate the concise answer, I would ask that you provide some explanation. I have no specific ambassadorial training, other than what I've learned on the job from the other ambassadors. In fact, I consider Ilio, your own ambassador, Mr. Eliolius, a dear friend and mentor. The attorney paced between the dock and the plaintiff's desk, leaving behind a light scent of citrus and sandalwood, a human cologne that sold well among his people. And yet, during a period where we are dealing with an invading force, you found it acceptable to cheat your dear friend and mentor in a trade deal that... Objection, leading, the small crustaceanite defense attorney said in a whistling, high voice punctuated with a click of mandibles that the translator couldn't hide. Sustained. The lead judge, head of the panel of 3, all the same 6-limbed creatures as the plaintiff's attorney, gave a still-pacing attorney a 3-eyed glare. Plaintiff's counsel is reminded to maintain decorum in this court. He stopped pacing and nodded towards the bench. Yes, Your Honors. He stood before the plaintiff's desk and conferred his assistance and Unulu Ainunu, the president of the Itarian Trade and Colonization Bureau, for a moment before continuing. Ambassador, he asked, how would you define your job? My current job, as ambassador, yes.
It is my job to represent the whole of humanity to the best of my ability. That includes forming friendly relations with those species we consider allies and trying to foster closer relations to those that we do not yet consider allies. I would guess that the most important part to me is to approach everyone I meet as an ally or a possible future ally.
That is very noble. But could you explain what actions you take to foster closer relations?
It's often something as simple as inviting an ambassador or a visiting leader to tea or a gala. Sometimes it can mean broaching the subject of economic or other deals, or even working out details of those deals, with input from experts from both species, of course. The attorney stopped and tilted his head.
That sounds like a huge responsibility. How were you selected for such a position?
Tara shrugged, feeling small in the court chair in the dock, designed for taller beings, her feet dangling just above the ground. Wrong place, wrong time?
Could you please elaborate?
I was a maintenance tech on Hawking Station. That's where the United Human Systems headquarters are. Prior to my selection, each system was attempting to make deals with non-human systems, but getting the runaround because of our lack of seat in the Quadrant Coalition. The UHS, that is, decided that we needed a neutral ambassador that would represent humanity at large to the QC. Whoever they chose had to be someone not a citizen of any particular human system and be impartial as to the inner conflicts and dealings within the human systems. She stopped and took a sip of water that had been provided for her, grown tepid from the hours of sitting out. I was born on Hawking Station. My mother was an engineer from the Barnard system, but she died when I was still an infant. Since my mother had no existing family and my father was unknown, I was raised in the daycare centers of the station, the only orphan there. As such, I grew up with kids from every human system and had no strong opinions on any system, good or bad. Tara sighed. When they decided what kind of person they wanted for the job, I came to mind. Many of the young ambassadors had grown up with me on the station and knew that I was apolitical. I was young enough to serve for a long time, old enough to be mature about it, and I was right there. Like I said, wrong place, wrong time.
Accident of birth hardly seems a valid method for choosing a representative.
Objection, not a question. The whistling voice of the defense attorney piped in. Sustained. Plaintiff's counsel will refrain from providing commentary and stick to questioning. You are on a very weak limb with this panel and in danger of facing contempt and censure.
Yes, Your Honors.
He composed himself again.
And Master, I call your attention to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. The trade deal signed by yourself, 7 human system leaders, Ambassador Ilio, Aelolius, and 6 Etarian military leaders on galactic date 12395.763-11. The document appeared as a large holograph in front of the bench, clearly legible from every point in the courtroom. Moving about the courtroom, it would seem the facing side of the document followed. It's not a trade deal,
Tara said.
What was that?
The attorney asked.
It is not a trade deal. Then what is it?
It's an economic and military aid treaty between the members of the UHS and the Etarian government.
This document has over 30 items related to tariffs, price caps, transport agreements, embargo rejections, and penalties for price fixing. If it's not a trade deal, then what is it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Withdrawn,
the attorney said, before the head judge could scold him yet again. He walked in front of the dock.
What are the major points of the agreement in your own words?
Tara smiled. 1. Special forces from several human militaries will provide training to Eritrean forces. 2. Weapons, ammunition, and equipment, including 3 mega-class hospital ships from several human systems, will be provided to those trained Eritrean forces in exchange for raw materials to make more. 3. Humans will set up permanent bases in the selected Etarian systems, Oila High, where their training will take place. 4. Once the Etarian military has enough of their own trainers, humans will cede these bases to the Etarian military and provide only as many troops as the Etarian government requests. The 5th and final major point, for as long as humans are stationed in Etarian space, the free travel of humans and Etarians between those species will not be prohibited or impeded except in cases of illegal travel, like someone fleeing from the law.
Now, of these 5 major points you outlined, how many of the 34 trade items are directly related to those major points? All of them are related to the one or more of the 5 major points. What is the link between the human mining vessels in the Olahai asteroid field and those 5 major points? The asteroid mining is taking place to both supply the raw materials for arms portion of the treaty, as well as the material for making the military bases, including an orbital base for training. The actual contract for that was not in the treaty, however. The allowance for such contracts is part of the treaty. Seeing how the Olahai system was next for Eretian settlement, how was that system chosen for this treaty? I cannot answer that, as I do not have insight into the inner workings of your government. No further questions at this time. The attorney sat down, the president of the Trade and Colonization Bureau whispering in his ear slits. The crustacean-like defense attorney hopped down off its chair and scuttled to the center of the courtroom, where it could be seen. It turned and eye-stalked towards the plaintiff's desk before focusing on the dock. It began its questioning, its voice high and whistling through the translator.
Ambassador, Washington, how many concessions did the humans make to get this treaty signed?
Well over 50, she said, although I don't know the exact number.
Were any of them a particular point of dismay?
Terra frowned. The biggest concessions were the removal of all the tariffs for Eretian durable goods throughout the human space, the lack of financial payment for their arms and equipment, and the use of a completely undeveloped system for the training bases. Sure, there were contractors that were pleased by that one, as it guaranteed work for them not only to build the bases, but all the needed infrastructure as well. The UHS has estimated the cost to humans in the trillions of credits. For their part, the Eretarians get a colony-ready world with military training, equipment, arms, and ammo, and they pay only for extracting the raw materials they are trading for the military goods.
Then why, it whistled, would the humans agree to such a treaty?
A couple of reasons for that. First, we share a large border of space with the Eretarians. The invaders on the other side of their space need to be dealt with for both their sake and ours. Also, aside from the training part of the treaty, it creates a few million jobs in human space, manufacturing, mining, construction, support, transportation, and so on. And those jobs can be spread amongst all the human systems.
What restrictions do the treaty place on Eretarian colonization in the Olahai system?
Only that the areas of the second planet designated for military installations and the security zone around them are off limits for habitation due to safety concerns. Other than that, none.
I find a question for you, Ambassador. Why were the trade provisions included as an inherent part of the treaty?
The attending military commanders and Ambassador Aloloius, in consultation with President Ainanu of the Trade and Colonization Board, determined that failing to secure those items as part of the treaty would leave them vulnerable to be overturned and endanger the treaty.
I would like to call your attention to the Defendant's Exhibit 1.
The new document floated in the center of the courtroom.
At the bottom of this document is a mark here,
it said, pointing at it.
What is that mark?
That is my initial stamp, verifying that I had read and understood the document.
What is this document?
It's an order from President Ainano, from Ambassador Ailelios, empowering him to sign the treaty on the government's behalf as long as he secured certain concessions.
And what were those concessions?
No direct monetary payments from the Eretian government to any human government, reduced restrictions on export of Eretian goods to human worlds, and humans would not alter any settled Eretarian worlds.
Was there anything else notable about this document?
I found it odd that President Ainanu called the treaty a simple military matter and not worthy of any more of the Bureau's time. In a document he knew other signatories would want to inspect before letting the ambassador take the place of the government representative. There was another hush over the courtroom. The defense attorney gestured and the document disappeared.
No further questions?
It scuttled back into the chair and climbed in. The judges conferred for only a moment before the head judge spoke up.
This court finds this case without merit, just as we dismissed the case of plaintiffs brought against Ambassador Ailelios. We find this to be a politically motivated waste of the court's time. It is the suggestion of the court that should the plaintiff find himself in a political tough spot, he should refrain from promises to future colonists and should take more active role in treaty negotiations. The fact that the human ambassador has made a deal with our government that greatly benefits us more than them, I find your attempt to paint her as a manipulative con distasteful. Plaintiff is to be charged for the court's time and all the defendant's legal fees. Dismissed.
Tara found Ilio waiting for her outside of the court and walked with him to the shuttle port.
Trillions of credits?
He asked. Yep, she answered.
Are you concerned that one or more of the human governments will come after you for this deal?
No. The leaders of the 7 largest human governments signed on it with the UHS's blessing, understanding that what it costs us in the short term will more than make up for in the future.
I still feel like I pulled one over on you. Just as the humans secured the mining contract in Orlai system, our own companies are already competing for contracts in human space. How do you figure you'll recover?
Every credit that your government pays for mining the ores goes into the economy at a level that generates jobs. In other words, into the pockets of working people, she shrugged. Add to that an increased market for our goods and services over the long term, and we'll make it back, plus some. Besides, it's good to have some friendly neighbors.
That it is,
Ilio said.
That it is.
End of story. Sand and Steel, written by Obvious AD 4159. I smell blood, steel, aggression without malice. How long has it been? Sheila opened her eyes, yawning and stretching her arms. How long has it been since I've seen a human in these halls? A few centuries? A millennia? She rubbed her eyes, adjusted her hair. Presentation was everything. As the lost soul trapped in her dungeon walked closer, she sprung from her vessel, spreading both her arms open, towering over the cloaked man. Welcome to my humble abode, mortal. Consider yourself blessed to stand before me.
What? Where the fuck am I?
The soldier stood in the middle of what seemed like a desert temple, looking around. The teleportation seal that burned a hole through his uniform began to fade from his chest. He walked around the halls filled with sand and various riches, looking for an exit, checking his equipment. All of his instruments seemed to no longer work. The human knew that he was very far from the battlefield that he was on previous to teleportation.
Fucking elves and their magic bullcrap.
He cussed, walking into the main chamber of the Forgotten Temple. Welcome to my humble abode, mortal. A female voice tore through the century-long silence. The man turned around, clenching his fist and aiming his left arm at the source of such sudden voice. She was easily as tall as a 2-story house, long sable hair which flowed like it had a mind of its own, cascading down her back in waves. Her body curved like the desert dunes that hid the temple, and skin kissed by sun and heat was decorated in ornamental jewelry. Eyes the color of gold that filled the chamber shined as she looked down at the man. The human did not seem impressed. His initial shock had worked off pretty quickly as he looked the massive woman up and down.
You don't have a shadow,
he said matter-of-factly, before picking up a small stone on the dusty floor and throwing it at her. The rock went right through her.
Just as I thought. More magic or illusions or whatever. Props for the entrance, though. Real showstopper.
You dare! Sheila roared, raising her fist threateningly. But the deadpan stare of the mortal made her realize intimidation wouldn't work. Human, you fail to realize how fortunate you are. You stand before the great Sheila, immortal queen of the dunes. I've made cowards into warriors, beggars into kings, mended broken hearts with harems of warmen. All you need to do is say what you wish for, and I shall make it true. Her size changed as she moved closer to the man, now only slightly taller than him, floating around the room like a cloud on sand. How long was it since you've had a woman melt in your arms? The genie whispered, circling him. Her floating turned to a slow, deliberate walking as she gained a more solid shape. Like the trained seductress, Sheila rubbed against his left arm, feeling the warm metal under her fingers. Or perhaps you would like your arm and eye back, or more pieces of gold than there are grains of sand in the desert. Just say what's in your heart.
Wisher.
The man ignored the floating apparition, instead looking around the chamber, looking for where she had come from.
Why are you even here?
He asked. Oh, my tale is a tragic one. The scholar I have helped become a powerful archmage imprisoned me here. Sheila floated over an old-looking vase, theatrically falling to her knees and wrapping her arms around it.
Now I wait here for centuries for someone so selfless to grant me freedom at last." She battered her eyelids and gave him a sad look.
"So, you're a genie, huh? Ha! I've always expected you guys to have beards and, be blue,"
the soldier said, chuckling to himself.
"You grant wishes but twist them in a way, so someone would learn a lesson or something, right?"
What? No, human. Where'd you get that idea from?"
Sheila was caught off guard by the question, floating back over to the man.
"Don't tell me that you have no desires. I've heard that 1,000 times. I know it's a lie every single time," she hissed. "So be a good boy. Save us both time and drop the act. What do you wish for? Riches, power, influence, woman? Your limbs back?"
The genie looked into the man's eyes, frowning at eyes looking back at her.
"You fecking warhound,"
she spat on the ground beside him, making a face of disgust and disappointment.
"First human in several centuries, and is a homicidal cripple with no will to live."
"Bark, bark, bark, genie," mocked the human. "You can draw any angle you want. I'm not falling for it. I know how you all work. I will wish for gold or something, and you will turn me into a golden statue."
The man pointed to several statues of different creatures that decorated the corners of the main chamber.
"They don't look very happy. I mean, who makes a statue with its arms raised up in horror?"
"Ever heard of artistic expression?"
the genie hissed back bitterly as she walked back to her vase and sat beside it. The soldier rubbed the back of his sunburnt neck with his mechanical left hand.
"Man, I wish,"
he mumbled. Sheila's head snapped back to look at him, a devious smirk of triumph plastered on her face, only to be met with a human's crap-eating grin and an index finger on his good hand pointed at her.
"Ah, got you," he laughed.
"If there's truly nothing you want, get out of here. I want to go back to my slumber. Leave this place. Live your whole miserable life, knowing that you could have become more than you ever imagined." She waved her hand, motioning for him to get out of her sight.
"So, which way's the nearest settlement?"
asked the soldier. The genie shrugged. "No idea. I've been in here for so long. You know, when you're a genie, people sort of come to you. Now, if you wish to know, then I might be able to help." What the human didn't know is that the more wishes the genie grants, the closer she is to her freedom. So Sheila's attempts to get him to make a wish weren't only for the sake of malice. However, he was not wrong in his assumption that genies are not benevolent, and they, due to their superiority complex that stems from their almost omnipotent powers, often grant wishes in a twisted fashion.
"We seem to be at an impasse, genie. I need to get out of here and find my way back to my troops, and you need to fulfill your sick pleasure of screwing over another moron. Since I don't intend to just die in the desert, I will take a gamble and have you grant my wish," the man said. Sheila almost leapt with joy, grinning ear to ear, once more assuming her towering and imposing form, her voice booming through the chamber.
"Splendid choice, human. Now speak. Tell mighty Sheila your wish."
"My wish for you, the all-powerful Sheila, is that you become such that the vase can no longer hold or bind you," the man said.
Sheila roared with laughter, the sand from the desert pouring into the temple, wrapping around her like a sandstorm. The vase shook and trembled, cracks appearing all over, as the genie swirled and laughed, relishing the thought of her soon-to-come freedom.
"You fool! You think this will grant you some favor with me, that I'll owe you something?"
She roared, her golden eyes shining through the vortex of sand and dust.
"Nonsense! You'll be the first one I turn into a corpse for your insolence towards me. This temple will serve as your tomb."
The restraints on her wrists fell to the ground with a clang, before turning into sand and being sucked back onto the rattling vase. The vortex soon too began getting sucked in. The genie soon followed.
What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. Your wish, my freedom,"
she screamed before finally being pulled into the vase. The imprisoning vase shattered violently a second later, ceramics and sand flying in every direction, causing the soldier to cover his face with his metal left arm. As the dust settled, he waved his other arm a bit, clearing the view in front of him, followed by some coughing.
I am free, the genie said, sitting where the vase once was. Her body seemed tangible compared to before. She looked over at the man, covering her chest with both arms. The woman looked the same as before, and the amount of clothes, or lack thereof, had not changed either. Don't just stand there, Oaf. Toss me a curtain or something to cover myself, Sheila hissed an order at the man. The soldier grabbed a piece of cloth from a pile of various riches that littered the chamber and tossed it over to the woman. Sheila could not fully process what she was feeling. Liberation, shock, anger, embarrassment. She never felt so exposed before, despite wearing nothing but her ornamental jewelry for millennia. Your wish. I was to be free. The vase is gone, broken. My prison is broken. Yet my power, The genie could feel power surging inside her. But it was different. There. The man patted her on the shoulder. She jumped like his touch was a cynic. Her body moved, her brain still processing what just happened. He touched me. The thought overwhelmed her mind as she wrestled with the realization that she was no longer intangible. Extending her right hand, she focused her magic. The feeling of it coursing through her was so alien, it made her skin shudder. Wither to dust and be gone from my sight, Sheila shouted as the torrent of sand hit the man and launched him backwards into a pile of sand. So, have we calmed down? Solon asked, sitting down next to Sheila, but still keeping some distance. Don't patronize me, human, she sighed, turning her head to look at the man as he was shaking sand from his metal arm. My power has gone so much that I could not even end a pitiful human, she frowned. The sun was sending its rays through the holes in the temple ceiling, bathing both of them in light. The former genie watched for the first time as her own shadow stretched across the floor. How did you trick me? She whispered. Pretty simple, answered the soldier, grinning at his own ingenuity and the fact that it actually worked. I wish that you became such that you get free. The vase imprisons genies like yourself. So through my wish, you got changed from a genie to a human? He ended his explanation with a question, looking at her long and pointy ears. Desert folk. They used to be the most common in these lands. Hell, they even built this temple, Sheila replied. As for your magic, don't worry, I'm immune to magic. Almost all of us who came here are. Solan patted her on the back. This time, she didn't jump away, accepting the reassuring gesture. Came here. I agree, you are far different from any human I've met before. You have metal welded to your body, and you aren't going insane. And you have no magic either. To keep a long story short, many centuries ago, humans from here found a way to open gates to other places, to expand their civilization. They would pop up, use their extraordinary powers to help civilizations grow, in turn being worshipped as gods or demigods or wizards and crap. Issue is, not every world they came to was equally attuned to magic as their world. In case of my Earth, the attunement was so bad it actually drained them of their magic. So they helped what little they could and decided to leave before they completely lost their powers, leaving the gates they constructed behind them, the soldier explained. Despite leaving pretty early on in our own history, they helped our civilization stand on its own 2 feet. That was enough to have us continue progressing on our own. Eventually, with technology, we reverse-engineered the gates and went to meet our gods and demigods of old folk tales. Coming here, we realized that there is a lot more species beyond humans, like elves and dwarves, who weren't too happy with a reverse gate situation. Humans are actually pretty rare in this world, it seems. The others tried to shoo us away, but once we became aware of how much land this world has and all of the resources that create energy without pollution, well, we had to stick around. The natives aren't too quick to embrace democracy, though. Solon knocked on his left shoulder and made a clang sound. Sheila listened to the explanation, nodding her head. As insane as it sounded, she felt like the pieces fell together so well that it made sense. Or at least, it felt good to believe in this crazy story, over accepting that a human has screwed her over twice in one day. So, what do we do now? She asked. Well, priority number 1 is getting outside of this desert, finding a settlement or something. the man replied, getting up and patting the dust off his pants.
I think there used to be a settlement west of here.
She got up, putting on a dusty old toga-like dress that she took from one of the golden statues.
Should not be too far, maybe a day or so.
Oh, you're tagging along, almighty queen of the Judes, Solon grinned.
Feck off. Thanks to you, my only alternative is starving to death in this temple, so yes, I'm coming with you. Better take good care of me, Solan.
She huffed, walking past him. Even in her normal form, Sheila was still an entire head taller than the human.
Solon!
The soldier followed as they both stepped into the unforgiving sun, wrapped in cloaks made from dusty gold cloth they found in the temple. She pointed at his mechanical left arm.
Yes, that is what I've decided to name you.
But I already have a name,
the man protested.
Not in this world, you don't. Now stop being difficult and walk.
Sheila huffed, her superiority complex back in full effect. The soldier sighed, choosing not to argue.
The former genie seemed to have gotten over a new change pretty quickly,
he thought to himself, as the pair left the temple behind them. End of story. The Deal Made, written by Shade Skira. To call the human ship cramped was an understatement. The humans built their ships with pure utility in mind, and she hated it, which meant her nephew was seething in discomfort. Her people's preferences for luxury and spacious living areas meant the corridors were wide and each room was larger than necessary. Her nephew, however, had decided to arrive with his fleet, but was the more honorable of her sister's children and agreed to parley. She found the fact unnerving, as he has absolute fervor for the Empire and his known temperament for those he deems lesser, which was everyone because he was a prince. Meeting these primates was also different, not in their design, but in their mannerisms. They acted with confidence and control, and every action was done with precision and efficiency. Nothing like a primitive thralls her empire raised in the past. This whole situation still felt completely in their control. With her nephew's fleet, the primates were outnumbered and outgunned, but still, this meeting on one of their frigates, in the dead space between both forces, felt like a trap.
Valstream, remember, they have threatened to destroy the throne world, she whispered to her nephew, feeling like they were still watched, even in the empty briefing room.
Her nephew looks at her with a small note of disdain.
Relax, Auntie. They are skilled, and their ship is impressive, if not claustrophobic. But I have yet to see any tech levels superior to the Limsk thralls.
You don't believe their threats? She asked, confused.
Of course not. What battle thrall race would stay their hand?
Her nephew says back. Then the door opens, and a primate she recognizes as Admiral Kenji Watanabe. The leader of the human fleet walks in and speaks with an unhappy tone.
Humanity is not in the habit of killing civilians. Prince Valstrium Voljalmon Kazmaz. I must say that I am unsurprised and unhappy that our request for an envoy to come alone was ignored. But here you are, nevertheless.
The human gestured to the chair.
Sit, and we'll get this over with.
She shifted in the chair beside her nephew. Its design was made with knowledge of her people's anatomy in mind, as there was room for a tail to rest comfortably. Her eyes studied this Kenji up close, and she could see the subracial divides the file on them spoke of. He was a bit shorter than the other humans she saw while being escorted to the briefing room, and his eyes were a bit thinner, if that was possible. But the thing that Hales didn't show was how defined his muscle mass was. Despite the uniform and flight suit under it, she could see toned muscularity of a warrior.
So, in terms you wanted, you asked for a 300 light-year bubble around the Earth of yours, and for us to agree to a 1,000 Earth years of peace and non-aggression treaty.
Her nephew spoke slowly, entering the negotiation styling of her empire. Deals are made slowly, and with carefully made small moves to poke and push your position.
That is non-negotiable,
Kenji said with a harsh tone, his eyes watching her nephew like a predator stalking its prey, something that sent a chill down her spine.
I'm afraid it must be. See, we have 5
Nephew stuttered, but was cut off.
5 worlds with seeded races. The Trix, the Kale, the Power, and the Koal, and the Cool. We know, and we will be taking stewardship of them too, as part of the light years bubble, Kenji said, his hands resting on the table, fingers interlaced. Her eyes snapped to her nephew as she heard his low growl. He doesn't like being cut off or being told things like it's not an option to be changed. Careful, primate. We can always go back to shooting each other, her nephew said with a note of malice in his tone. The name is Kenji, and if you are going to sit there and try and make this deal more favorable for your empire, you are sorely mistaken, Kenji says quickly, his eyes narrowing a bit as he glares at the Imperial Prince. I have given the orders to destroy this ship with the press of a button and launch an antimatter bomb to the core of your throne world star. And before you ask, it's amazing how far you can push an FTL device when you disable the safety features, he says again, with that cold and calculated tone he made this threat with before. Madman! Her nephew roared, jumping to his feet. You would doom your space sector too. No, because we aren't launching from inside the disk of our galaxy. We will be firing from above or below. It's hard to tell with 360-degree combat space, Kenji says back with a hateful grin. Now sit down, shut up, and listen, he adds, his tone and voice radiating the sheer willpower that devastates a space sector for some reason. Kenji, she speaks a bit out of order, her mind trying to piece together why he was the leader and why he hates them so much to go to such lengths. Why are you offering us a chance for peace? Surely you would have done away with it if you got this far. Kenji shifted, leaning back. My family was from Tokyo, he said, but added as they seemed confused. Tokyo was the name of the city the first of your kind raised on Earth when he came to collect us. He saw that our world was in a state of peace and harmony, which was unacceptable to him. He launched an indiscriminate attack on our most prosperous and peaceful city to try and humble us. My whole family died because of him and your empire's stupidity and arrogance, his tone cold and firm. Despite the overwhelming support to simply annihilate you from the galaxy, my leaders wanted to try diplomacy one last time. So, you are following orders? Her nephew asked slowly, a note of confusion and injury in his tone, upset to actually be talking to a soldier following another's direction. My orders are vague and loose on this matter. I'm letting this play out, because I want to see if my late brother was right in thinking that we could be friends, Kenji said back. Besides, your ships are a joke, and your war doctrine as well. I wouldn't even bother with fighting even a small war with it. I see, her nephew said, before standing up. I don't think I can sit here and let insults and threats go unanswered. This negotiation is over, and it's clear that there is no topic that you're willing to compromise on. Wait, no, she says, watching her nephew leave the room. Her eyes turned to Kenji. Please, just give me a day or two to talk with him. He's young, prideful. It's okay. He isn't the person that can accept this deal. He's just the figurehead of these talks, Kenji said, his eyes locked on hers. She felt a bit uncomfortable with this assertion. She was a part of the Mother Council, but none should know of it or their existence outside the nobles and royals. How did you know that? Kenji smiled a bit wider. Did you think espionage and subterfuge are things we didn't develop? He asked calmly. I see. My people have deeply underestimated your kind, she said with a sigh and sat down, tapping her communicator to have her lieutenant jam her nephew's communications. So, what exactly does humanity want? The terms we set, nothing more, nothing less. The bubble we choose will give us a border with your neighbors, yes. But we will not allow foreign militaries to travel our space, so you don't need to fear a sudden attack by the Valaris. And the table will be open to setting up trade and more. Peaceful friendship, if your rulers listen closely to the Empress. Kenji said back as he sat too, his hands interlacing and eyes observing her closely. She sighed again. Her people's ancient culture calls for them to listen to the Council of Women, but with the vast expansion into space, such traditions had fallen a bit short in the greater empire as men more often served as their war leaders and commanders.
with more and more young men have done away with those traditions, claiming that the women did nothing to expand the empire and were dependent on men.
That is a hard sell. The Emperor may agree, but we will need something from your people, she says slowly.
An army and trainers?
Kenji asked, guessing accurately the conditions for the peace treaty.
Yes, we seeded your kind for a reason, and you have shown your skill and merit in combat. A peace treaty without something for the Empire would only leave a bitter taste in the mouths of the nobility, she said back slowly, not happy that they seemed to be aware as they needed to be to hold a higher ground in this deal.
United Earth is willing to agree to a mutual defensive pact for the sum of the non-aggression pact, but will not hand over our population into slavery. But,
Kenji pulled out a crude data storage device and handed it over.
These are our laws in regards to paramilitaries that your empire can hire at their discretion. They'll fight as long as you pay them.
Are you suggesting we hire out your people to fight as mercenaries?
She asked slowly. The concept was not foreign to her, but was also the driving factor behind the seeding of races. Why hire when you can enslave? And if you're going to enslave, why not tailor their genetics to a purpose?
The paramilitaries on that list are already in the process of helping with the expansion of our holdings and will be more than happy to take payments in resources and goods that Earth will need in the near future, he said back, his tone calm and collected. Also, the first 5 are groups that have a strong code of conduct and honor and are impossible to buy out. Such paramilitaries will happily serve as both bodyguards and revolutionists.
She thinks it over. The core issue to the waning of power of females is the tight control males have on the militaries of her empire. But humans paid to undermine or remove such troublesome individuals would strengthen the Mother's Council's hold.
I believe I can get this, deal passed.
End of story. Magic and Factory, written by Terran on Air. It was a factory world. The grounds were of flat concrete and the high-rise walkways were of steel. There was a constant hum of electricity in the air that could only be noticed when the power went out, and eventually was as silent as death. It was made by the humans. Rather, more religious folk believed the humans had a hand in building it, while all other peoples were made for their respective areas and tailored by the greater spirits to work and toil away at their specified works. The humans had no place they specifically belonged. It wasn't that they didn't have skills and abilities with specific purpose in mind. It was more like the world itself was built by their own hands, so everything in it was something they could be found working on. They did not hail the spirit in the Boilerlands the same as the buildings did. No, their relationship was more familial than that. They showed little difference to the spirit mother of the Canteen Lands. They would pay her their small tributes and take their edibles as they relaxed for a few short minutes before getting back to their strange works. They didn't have our reverence. They didn't seem to have our loyalty either. The humans weren't seen often, but we did talk with each other about them. People had their stories. They weren't so foreign as to be mythical creatures or something out of legend, but they were seldom enough to spark rumors and things. I didn't believe half of it, until I met one myself. I worked in the candy forges of the Eaterlands for a faction under the guidance of the spirit named Hublub. There we made his hublubs to be gifted to the Mother of Sprites and distributed from her canteen aisles at a reasonable price. It was common and a dreary day. The steam climbed high into the sky, making artificial clouds in the late afternoon sky. Yawning, I watched the vapors twist and float high into the sky before dissipating into nothingness. The metal belt kept moving along at a quick pace as the tubes above carried candy pieces into large vats and containers before dispensing them onto a belt to be packaged down the way. My job was a simple but tedious one. I was responsible for regulating how much candy got onto the belt, and if it was ever too much, it would block up the machine, and worse things beyond that. Scratching my nose and rubbing the sleepiness out of my eyes with an orange furred paw, I tried my best to find or sleep as my vision drifted from the glass panel to the belt and back to the panel. Occasionally, I would take on a can of energy-boosting drink off the console, remove its metal lid, and take a sip of the sugary liquid. Despite its name, no one really believed that it would give us energy. Rather, it only ever made the conditions worse and hurt the teeth. But we were addicts all the same. As I had my eyes pitched close with the rim of my lips, downing the rest of the insufferable ambrosia, I swear I could hear the noise. The problem was that in between the roaring machines of the factory world, you could distinctly make out all sorts of noises. You could just never tell where they were coming from. A sound of machine grinding up the candies to pieces could be as easily from your machine as 4 machines down. It was almost impossible to tell where it was coming from. And I was hearing a sound. I pulled the can from my wetted maw, not caring much that a bit was dribbling down the fur of my face as I looked around for the culprit. I would have to act fast, or whatever was causing the problem would turn into a real headache. My eyes scanned over the area from one machine to the next. There wasn't anything that immediately gave it away, but the noise still persisted. My feet carried me away from the console. Where was it? It was out there, but... Oh no. I could see the steam rising from my machine. The sound was rhythmic and came in bursts, like a metal crunching into itself. I ran forward to hit the stop button, but it was too late. Steam was rising up out of the machines. The belt was stopped. I walked forward to get a closer look, but I didn't enter the fog culminating around the area. One of the fixers more than likely saw what was going on, but I'd have to go find one anyway, just to be sure. I started to walk away. There was another noise. It was something like an animal stuck somewhere. My body turned back around. My hand went for a flashlight in my pocket, but the beam hardly penetrated through the mist. It wouldn't be the first time something made its way in here, but it would be the first time I saw one get caught in the machine. It was rattling. It was thrashing against the inside of the metal. There was a crack and something like a bark or more like a gurgle. It was spitting, rancid kind of noise from something that sounded like it was in great pain. Something popped. I heard bolts and pieces of shrapnel fall to the ground as I backed away from the fog. Whatever it was strong. There was a thunk as it hit the floor and coughed up a grunt as it did. I could almost see it. There were colors all wrapped up in each other in that hot, wet cloud. It rolled around for as a moment before setting itself upright. I tried to move my feet, and as I did, I got its attention. I tripped myself up and fell on my chest, then flipped myself over and tried to crawl away, backing away as I could. I could see it skitter across the ground on its uneven legs as its multicolored and bulbous body kept nearly falling over from its sick movement. It ran towards me. I cried, "No!" and tried to guard my face. Yet, it didn't hurt me. As I looked up, there it was in front of my face with the head of a push broom stuck in its mangled mouth. As my view followed the handle, I saw a man in a stained shirt holding onto it with one hand.
Don't worry. I already told the mechanic what happened.
He tucked the handle of his broom under one arm and pushed the thing back with a single hand. In the other, he cracked open an energy drink that splattered a bit of its contents on his palm before downing the entire thing. I asked him with a shaky voice, Who are you? He looked over his shoulder with a creased brow and simply said,
Matthew, Janitorial Division.
He cleared his throat and looked down at the critter that was attempting to chew its way through his cleaning implement. He called back to me,
I'm guessing you've never seen a crud muncher. Nasty little things. They spawn out of the machines when the mechanics get lazy and don't clean the machines properly. The negative energy from the workers mixed with the neutral magics of the spirits starts inhabiting candy residue in the machines, and these things pop out.
He talked, and I could hear more noises. There were more of them in the machine. I saw another flash of color and screamed out, Look out! Without even cocking his head, he lifted the broom with one hand and slammed the head of his broom down on the jumping creature, turning the two onto the hard concrete floor. He looked down to his worn makeshift weapon and told it, "Here, hold that." Letting go of it, the broom held the two things in place. The broom obeyed his command. It obeyed his command as he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a plastic bag. He pulled the mouth of it open, banged it in the air a few times, and it floated there for him as he tossed his can inside. Then he pulled the broom up with the two monsters still biting at it and knocked them into the bag with his fist. He's done this before, clearly. He treated them like nothing could be more normal. Picking up the bag and walking back to me, I could see the two creatures trying to fight their way out to no avail. My jaw was slack, but I felt better knowing someone just came along and took care of those things. His eyes met mine. He looked back at the place where they came from and then back at me saying, there's probably more of those things in there, so I would stay back." Then he looked off to a random direction and gave a high-pitched whistle. Nothing happened. Then I could hear it, rolling. Something was speeding its way to us from far away on wheels. The sound of sloshing water overtook the sound of still-running machine. I saw it. It was a janitor's mop bucket. As it got closer and closer, it started to skid to a halt in front of the man. He pointed down to it and said to his bucket, "You stay here. I'll be back to clean the rest up after the mechanics are done." Then he looked down at me. "It's not your fault. You didn't do anything. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute." Then the human walked off with his cargo in tow, probably going off to dispose of the two live monsters. That was the first time I ever saw a human. But after that, I think I believed the stories. I believed that humans had a hand in building this place. After all, even the brooms and buckets answered their beck and call. End of story. The Bone Debt, written by Dark Prince 010. "All right, kiddo," I said as my little one bounced up in bed with excitement. "What story do you want me to read you tonight?" I continued to thumb my fingers over an array of well-worn book spines in the small shelf in their room, but I knew what they were going to ask for anyways.
"Tell me another story about the bones and the aliens, Daddy."
I smiled. It had been the story most requested over the last few months, for understandable reasons. Snuggling up against me and putting their blanket tight to their chin, they turned, happily snuggling their face into my chest, before closing their eyes and patiently waiting and listening. "All right, let's see. About 1,500 years ago, a great and powerful alien hive species arose and started an intergalactic war. The other spacefaring races at the time managed to fight them to a standstill at a terrible cost. The aliens," my little one cut in,
The Hawk-Hack."
I smiled at the pronunciation. It was definitely simplified, and something that probably would have been offensive to an actual member of the species, as the name was pronounced with a series of guttural growls and gasps. But it was close enough for a 7-year-old. Yes, the Hawk-Hack had agreed to the ceasefire with the warning that their species would return to expand again, as their philosophy demanded in 1,000 years. Their hive mind was suspected to be a silica-based structure, one that had trouble changing old paths and old ideas. So in the times after that, the millennium of rest, the Hawk-Hack gradually became expert lawyers, judges, and decision-makers, thanks to being so impartial and unwaveringly strict.
And that's when we came in, right, Daddy?
Chuckling, I said, "That's right, kiddo. That's when humans first met the Galactic Council about a century or so back. We had managed to finally get out of the old solar system with some faster-than-light drives and were, with some hesitation, welcomed into the wider galactic community, even though I think a lot of them still see us as a little bit of backwater hicks."
What's a hick, Daddy?
"It's not a very nice term for someone you think isn't as clever as you."
Oh, well, that was before they knew about what we can help, right, Daddy?
I nodded. "Yep. So it was only a decade or so before the Hive was set to revert and attempt to be galactic rulers. Of course, a lot changes in 1,000 years. and all but the most conservative among them did not seek to wage open warfare straight away. They realized that it may be possible to satisfy their psychological drive to be seen as rulers without actually conquering again. So apparently, their philosophers had mused for several centuries on how best to do this, and the proposal they put forth to the Galactic Tribune was one that they had carefully considered, apart from the brand new humans, of course. They had demanded that for every individual of every species, the Harkak must be given a bone or equivalent structural organ undamaged in order to pay the tribute and ensure the hive mind's peace. At the time, the other races were panicking over this, as almost no other species that possesses bones has any redundant ones. There was talk of having to sever secondary limbs or perform major surgical extractions across the entire species in order to pay for the Harkak's peace.
But we can help them out with that, right, Daddy?
I rubbed his head. That's right, kiddo. We had some interesting suggestions to offer, and it turns out that the Harkak are, unfortunately for them, stringent enough under their own rules that they couldn't change the terms of the conditions afterwards. And so, that's where you come in. Did you clean it off good? My child beamed, holding out the fist that they had clenched in the entire story.
Yep, it's my pointy one up on the top.
They held out their hand, revealing a tiny enameled tooth, before dropping it into my hand.
Do you know what they used to do with teeth back before we met the Harkaks?
They asked. Well, there was a myth about fey or elven creatures that would pay for teeth back in the day. But in those days, it was just parents telling made-up stories for their kids, and usually giving them a few credits worth of money, saying that it was from the fairy creature. Their smile was still wide as they yawned and curled into my arms.
That's silly, Daddy.
I thought they'd fully fallen asleep, but then came a little murmur.
Say hi to the tooth alien for me.
Of course, kiddo. Sweet dreams. I gave them a kiss on the forehead. Soon, the sounds of gentle snoring could be heard as they fell into deep sleep, and I stood up and transferred them across the house into their bed. On my way out and back to the living room, I pulled up my communicator and keyed an icon, hailing one of the Harkaks for a debt payment. Sure enough, maybe half a cycle later, one of the aliens had keyed up the door chime. I went out to greet them, looking up at the hulking creature. Their bodies looked like the worst parts of a lizard and a bug had been combined, covered with a shawl made of brightly colored metallic fabrics and intricate abstract patterns. Its head was posed in what I now understand to be a sign of restrained deference, and the closest set of claws awkwardly held a much too small datapad, which it held up to read a name off in a halting English. Yep, that's me, I said, or rather my offspring's name. They're asleep right now, but have authorized me to deliver this on their behalf. I held out a closed fist with the tooth, and the creature opened an ornate gilded flask it held on its hip. Within, I could hear the gravelly ceramic sound of hundreds of other teeth, as I dropped dowels onto the top. Then the alien passed me the datapad, clearly grateful it did not have to try and work the small screen with its large talons. I scrolled to the top of the list, marveling at the figures I was seeing. Humans had long since paid their own bone debt, but thanks to having an additional 20-odd teeth lying around, it meant that we were also happy to pay the debts of many, many other species. In fact, I could see the indicator showed that this individual, with a name that I couldn't hope to pronounce without splitting my tongue in half, was indicated to be a member of the 47th planet that humanity had helped this way. I hit the indicator for the name, and a string of Harkak runes flashed across in front, something I could barely make out, reading "Debt Paid." There was also a simultaneous chime from my own pocket communicator. I knew it was payment for the tooth, drawn from the intergalactic fund of donations from species grateful to not have to part with their own limbs or be sliced open or carved up to pay the debt. When I had first asked my child, "Do you want to see how much you got for your tooth?" they had bounced up on the bed excitedly.
Yeah!
The tooth had been lost and submitted the week before, but intergalactic commerce being what it was, the payment had taken a little longer to process. Still, when I brought up on the screen, their eyes grew wide.
Wow! Wow, Daddy, that's a lot of zeros.
It certainly beat a few metal coins tucked under a pillow, in my opinion. I passed the data pad back and the Harkak representative took it with a passive grunt. It was at this point my curiosity got the better of my common sense, and I addressed the alien as it started to walk away. "Don't your people ever regret making the treaty with such a large loophole in it?" I asked. The Harkak looked taken aback, but then pondered the question for a moment. I wasn't sure if this was an individual speaking alone or the entire hive speaking through a mere vessel, but it took a moment either way to compose a response before saying,
"In all honesty, what in the corpse-rotting underworld were we going to do with trillions of huge bones?" it said.
I could tell that he was referencing at least 6 of the other intelligent species, who were more on the scale of Earth whales in terms of body size, and had bone clusters fully the size of small transport vehicles. The alien held up a flask and rattled the contents once again.
"All in all, you humans have saved us both a war and storage problem. I'd say that we got the good end of the bargain."
End of story. Invisibly Beautiful, written by Marilyn of Many. The hot nighttime air blasting through the windows of the hovercar made conversation hard for all of us, but that didn't stop Paint. She pulled her lizardly face into the car long enough to ask,
"Can we make more deliveries to climates like this? It's great."
Not waiting for an answer, she stuck her snout back into the glass.
I'm just glad that the air is moist,"
said Captain Sunlight from the driver's chair. She was as fond of extreme tropics as the next scaly little heat-seeker, but at least she was tactful about it.
"If this was an arid climate, we'd dry out in no time."
Z snapped a pincher in irritation, adjusting the cold pack draped around his shoulders. He had another around his praying mantis hips.
"I," he declared, "am glad it is dark. Sun this intense would fry us on the spot. This is not a temperature for any reasonable being."
He cast a big bug eye in my direction with what passed for subtlety. I hadn't spoken up yet because I was busy guzzling water to replace all the sweat I was losing.
"Agreed," I said when I came up for air. "There's a place this hot back home. We call it Death Valley."
Paint leaned back into her chair.
"What? How could such a lovely heat mean death? It's so nice."
"For you," I said at the same time as Z. I would have high-fived him, but didn't want to hurt myself on his pinchers. Instead, I said, "I'd die of heat stroke in no time." "But you have that temperature regulation," Paint said, waving a hand in my direction. "I thought you were fine in hot and cold."
"Just because I'm warm-blooded doesn't mean I'm comfortable in all temperatures," I said to my scaly crewmate. Holding up an arm, I asked, "You see the sweat? This is not fun." I was wearing the smallest amount of clothes I could stand. Sports bra and sports, and it was still too much. "At least the wind helps. I'll want to get the unloading done as quickly as possible when we stop."
"We're almost there," Captain Sunlight said, pointing at the navigation screen. It was a good thing that she had a screen, since the view outside was an endless nightmare of seashore with sand dunes and rocks, but no memorable landmarks. You'd never know there was a civilization here. We'd been instructed to land our ship far inland so that we didn't risk blowing sand into a burrow when we took off again. Luckily, the hover car was acceptable. Thinking about dragging all those crates across the dunes by hand was enough to make me need another drink of water. When we settled into the park, it was beside a boulder at the very edge of the water. Gentle waves lapped at the very flat shore. No civilization that I could see. The air gushing in the windows was oppressively hot and wet. "The client should join us as at any time," Captain Sunlight said, getting out of the chair. "Let's unload."
"Ah,"
Paint said. Z led the way out the door while focused on taking deep breaths. This was unpleasant. Sunlight insisted on keeping all but the dimmest lights off for the sake of the client's nocturnal eyes. The many stars helped. Luckily, there wasn't much around the trip over, and the boxes were head-sized, not gigantic hassles. There were a lot of them, though, and we weren't quite finished stacking them on the wet sand when the client rose from the waves. Captain Sunlight's polite greeting prompted me to look up in the time to see what looked like a lobster the size of a horse come splashing towards us. I clamped down on a startled yelp. Professional calm, I reminded myself. This is entirely normal. I did a pretty good job of pretending to be calm while I set down the box I was holding and went back for more. Sunlight kept up small talk and handled payment, both thanks to technological aid, a translator, and a credit screen with some impressive waterproofing. The voice that came from the speakers was almost too deep to hear. It reminded me of my aunt's favorite whale impression.
"Thank you for your use of your time," the client said. "Now previous delivery people arrived at high tide, leaving us with a long walk to the burrow."
A little crustacean leggy waved back at the water, where I assumed the doorway lurked. Now that I thought about it, I could almost make out a darker spot amongst the waves. And that's not so much a lobster as a huge shrimp, I decided, setting down another box. Looks like it should have some bright colors in the sun too. The starlight didn't illuminate much, but the faint glow from the ship's cargo hold showed hints of red, blue, and green, and far too many legs, honestly. But you didn't hear that from me.
Last one,
Z announced, resting a box against the others.
Would the esteemed client like to confirm the count?
The client did, waving 2 legs while counting.
"Confirmed. I am pleased to do business with all of you."
Captain Sunlight started to say something else polite, but the client wasn't done talking.
"And it is pleasant to see such a lovely being of light."
With the way all those legs moved, it took me a heartbeat to realize that she meant me.
"But what?"
I blurted out. The rest of the crew were confused too.
"Being of light?"
asked the captain tactfully.
"Yes, and those charming stripes too."
It was all I could do not to ask what again. I just looked at Sunlight, wondering if I was being pranked. If so, she didn't look in on the joke.
I can't say that I noticed,"
she told the client.
"Your eyes are different, aren't they?"
asked that deep voice with deeper sympathy.
Must be."
"You'll have to take my word for it, then. You 2 little ones blend in with the surroundings, while you, friend, look more like an artfully painted land skimmer," she said to Z, who looked like he had decided to take it as a compliment. "But you glow like a gentle moon, with all the curves of a crashing wave across your surface. My night has been enriched with the view."
Thank you,"
I managed.
My pleasure."
"I will be sure to request such a prompt and pleasurable Acarius for my next delivery. I thank you."
"And we thank you,"
Captain Sunlight said.
"We'll be on our way. I trust that you can get the boxes into your home without trouble."
"Oh, yes, this will be fine,"
said the client with more leg waves. I wasn't even sure which part of that complicated face to look at.
"May you have safe travels."
With more polite words from Sunlight, we re-entered the hover car and took seats in an even hotter air. The door shut, the engine started, and a very welcome breeze wafted in. Sunlight eased away from the beach at a tactful speed before gunning it towards the ship. No one spoke until the sea was out of view behind a dune.
"Glowing!"
exclaimed Paint.
"Stripes? She didn't mean heat vision?"
Z wanted to know. "Can't be," Sunlight said from where she drove madly. "She compared you to a nice paint job, remember?"
"As she should," Z said. "But was that different thing she was seeing when looking at me?"
"Hard to say," Sunlight said.
"Robin? I have no idea," I burst out. "This is the first time I've heard any of it. Is there a chance she's joking?"
"I don't think so," said Captain Sunlight. "All the courier reviews of her behavior are top-notch. If she was the type to lie like that, then surely she would have done it before."
But Stripes?"
I asked, sticking a forearm into the aisle.
"You've seen me. What Stripes? I don't even have that much body hair."
You
don't glow in the dark either,"
said Z, staring with a kind of intensity that only someone with truly gigantic bug eyes can. You reflect a little starlight right now, but with all the grossness you're exuding, but I doubt that's what she meant. I laughed. You know, people do sometimes describe sweating as glowing, but it's really not meant to be taken literally. Paint leaned close, all curiosity. Does something in your sweat fluoresce? No, I said. Nothing about me does. This is absurd. We can check the wiki as soon as we get back in range, said Captain Sunlight. The ship's knowledge banks are pretty good, but let's not kid ourselves. I can't wait, Paint said. My money is on sweat. I shook my head and finished the water bottle. With the way Sunlight was driving, we made it to the ship quickly indeed. Paint was already out of the car and telling the rest of the crew about it, while I barely stood up. I exited to several other curious faces, immediately telling them no, I had no idea. Normally after a kind of delivery, I would have gone to wash up, but this time I grabbed a towel to wipe off the sweat and to wear a shawl in the much cooler spaceship air. Captain Sunlight was calling for top speed, and she got it. Good thing we'd be refueling soon, because I was pretty sure we'd used up a solid chunk of the reserves. But we were back in range of easy broadcasts in record time. Everyone who didn't have to be somewhere else crowded into the meeting room with the big info screen. And we all learned that humans freaking glow, just too dim for anyone to see, unless they have an extra super special eyes. The kind of eyes that can pick up the seams from cell division that are usually just as invisible. What the heck? I said, staring at the screen. Sunlight had called up both topics side by side, and everyone was reading at different speeds. I skimmed enough to be unsure of what emotion to settle on. It's not sweat, Z said. Well, it's also not heat vision, Paint retorted. It may sometimes coincide with heat vision, Captain Sunlight said, pointing as she read. Tied into the metabolism changing throughout the day. Human metabolism creates heat, right? So it could be both. But it said it's not. I still win the bet, Z insisted. Oh, you didn't even make a bet, Paint said. Mer sat beside me, flipping a tentacle in amusement.
It's a pity we don't have anyone with those extreme eyes on board, he told me. We could send the pair of you into dark areas, and she could see by your light.
I shook my head. This is just bizarre. I can't believe nobody told me. The squiddy alien shrugged a pair of tentacles.
If you can't see it, and neither can most of civilized galaxy, I am not surprised that it isn't common knowledge. What I'd want to know is, as he spoke louder, Hey, Z! Do you want to get glowing paint to decorate yourself with now, since somebody is outshining you?
Z angled his antenna to glare. Maybe. Oh, me too, said Paint, to no one's surprise. Can we do the walls too? It'll be great if we ever lose power. I huffed a laugh. Look what you started.
You're welcome, Mer said. Care to see who can paint some nice new decorations in the highest and most creative places?
Absolutely. You know I can reach the top of the engineering crevices by putting a foot on each wall and shuffling upwards, right?
Mer cackled. And you haven't seen what a properly motivated, strung arm can do. Extra points for painting a likeness of Z, somewhere you'll never find.
You are on. We shook on it, which is an absolutely disgusting experience when tentacles are involved. But I managed to pretend it wasn't. Gotta be professional, you know. End of story. The Gunfighter's Gift, written by Cold Fire Knight. I was sitting at a bar while waiting for the next transport off-world when movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. Cutting my eyes over showed me a kid in oversized, threadbare clothes staring back at me. Every once in a while, despite my best efforts to remain an anonymous nobody, as I worked my way out of the sector, someone would recognize me. The ambitious or desperate ones might even decide today was the day. Wasn't sure which one the kid was, but my money was on the latter. Couldn't really blame him. not with as high as my bounty was, but that was his choice, not mine. I kept my head forward.
This is a terrible idea. You know that, right?
The trembling head gave his head a quivering nod, his battered coat still closed around his torso, rather than brandishing any weapons. Yet, this one seemed to have some sense, at any rate.
I'm worth a lot of money, sure, but those monsters deserved what they got.
My right hand dropped to hang loose near one of my pistols. Anger filled my voice for a moment.
Only monsters dealing, kids.
But only for a moment.
None left here, are there?
As long as he kept calm and didn't make any bad decisions, that's where it'd stay. If not... The kid shook his head, tremors still running through his frame. I turned my head to lock eyes with him. He flinched, but otherwise held his ground. Kid had some backbone, I'll give him that.
How you leave here today is up to you. Alive or dead, don't matter to me.
I tossed the whiskey back, closing my eyes while it slow burned down my throat, before I opened them and stood to face him.
Only thing that matters is you getting the choice. You can take your chances, maybe get lucky, and make a name for yourself.
I watched him give a little gulp and twitch my hand while sparing a glance at his own shaking hands.
Or you can talk. I got no beef with you, and you won't see me again. Hell, I'll give you some creds for your trouble too.
His face worked for a few moments, fear warring with need, before his eyes shifted to focus back over my shoulder. He shouted,
I'm sorry,
and dropped to the floor. I was already spinning, my right hand drawing iron while my left swept my duster back to reveal its twin, when I saw the trio of men running through the door and fanning out, moving to my left. The pistol roared, and I unleashed a pair of shots at the first man and watched him fold, blood fanning out behind him. The man next to him dove, knocking a table over for cover, but shouting when my next pair of rounds struck home. I planted a foot to stop myself, my other pistol clearing its holster and coming level at the same time my attention slid to my third target. He was raising a rifle to his shoulder, trying to get a bead on me. I sent 3 rounds at him, watching him jerk as one took him in the shoulder and the other slammed in his chest. He staggered back a couple steps before righting himself and aiming at me again.
Crap! Body armor!
I ran to his right, forcing him to track me along his weak side. Shots rang out, but trailed behind me, smashing into walls instead. My path drew me in a line, what I hoped was a gap between the front and the rear plates. I squeezed the trigger on my right gun twice more and watched him fall to the ground with a grunt, his lifeblood spilling out beneath him. I was panting now, my heart racing as I turned my attention back to the diving man. He'd screamed, but that didn't mean that I'd ended him. He wouldn't be the first to play possum on me, either. I led with my left pistol, keeping the other trailing towards the armor, when the table shifted and a diver lurched up and out from behind it, firing wildly. My first shot blew a hole through the table and his legs behind it before he could get closer, while the other 2 took him in the stomach and shoulder. Diver collapsed, but not before squeezing off a final shot that grazed my leg. I screamed at the shock, but kept my feet. A quick look at the injury showed me it was a flesh wound, though I knew I was going to limp until it healed. At least the entire team was down, leaving me free to go. The familiar sound of a gun's hammer came from behind me, cutting off my train of thought. I held my own pistols out and slowly turned to see who'd gotten the drop on me.
Stop, mister. Keep looking that way,
came a voice cracking on the verge of reaching maturity. Damn, was the kid. I twisted my head to look back over my shoulder.
Listen, no reason you need to be mixed up in this. Just, walk away and know that he will be the wiser.
The bar's door opened and a deeper voice said, "Nobody but me." I turned my head forward to see a ghost, or more accurately, a monster. Before me stood the true reason for my one-man crusade, Reggie Vasquez.
Guess I should have made sure all that blood meant you were dead.
Reggie chuckled briefly before a coughing fit overtook him. I took a step towards him, but he brandished a gun at my chest. stopping me and steadying it as he got his cough under control.
"Oh, I very much am, or will be soon enough."
He tapped his chest.
"My organs are failing from the damage, and I'm just making sure you go first."
Mr. Vasquez?
The boy asked from behind me. The monster's gaze stayed on me when he responded,
I get the bounty, right? For finding him?
Reggie harumphed at the question.
"Bounties for dead men. He's still breathing."
A wicked smile crawled across his lips.
"You fix that. Money's yours."
I called back over my shoulder. "You fix that. Monster's yours too." Silence hung in the air, broken only by our breathing. There was a rustle of clothing behind me from the boy moving. Reggie's smile faded, and his eyes moved to the youth.
"Well, be done with it already."
A shot rang out. I flinched, but saw Reggie's head snap back before he fell limply to the floor. Instinctively, I spun around and dropped to a knee, pointing both pistols at my captor. The boy still held the still-smoking rifle he must have grabbed from Armor, his eyes wide. My mind raced, realizing I was out of ammo, and there was no way I could reach him before he could get more shots off. It would only take one lucky shot, and I wasn't interested in testing mine. I eased my pistols down into my holsters and lifted empty hands to show him I was no longer a threat. His face turned shades of green when he looked past me.
"First time?"
He nodded, still looking at the body. I understood.
"He'd have killed you, you know. Probably would have even gotten away with it. Said you were pointing a gun at him."
The boy, no. Anyone who took a life was no longer a child. The young man nodded again.
I know. Even with the money, I knew.
He swallowed, the green fading but not gone.
"Monster's gone now. He was the last."
I paused.
"Unless you count me."
Finally, his frozen gaze broke free and lifted to meet mine, so I spoke.
"Wasn't lying earlier. I'm taking the next ship out. Work's done. You can let me go."
I chuckled at random thought.
"Or not. Hell, someone might still pay a bounty."
Nah.
The young man's skin returned to its natural pale tone, and he placed the rifle on the ground in disgust.
You can go. Ain't no reason to stop you.
I nodded my thanks, dipped a hand in my pocket and tossed a pouch at him. He snatched it out of the air, smooth as you please, and looked inside. His eyes grew wider than I'd seen on a person.
What's this for, mister?
I smiled at him.
"You gave me my life. At least I can do a stand by my word for that."
End of story. Story number 2. You Might Be A, written by Credible333. Grog tried to be subtle, but there is a limit to that when you're trying to peek at someone's anatomy. "Can I help you?" Lisa inquired as she turned around to see him looking down at her collar. Grog's 4 slim arms involuntarily snapped in front of his head. A death welter twice his size was scary enough for futile defensive instincts to take over. He immediately regretted the implication that she might attack, knowing her to be gentle with fragile sentience. Perhaps that's because she knew his 4 arms couldn't stop a deadly blow from one of hers.
"Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to. That is, well, if you could, only if you want to. That is to say,
Why were you trying to look down my shirt, and why were you doing it the wrong way? The interesting bits on a human upper torso are in the front."
It's just that Station Master Gray proclaimed that he was irritated at some of the people whose homeworld isn't so pleasant. I was hoping to determine your coloration to see if he was irritated at you."
This puzzled Lisa. Generally, other sentients didn't discriminate on ethnicity of other species. They either discriminated against the whole species or none of them. They really were colorblind, in the Azurus literally.
"But you can see I'm white, pink, so why the perving?"
"Oh, I wasn't perving. He has a problem with Death Wilder rednecks, so I merely wish to determine if your neck was red. If it was, I'd warn you, and you are a friend."
Across the room, a booming laugh was heard. The volume alone gave away that it was a Cyrac. Lisa instinctively shifted stance to be ready to dodge. Cyrax were one of the most notorious Death Worlder species, and they seemed to have a big beef with humans. Not humanity, the species. They just seemed to end up in fights with bipeds. Seeing it was Z didn't make Lisa any more relaxed. The Cyrax, however, was leaning back on his rear legs, exposing his soft underbelly, so clearly no fight was envisaged.
It's a cultural term, not a literal. The term is difficult to define, but since you're interested, and since I have a degree in human studies, I will help you. I will attempt to determine if Sergeant Willis here is a redneck Death Worlder.
I think I would know if I were a redneck.
Not necessarily. Let's just begin the determination of your status. If you ever took a tooth as a hunting trophy and you needed a friend to help you carry it back, you may be a redneck Death Worlder. If the wind speeds were higher than city speed limits while you were piloting a wind-powered vehicle on a hostile surface, and you planned for that, you may be a redneck Death Worlder. If you were piloting a wind-powered vehicle on hostile surface and didn't plan for wind speeds over city speed limits, but were pleasantly surprised because you'll get there faster, you may be a redneck Death Worlder. If you have ever designed something with 2 million tons of explosives and it wasn't even a bomb, you may be a redneck Death Worlder. If your species developed a weapon used to kill animals 100 times their size, and then 250,000 years later you developed writing, you may be a redneck Death Worlder. If a rumor on your homeworld says that a meter-long horn of a 3-ton, heavily armored, short-tempered beast cures sexual problems, and the species almost goes extinct, you may be a redneck Death Worlder. If an empire with 20 times your star systems and 100 times your economy asked you to give up your weapons and you said, "Come and take them," then you had to explain that that wasn't a transport request. You may be a redneck Death Worlder.
Grog was taking notes, fascinated by the concept that seemed to have so many indicators but no solid definition. Another human had been approaching during this exchange, unnoticed. It was amazing how such large creatures could be so silent. Grog had heard that it was because there was a lot of hunting involving humans, both ways, whatever that meant. This one, a male, Grog believed, made Lisa look small. His limbs bulged out as though strong ropes bound his bones. His neck was more a triangle than a straight line. He approached Z far closer than etiquette usually allowed. Grog realized that he was seeing someone get into someone's face.
You're forgetting one sure sign of a redneck there, Professor. What's that? When a redneck hears you say the word redneck, they'll remind you, smile when you say it.
End of story. They have edge cases, written by Effervale. Humans were a curious species. Their technology had developed in ways we didn't quite comprehend, and their physiology seemed unnaturally weak for a species originating from a death world. Many were overweight, slow, and intellectually lacking. Their muscles underdeveloped. At least, that's what our records stated. Our species was methodical, intelligent, organized, and excellent at gathering and interpreting data. Because of this, we possessed the largest data bank in the universe. We had methodically classified and organized information on every species and event we could find. This had made us the apex species. Unlike most races that had reached space, our kind had evolved for intelligence. So, when we learned that humanity had somehow achieved instant galactic teleportation, we were taken back. Their minds should not have been capable of such a feat, even with the assistance of their computing machines. We've hastily revisited our previous analysis. Had we miscalculated something? Perhaps our numbers concerning their social trajectory were inaccurate. Their computing systems were not projected to be sophisticated enough to solve this issue for at least 8,000 years. And by then, we predicted that their kind would have gone extinct due to warfare. We had never been wrong before. Therefore, despite humanity being a relatively small race of only 12 billion that had barely colonized their solar system, our entire government kept a wary eye on them. Not because instant teleportation was dangerous or special, but because it should have been impossible for them
to develop it. We reviewed our data on humanity and noticed that most of it was from the last 100 years, though this duration was usually sufficient to calculate the species' social trajectory. The realization of our error called for an expanded investigation. We sent a scientific ship to their system. Instant teleportation had exposed them to the extensive spectrum of galactic trade, which was evident when we arrived. We observed ships from dozens of major races waiting outside human space, poised to dock and make contact.
Sorry for the wait, guys. We're swamped trying to manage all these ships.
The human communicator's voice carried a note of frustration, yet he tried to maintain a friendly tone. The mix of emotion had us further questioning our data about their managerial capacities. However, their subsequent request for help understanding our communication protocol raised new questions regarding their technological abilities. If they had mastered teleportation technology, they should have been able to instantly process the protocol data we sent. The possibility that they could have taken the technology from somewhere else began to appear more plausible. A scientist from a different race might have sought refuge on their planet. Despite occasional accurate predictions about human behavior, their possession of teleportation technology remained inexplicable. We continued to explore their world, encountering physical evidence aligning with our original hypothesis. They were indeed an apex of their world, but their comfortable existence had left them physically weak and intellectually stagnant. They seemed to have devolved after establishing an advanced society while becoming reliant on their insufficiently powerful computers for organization and operation. The incongruity between their technological achievements and their apparent intellectual capacities was baffling. Human point of view. Feck. Some Traxic ship has been waiting for about a month to get in contact with us. Crap has been a mess since Daniel discovered subspace teleportation. First, the gas licks just appeared out of space, offering us access to the technological knowledge. Then the Schlick arrived, and it just kept getting more and more overwhelming. We only have one port capable of receiving galactic ships, and it wasn't built for such frequent use. Galactic ships are massive. I mean, fecking massive. They can't approach a planet. Moreover, they dock with an astonishing violence. Other species have refined their material engineering to such an extent that this sort of violence doesn't cause any damage. However, our ships are built with the metals that we can synthesize, which apparently aren't strong enough to withstand such a force. The Traxic finally docked. They had long necks adorned with metals and floating orbs that accompanied them. Each Traxic had an organic brain and a synthetic one, connecting them to something. Standing tall and muscular, they looked identical, so we distinguished them by their wireless signals. Fortunately, they had built an interface with our AR systems, allowing us to see their name, rank, and signature when we met them. Our negotiator, Anna Reed, a wise woman who had garnered the nickname The Diplomat during her rigorous tenure at Harvard, was our beacon of hope. Her resilient spirit and sharp intellect gave me confidence, knowing that she was always found a way to bridge gaps where others only saw chasms. Point of view, Anna Reed. As our meeting commenced, the Traxic ambassador stared at me, or rather, at the spot several inches above my head, which I had come to understand as a Traxic version of eye contact. They bluntly asked questions regarding how we developed the teleportation system. They weren't buying my hesitant explanation, and their second synthetic brain, which must have been their version of AI, kept analyzing all my responses. Your society's overall intellectual capabilities are incapable of this, one of them said. Their voices had a tone of certainty often found in scientists, at least based on our studies, so how come? Daniel Mitchum figured it out, I interrupted. Obviously, we have geniuses. That's how most of our technology is developed. You have what? One of the Traxic emissaries, Lenar, their lead scientist, reacted with disbelief to my statement about humanity's geniuses. Geniuses? Every once in a while, a human is born with processing abilities far beyond the norm. They are the ones who drive our innovation, push our boundaries, and redefine what humanity is capable of. I gestured towards a giant screen with a list of achievements. When they asked about his intelligence, I showed them a graph of the various living geniuses that we had and where they stood in regards to IQ.
Momentary silence passed over the Traxic dignitaries, their sensory appendages all seemingly frozen in surprise.
That makes no logical sense,
one of them rumbled.
All scientist species are encouraged to have a specific standard of intelligence established at the evolutionary level. No individual should diverge from this limit that markedly.
Yes, exactly. That's why we call them geniuses. I was starting to question their intellect. Weren't they supposed to be the most advanced race in the galaxy? Daniel figured it out. He's very good at physics. Don't you guys have individuals who are really good at something and invent a bunch of stuff or advanced science and maths?
No! All of our advancements are a group effort. Are you telling me humans rely on random individuals to make things? Are you telling me your kind has individuals capable of advanced intellect? How do you develop these people? Are they a sub-race of humanity?
They seemed confused and, for some reason, angry. Were geniuses not a thing outside of humanity? No, they're just randomly born. Daniel, for example, has normal parents. A mechanic as a father and an elementary school teacher as a mother. Their IQ are within normal range. Most of our geniuses kind of randomly show up. The Traxic began to argue amongst themselves and ended the meeting early. Then they left. I was confused about their reaction. All the other races seemed to just want to establish trade or to build teleportation pods between our worlds. The Traxic, being the rulers of the galaxy, we were hoping would open trade with us. But for some reason, they seemed obsessed with trying to understand how our kind made it this far. They later asked for access to multiple genius humans so they could dissect, which we obviously refused. From then on, the relationship between the humans and Traxics grew cold. They accused us of lying and hiding information, and eventually they labeled us unnatural. They shared a document about us across the universe with the title I did not expect. They have edge cases. End of story. Story number 2. And then there were the Americans, written by Vivid Membership 3959. Most governments had come to an understanding long before they even left their planets. Before the most advanced technology was a steam engine. Heck, most places knew this at the times of castles and pike. Militaries aren't worth it. It might feel worth it to an up-and-coming government, but as soon as they would start to militarize, one of two things would happen. They either got taken over by the surrounding nations getting scared of the attack, or they are able to take over their neighbors, and then all their military is doing is creating a way for someone to overthrow their government. So they will start demobilizing. There were outliers, yes, but the most extreme out of the 11 so far in the Orion Arm have all shared a similar government, military, and economic structure, so we assumed that it was the same way that all governments would function. But then the Americans came to overthrow our ideas that have been quite stable for a long time. A probe found Earth, a small blue marble holding a monster on its surface. A ship was sent for more information. And what was found was, it sent the entire way of life that was known up to that point into a spiral of confusion and doubt. For on the world, we found one nation that managed not only to outclass ours, but half the known races' militaries combined. Luckily, it was an outlier even in their home world. Yet, they still only accounted for around half their world army. The United States of America single-handedly had the largest blue water navy, white water navy, air force, naval, air force, ground support, army, and armor corps, and so on. They were spending 25% of their entire budget on their army, and yet they had one of the highest standards of living in the known universe at the time, only behind their allies that, if their militaries worked together, could manage to stand toe-to-toe with the rest of the known universe's armies at the time. Containment procedures were put into place. No one was allowed to sell FTL technology to the humans, and everyone agreed to only buy what they needed. However, I somehow doubt that the 15 ships filled with home furniture, computers, and most infuriatingly military equipment that have been screened by the occasional patrol vessels were needed. I finally turn up from my speech and give a glance to the room of kings and queens who have all conveniently found a new fondness for the pictures of the founders in the center of the room. However, that is not the main point I wish to talk about. Instead, it is the fact that after the general population heard rumors of a place where their work hours were limited, slavery was banned, and government was accountable to their people, 172 ships that were crewed with only a few guards and then a large amount of commoners and even slaves had stopped communicating with us and managed their way to Earth, all of them with some form of FTL. If the humans stand up to their morals and are as fast at constructing as we have seen before, we only have these few weeks to prepare our forces to wipe out the humans' dreams of spacefaring. Yet, before I was able to finish my speech to form an attack team on the humans, an assistant silently brought a slip of paper and handed it to me. I pick it up and skim over the report, a fear slowly rising in my chest. On it was a picture of a standard trading ship with a line of huge letters in the human language, the usual insignia that showed the house or clan it belonged to, having instead been replaced with 50 stars and 13 stripes. A standard trade ship that has been outfitted with pieces of military equipment that, if not on par with our own, is only a step behind it. The room goes quiet as the projector shows the image to the rest of the room, the cards falling down around us. End of story. I Am Human, written by MWMN19. My name is Fritz, and I am a blacksmith. In my youth, I toiled away on the fields of my village. When I had free time, my uncle would teach me the art of blacksmithing, from making and fixing tools, hooves, and the like, all the way to forging weaponry, swords, arrow tips, and spear tips. As I got older, so did my uncle, eventually passing away peacefully in his sleep. I took over his shop. Still not satisfied with my knowledge, I sought to learn more. I sought advice from traders and vagabonds and anything pertaining to blacksmithing. Eventually, I learned to make armor, but I had a more keen interest in moving iron, small mechanical contraptions, clocks mostly. War came and went. I fought, I killed my fellow man. I mastered archery and the sword. Yet, little did I know that my entire life led up to something bigger, something grander. Rapture, apocalypse. From the heavens descended iron beasts that rode on fire, and with impunity unleashed their wrath on men, women, and children alike. I recall the fear and uncertainty as these demons ravaged our lands. Few stood in their path, lest they perish by way of the iron rods and staffs which emitted light, punching holes in any unfortunate bastards who happens to be in its way. The wrath of God, the priests would say. At first, I believed them, for what else can this be but divine punishment? But as they quickly usurped every baron, lord, king, and emperor from every corner of God's green earth, some decided to do the unthinkable. Resist. Our weapons are nothing compared to those of these angels or demons, whatever they were. But the story spread of a young man who got up close to one of them and pierced right through the armor with a dagger, killing it. Soon, more stories, though few and far between, started to spread like whispers in the wind. These were no angels, nor were they demons. They were living beings of flesh and blood, such as you and I. That got me thinking. These were not divine artifacts they wield, but tools, much more complicated and elaborate tools, but tools nonetheless. Hence, they could be studied. As the years went by and the invaders established control, they brought with them more and more incredible tools, massive metal contraptions and wheels akin to wagons moving without beasts of burden, but some sort of internal mechanism. Not to even mention the flying metal ships which rode with the speed propelled by fire. Soon, we started learning from them how some of these things worked. They hired laborers to man these tools and use them, because these invaders, though powerful, were small in number, and their machines could not do all the work. These laborers were taught how to use them and fix them if necessary. We discovered they were unfamiliar with our home. They were trying to learn about us as much as we did about them, but for diametrically different reasons. For them, it was about total control. For us, it was how to fight them. They used a type of crystal to power their machines and weapons. If handled improperly, it would fry and burn anyone unfortunate enough to be touching it directly, or via metal touching the crystal. It was also discovered that water transmits this heat or energy if in direct contact to an uncovered crystal. The resistance, where every religion and creed stood together in unity for a singular goal, to kick the invaders out, needed to obtain these crystals. But they couldn't be taken directly for the aforementioned reasons. One day, someone brought me something that would change everything. One of their weapons, an iron staff, an older one from what everyone could tell. The new ones can only be used by the invaders. If any other person tries to pull the trigger, it would budge. Sorcery, some say. But I knew something beyond our scope of knowledge was at play. As a blacksmith and inventor for most of my life, they saw me as the only person who could possibly figure out how this thing worked. I was left with no other choice but to try. In total secrecy, in the depths of the forest, I toiled in a cabin with a handful of apprentices. We managed to successfully deconstruct and reconstruct the iron staff. We learned how to safely handle the crystal specifically used for the iron staff, which was small and rectangular. Unfortunately, one of my apprentices was killed by it during our research. May his soul rest well. For his death was not in vain. Man refused to have his death be in vain. And so I toiled, like in my youth, both at night and in day, studying the intricacies of the weapon. Soon, people brought me more tools to study and deconstruct. I learned more, and I imparted my knowledge on as many as I could. Soon enough, by using the very tools of the invaders and stolen crystals, I managed to make a crude and albeit usable iron staff. I was able to construct other more simple but useful tools as well. I was not alone in this journey. Other blacksmiths and scholars toiled to learn as much from the invaders as they could. All this hard work was not for nothing. After years of planning and preparation, we rose up. We rose up like a phoenix from the ashes. We will not be slaves and laborers for these invaders who stole our land, killed our people, and reaped what we've sown for their own gain. No, not anymore. We armed ourselves with their weapons. We took their machines and turned them against them. We invaded their fortresses and encampments. We raided their stores. The war was at first local, but quickly it spread. At first we used only their weapons, but soon learned to fly their iron beasts. Those who learned their language and script learned to use their glass orbs and windows. At first we thought we will fail, but we realized one crucial thing. For every man they killed, another two were ready to take his place. What they had was an army with no reinforcements. The land scorched, the skies burned, the rivers ran dry, and forests were turned to ash. Cities were grinded to dust. But we knew that one day would come. It was inevitable. We would see it in their rising fear and panic. We could see it when the first among them began to surrender. I do not know if I will live to see that day, for old age is taking its toll. I know the price we will pay will be high, but we will breathe free once more, and we will turn our gaze to the heavens.
We will ride the iron beasts of our own. We will ride that fire in the sky. And we will have our vengeance. I know this, for my name is Prince, and I am human. End of story. Story number 2. The Greatest Weapon of War, written by Drifty241. I was lucky enough to be placed on the directing board of the Victory Parade on Atlantis. After defeating the Srothian Confederation, largely with the support of humanity and the Orion Liberation Front, we had decided to host a victory parade on the colony. Naturally, it became a bit of a competition to see which species could muster the greatest weapons.
The Zeptian clans can provide 500 men and an antimatter sling for the parade,
I said, proud of the destructive might of the weapon.
Since we're holding this just outside of New Manchester, I could pull some strings to do a live fire demonstration.
The antimatter sling was a feared piece of artillery, using small amounts of its namesake to do sizable damage. I had no doubt that it would be the greatest attraction. The Goric representative spoke next.
I can arrange for 2 Revenant armor vehicles and 600 men with pulse rifles.
I nearly laughed. The Revenant had been a failure at every turn, especially after its disastrous deployment at the Battle of Avric. Finally, the human representative began to speak. I was admittedly scared by what terrifying weapon they could arrange for. Their tanks were known to be the best in the Orion arm.
This definitely has become a contest, hasn't it?
Sighed the man.
But you're all wrong. The greatest weapon of war since the dawn of time is the shovel.
He bore a knowing look on his face, despite the absurdity of his joke.
Real funny. You've got the whole board laughing, I joked sarcastically.
No, I'm being serious.
Now the board just seemed confused at the human's actions.
Let's take your antimatter sling, for example. You can mitigate its effects with a trench.
What about the shockwave?
I retorted.
Just dig a U-shape. As for the Revenant vehicle, you can just dig a ditch and put a camouflage netting over it. It'll get stuck, and sappers can destroy it.
Throughout the conversation, the man hadn't lost his smile.
I can tell your species hasn't been waging war against itself for millennia.
I thought for a while about what the representative had said. I suppose he was right. Every man can be given a spade and made to dig. It still felt like a weird joke, even though he had proven the effectiveness of earthworks. I decided to break the silence and play into his claim.
You can't just have a load of men marching along with shovels, though, right? That would be quite boring in the parade, don't you think?
No. I'm going to get my hands on 100 Beowulf tanks and arrange a flyover.
Typical humans, giving a smart-ass answer and then just flexing anyway. End of story. The Rally, written by Dark Prince 010. As he strode through the doors of the colony hospital, Saya could hardly believe that his family's human friend was dying. Their species was short-lived, a handful of decades indicating a life long and well-lived. But it was dwarfed by humans. His grandfather, Saphon, could likely hardly have imagined that the gangly biped that he'd befriended shortly after they were both conscripted into the Regional Defense Force would be a lifelong friend. They'd been enlisted to fight back against the Tranix Enclave, who had been making encroaching forays against stations like the colony and its nearby cluster of worlds. Lumbering slowly but surely through the halls of the hospital, Saya recalled what the humans had told him of his grandfather, and then his father, Sappho. The humans said that he had mourned his grandfather's passing, although the way in which Saya's species heralded a new generation meant that he was never truly gone. Each member of his kind carried within them the seed for the next, and released that seed with an echo of their memories and experiences for the newborn sapling. Still, the lifespan of a human meant that he could bridge that knowledge gap and give true information and retellings rather than vague intuition and fractured impressions naturally passed on. It meant that to Sappho, the humans was familiar,
and that was further cemented by his kind care and attention he gave to Saya's father in that first vulnerable years of life as the alien matured and grew. The threat having long since ended. The human had been released from the armed forces and had become an adept merchant and negotiator. Sappho had joined him at his newly founded business, and together, the two of them had made an impact as one of the most skilled sets of traders in the entire trade hub. But all things come to an end, and as for Sappho, his time dwindled, and Saya began to bud from his back. He emerged into again the kindly care of the human once again, the face lined in grey. At this point, the human had done something called retiring, something that Saya had to have explained to him several times before he understood as a sapling himself. He had taken on a life of leisure and hobbies and intricate work with colored fused silica and metal. A craft the human was said was called stained glass, an ancient technique from his own world that created beautiful pieces that gleamed in the light. Saya himself had been excited to pursue his calling as a musician, becoming adept at multi-stringed and resonance instruments from his homeworld. For the last dozen times he had visited the human in the hospital bed, then only taken turn after turn for the worst. It started with an initial stumble and fall, followed by a deep sleep with only a few waking and coherent moments. It was hard to imagine such an omnipresent pillar like the human to be something mortal or temporary. And yet, as Saya turned onto the hospice wing and approached the human's door, he still felt a looming sense of dread as he realized the finality of the situation was here nonetheless. But as he reached to swipe his card at the door, Saya could hear the sound of voices within. He thought perhaps the human had guests, until he heard the musical jingling trill that he recognized as being an audio bumper snippet for one of the local newscasts. Curiosity overwhelmed him, and Saya opened the door, surprised to see the human sitting up in his bed. His skin was still thin and stretched tight over his bones, and the once thick white hair had thinned into a wispy cloud that seemed to perch upon his head. He saw him and cracked a wide smile and said in a voice Saya hadn't expected to hear again, "Little Saya, come in. I'm glad I caught you. I realized there was something else I had wanted to tell you about." If Saya had a mouth, it would have hung open in disbelief. He had been told that the human would likely be non-responsive, near comatose until they passed. But here they were, sitting up and smiling and acting as if nothing was the matter. His heart swelled with hope as he realized this meant that the human was recovering. "I remember I was telling you about your father and grandfather," the human said with a smile and a wink. "Feels like it was just yesterday that we were talking about them." Saya didn't say anything, but it had been 2 weeks since the human had spoken at all, and 3.5 since he was coherent enough to respond to questions. Finally, hesitantly, Saya asked, "Yes, you were telling me about their hobbies?" The human smiled. "Right indeed. Your grandfather never had much time for relaxing, given how often we were on patrol. But in the few moments he was able to catch a bit of a break, he managed to string a small instrument made out of some scraps of shell casings and spare repair panels, along with the stripped-out wiring from a wreck we'd passed early in the deployment. Apparently, it was hard as hell to tune, but he managed to make it work a few times and string along a few tunes before he had to leave the instrument behind during a hasty withdrawal." Saya was shocked, but on some level, it didn't surprise him. It made sense that his grandfather's passion would feed through to him, and the human confirmed as much when they said that before that Sappho had loved to frequent the concert halls on their weekends, entertaining business partners there and using the music fitting the space as a conversation starter, an icebreaker for negotiations of countless contracts. "I must say that I've nearly forgotten the song that your grandfather had composed. It's one that I noticed your father would hum unconsciously at times, but when I told him of its origin, he seemed sad and said that he had neither the skills nor the tools to make such music a reality. We were on a pretty tight budget back then, and I suspect Even commissioning a musician to compose and play that piece for him would have been beyond our means. But, he said, fishing around until he pulled out a battered wind instrument the humans called a harmonica. He chuckled and said, "Your grandfather helped me to learn the tune on this back in the day. I'd forgotten I even had this blasted thing until one of the orderlies had brought in a box of my effects from my apartment, and this was sitting on the top." With mounting excitement Saya said, "Would you be willing to teach it to me?" "Certainly," the human replied with a hoarse chuckle. Listening carefully, Saya privately cursed his neglect of bringing any sort of instrument along, and instead resolved to memorize as much as he could. It was a short, lilting tune, barely a few bars, but he could see the core of it could be catchy, promising something more. But the human simply grinned as it ended. "That's all he had." He laughed at the memory. "Our commanding officer was quite cross with us for making, in his words, so much damn racket that close to the enemy lines." There was a knock at the door, and the human's orderly nurse came in, claws carefully curled around a tray of food and a few unopened beverage containers. "Oh, excellent, some grub," said the human. "Apologies if I am eating in front of you," he said to Saya, whose lack of mouth and sustenance through photosynthesis meant that such a meal was effectively an aromatic decoration in his mind. The alien made a motion of dismissal, saying, "It's fine. It does not bother me if you eat." A chime went off on his communicator, though, and Saya's elation fell somewhat. "Unfortunately, I must return to the transport hub so I can make it back before my break has elapsed." "Well, it was good seeing you and reminiscing with you, my friend," said the human with a smile, mouth already full of some sort of congealed and vividly colored clear gel. "Safe travels!" "Safe travels," Saya said in return, pulling the door shut behind him as the orderly stepped out through. However, Saya saw the orderly's face was not one of excitement for his friend's improved condition, but instead one that Saya recognized as a deep sadness for their species. "What's wrong? Is anything the matter?" The orderly looked at him. "Not really anything that could be changed," he said, then looked at the closed door of the human's room. "I'm glad that you had a chance to talk with him. Try to make sure that you're in tomorrow for sure." Confused by the request, Saya just made a sign of acknowledgement, returned home. That night, he was up late into the evening, fervently working on refining and extending the tune that the human had given him, originally composed by his grandfather. He was able to finish before the hours dragged too late into the evening, and slept soundly that night, thinking of how proud he would be to show the human the song. But that afternoon, as he went to the human's room, he saw that the human was still again, breathing shallow, and the vitals monitors indicating barely any signs of life within him. It was worse than he'd been even days before, and on some level Saya knew there were only mere hours left. The orderly was there again and gave him a sympathetic look. I don't understand," Saya said in frustrated sadness. "He was getting so much better." The orderly nodded with a sad smile. "That's how it often is with humans. They get better enough to be almost like their old self, with friends and family, and finish any lingering topics or questions they wanted to resolve. After that, they just kind of release and fade quickly after that point." Saya still did not fully understand this, but did understand the importance now of what he must do. "I'm not sure if you can hear me, my friend," he said, but this is for you." Shaking hands placed upon his instrument, Saya began to strum and sing, music filling the room as the hours passed, until only silence and grief remained to fill the room. End of story. The Human Gatekeeper, written by Sun Praising. Preliminary Report Experiment TMP 83-3441. Lead Scientist Galahans. Species Colgator. Further personnel Zahahan. Species Colgator. Scientific Assistant. As with all projects with TMP 83 series, we studied a species of sapiens with a post-mortem visual enhancer. As protocol,
We used a flying drone with concealment technology for the collection of data in the habitat. Technical details are declared in Appendix 1. For context, this allows us to observe what we called gatekeepers of that species. Those are the guides that bring them to the afterlife. From sentient winds to rabid beasts, they can be anything, but usually take form as a deceased member of the species. Most often, only a skeletal or chitinous structure of them. Their behavior depends on species and may include a forceful shove, a fight, debates, or bribery, but is consistent ritual for each species with little deviation for individuals. The race in question are the humans, native to the Sol system in the Milky Way galaxy. As such, descriptions have been made in their history, culture, and art. We expect to see the standard skeletal structure, which in their culture had a black robe and a primitive cutting tool, which was the most likely candidate for a gatekeeper, opposed to any other species. We did see multiple candidates for a gatekeeper amongst their medias, which all fulfilled the role of a gatekeeper. Other examinations never involved depictions of gatekeepers that exist for them, yet those gatekeepers seem to contradict each other. As in all 440 examinations before, we entered the medical facility, as those have the highest chance for deceased subjects after arenas, which are illegal under human law as is common for most species. The first subject to meet out criteria, identified as TMP 833441-B, or 441-B, was a male of 46 of their years. He fell on a spike fence as part of an accident in their mobility system and was delivered to a facility with no less than 6 holes in his abdomen. Nonetheless, he was alive for more than 40 minutes after the accident. His passing caused the first opportunity to observe the human's gatekeeper, henceforth identified as TMP 833441-A, which is shortened to 441-A. 441-A shows itself against expectations as a seemingly healthy yet very old human man with a long white beard and grey archaic clothing. It starts the ritual of the gate by drawing the time-telling device from inside its clothes, which is not unusual for a gatekeeper to have. He then informs the soul of the deceased, which separated from its body, that his time is up, to which 442-B replied with, "Ah." Note, this may require further context. 441-B furthermore inquires if exceptions can be made, to which 441-A relays, "Do I look like charity to you? Besides, 46 ain't bad, and you've done a great deal in your life." Seemingly unsure, yet at least willing to continue, 441-A guides him with a hand on his back to the gate. Like all gates observed before, we cannot ascertain what's behind it, and the ritual has been concluded. The second and last subject is 441-C, and an old female that has too many issues to categorize her death as anything other than old age. She was sleeping before the gatekeeper approached her with a time-telling device already drawn, this time in a form similar to the first, yet female. 441-C's soul was able to answer 441-A without waking up with her body. Their conversation goes as follows. "Your time is up." "Finally, what took you so long?"
Life."
I guess that's fair. But can I get a minute or two to say goodbye to my son?"
I guess I can wait for 3 minutes."
The vital signs of 441-C continue to worsen, yet she wakes up. She looks around for a few seconds, seemingly dazed, until she grasps her personal device and starts speaking. Much to our surprise, the gatekeeper turned around to face us, or rather, our drone. It explicitly condemned our behavior of spying on a dying grandma and then proceeded to smack our drone. This resulted in a severe malfunction with the power system, rendering the drone completely inoperable. After this exchange, we realized that in at least 3 seconds, 441-A had established themselves as the most anomalous gatekeeper observed by far, as it had broken the following 3 rules previously thought valid. Gatekeepers cannot interact with our world. Gatekeepers cannot influence death, only collect souls. And lastly, gatekeepers have no agency of their own beyond executing their ritual. This leads me to the following recommendation. While we could use more knowledge about their gatekeeper, I strongly advise against collecting it or contacting the humans. Despite their high constitution and resistance,
they would not be worth the risks of integration. A first contact war may be likely, depending on who contacts them. Their moral values place too much importance on the individuals or principles, which would only harm the scientific efforts, which are much more significant for the Colgator Commonwealth Alliance. While at first contact war is nothing new, and the collected information shows that their gatekeeper itself not only can affect the material world, but also delay death of any of his species. We may well have to fight a species that will not die, if their gatekeeper so desires. I would hesitate, if only for a single breath, before wishing our enemies such a war, and seek to avoid it with us at all costs. End of story. Story number 2. The Execution, written by Hamster 4. We thought that it would be a great sport to feed the human to the Karnak's Bone Ripper, and it was for the first 3 minutes. The silly hairless ape ran and dodged around the arena as bets were placed on how long the execution would take. However, the Karnax was an ambush predator, and after 5 minutes of exertion, it sat down to catch its breath. To the shock of the audience, the human walked up to the Karnax and punched it in the nose. It riled up the great beast, who rose up and began chasing the human again. This sudden activity triggered a new round of belting as onlookers sought to profit from the strange creature with an obvious death wish. Unfortunately, the chase barely lasted another minute before the great beast had to sit back down and recover. Again, the human walked up and delivered a blow to the gasping Karnax. This pattern repeated for the next 21 minutes, long after the next 4 executions were scheduled to take place. The audience looked on with horror as the human taunted and tortured the great Karnax into chasing it around the arena, savagely beating it every time it tried to stop. 38 minutes in, bruised and gasping for breath, the Karnax was now cowering from the human tormentor. From time to time, the Karnax would blindly lash out, but the human just stepped out of range, then resumed the beating. A thin coating of liquid on the human skin was the only indicator that it was exerting itself at all. The crude bone cudgels at the end of the human's limbs did little to permanently damage the Karnax, but it drove the air from the Karnax's lungs. Utterly defeated, the Karnax no longer had the energy to do anything but cover its most sensitive areas from the human's persistent violence. 45 minutes in, and the spectacle was drawing to an end. The Karnax was still alive, but barely. Most of the audience had left, their money wasted on sensible wages made for the kill to happen within the first 8 minutes of the scheduled execution time. The show they had come to see had descended to a level of wanton sadism even the mobsters running the event did not care to witness. At 59 minutes, 8 seconds, the humans changed tactics and pressed its limb into the Karnax's windpipe. 59 minutes, 32 seconds. Oxygen deprivation caused the Karnax's first heart to stop beating. 59 minutes and 46 seconds, the second heart joined the first. Complete brain death occurred at 60 minutes exactly, and the arena's klaxon blared that the execution was complete. The results were recorded, and a large sum of galactic credits was transferred to one bet that had been placed for the execution lasting an unheard of 60 minutes. The arena was mostly empty by that point, but the few who stayed to witness the end of this bizarre spectacle saw the human pushing the Karnax's body to the corner of the arena before using it as a stepping stone to vault over the smooth arena walls. The few remaining onlookers fled in panic before the sentient apex predator from a distant world. None could stand up to the Karnax bull in its prime, much less something that could dispatch one without a shield and a pulse rifle. Now, in a deserted gallery, the human stopped briefly at the betting machine to collect its winnings before disappearing into the night. End of story. Experience written by Bailey Master. Random looked down at the report before him. He was one of the many races in the Majesty, a plethora of beings with multitudes of different affinities and talents. He always did his best to be inclusive in his workforce that he employed, not, as some assumed, because of some mistaken bid or status, but instead due to the fact that he had simply found some beings more suitable to certain tasks than others. When he'd hired Sidqua on the manufacturing line, his competitors had cried folly. Yet, production was up. After bringing in Mendelov in the marketing department as a replacement for the previous expert, some had assumed it to be some sort of pity ploy. But suddenly, peer-to-peer recommendations had skyrocketed. The human before him had been his latest gamble. Her name was Loira, a classic example of her species. The conversation they'd had when she interviewed had sold him, and she'd come to work for them the very next day. She even insisted on working 6 whole hours per day. Within the week, she had done away with the decades-old clutter in the main office and converted the majority of their files to tactile filing system, perfect for him and his habits. She had smoothed over some rocky customer relations, made several small purchases that went towards heightening employee enjoyment, and in doing so had increased productivity by some 20%. It was absurd. So when she had come into his office this morning and dropped off this estimate for the total restructuring of the system, Le Bonhomme nearly signed off on it the moment it hit his desk. One thing kept his hand from his stylus.
Lyra,
He began, unsure of how to breach the topic.
were you some sort of manager at your previous position? If it's legal for me to ask, that is. You need not answer if you don't want to.
Loira's mouth parted slightly, and she brushed a bit of hair back about her ear.
Well, it is illegal, but I don't mind answering. I wasn't a manager, never been one, but I suppose I would like to.
Le Bonhomme gestured at the proposal on his desk.
How did you learn to do all of this? I've been working at this job since the previous owner passed it to me some 60 years ago. Why is it that you know how to optimize it so well? What taught you?
Loira looked up at the side and pursed her lips.
I've worked as a maid, a nanny, a teacher, but I decided it wasn't for me. Then I went to university while working in hospitality. Once I got my degree, I worked in marketing, then as a financial advisor, and my last job was a dental assistant. I probably missed a few things, though.
Le Bonhomme gaped at her.
That is, several lifetimes worth of experience. And do humans live very long? Were the jobs all in this district as well?
Loira chuckled and waved her hand dismissively.
Oh, no.
We don't live that long at all compared to you lot. I came from off-planet. This is the 3rd district I've lived in. I like it very much. I think I might stay. Le Bonhomme slunk back in his seat, mind whirling.
How many places have you lived in?
9 or 10, I suppose.
And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
38. I'm a bit of an old maid, but that suits me just fine. Le Bonhomme didn't spare processing power to figure out her lingo, discounting the human's trial period, which ended at, say, 14 to 16 years of age. That put Loira as having shifted through at least 9 living spaces and at least 7 jobs for a tentative average of a different job every 3 or so years and different living situations every 2.5. Le Bonhomme felt dizzy.
Isn't that exhausting? Can't you just go to the Great Directory and pick one?
Oh, I could do that if I wanted, but I don't want to. I like seeing different places and doing different things. It's almost like a brand new lifetime when I change, with new species, new people, new work, new me. Le Bonhomme felt a distinct sense of vertigo. He'd been living in the same place and working the same job for so long that he'd even forgotten how old he was. He couldn't imagine living a different life, though he knew it was possible. He motioned weakly at the proposal.
And, how did this come about?
Loira nodded excitedly.
Well, obviously I can clean, and being a maid let me see a lot of different file storage systems. When I was a nanny, I brushed up on a lot of the behavioral patterns of most commonly encountered species. Well, my teaching experience has honestly made me a bit, critical of how some employees teach their employees. I learned how to people-please and brand marketing. The financial advisory should be fairly obvious, and when I was a dental assistant, I learned a lot about streamlining different processes. She rolled both her hands about her head. So, I figured that with permission, I'd take everything I'd learned and make this place a little nicer. I like it here, in this district, and the people here are great. Why not try and make the place better?
Le Bonhomme sat for a moment, silent. Then for another moment. Then another.
Loira shifted, uncomfortable. Did I say something wrong?
Lebanon snapped out of his calculations. Regardless of what occurred here and now, his company was secure. Nothing short of a planet-wide quarantine for several years would threaten it. If he was known for anything by those in his field, it was his adventurous taste in employees and willingness to try new things. Lebanon couldn't bear to pass up the opportunity.
Lyra, would you like to be promoted to manager?
Her eyes grew wide. What? I thought you didn't have one.
I've been made aware of my company's shortcomings. Would you like to be promoted? It comes with a pay raise and a secretary to fulfill your old position's duties.
Now it was her turn to gape.
I suppose so, yes, that'll be great, actually.
Lebanon nodded and then leaned down and signed off on the proposal.
You can expect the paperwork next week, and your input will be required for hiring a new secretary. Please do everything you can to make this company better.
Thank you very much, Lebanon. I'll do my best. He asked one more question as she turned to leave his office.
How do you do it, Lyra? Having so many different lives, moving to so many different places.
She smiled halfway out the door. The hardest part is leaving. After that, it's just living. If you ever move to another planet with only a suitcase, you'll know what I mean. Lebanon muted his calls for the next half an hour so that he could have silence in which to think. He looked over at the picture that had been on the office wall for as long as he could remember. It was a detailed rendition of a moon, one of the architectural wonders of the Varium, built from the inside out as a massive scientific experiment. It was currently a museum destination where one could spend years looking over the various scientific advances from hundreds of different races. Beneath it were words that had carried him through years, no, decades of work. It is only impossible until it is done. Lebanon thought of the suitcase in the storage unit of his apartment, untouched since its purchase all those years ago. Maybe it was time for a little vacation. End of story. Story number 2. Distinguishing Characteristics, written by Marilyn of Many. The hard-skinned crew stepped off the ramp onto a more rock-strewn ground than any of them had been expecting. The spaceport was on an undesirable outskirts, and there had apparently been a spill. Wherever they looked, insect-like workers picked up rocks one at a time to pile into carts. Not much progress had been made. The hover truck was still on its side, where it had made a sharp turn, and the rocks were everywhere. Even the landing spaces were a mess. The hard-skinned pilot had been forced to hover in place and use the ship's external arm to clear the ground before landing. She could have used a repulsive blaster instead, but that would have scattered the rocks against other ships. No self-respecting hardskin would be so careless. The three of them stepped carefully now, with the small mother in the lead, picking their way towards the payment terminal. Falling on this kind of surface wouldn't make a dent in their exoskeletons, but they had an image to maintain. When they passed the hover truck, they had become aware of a hubbub on the other side. Someone large was facing off with someone small, and at least one voice was raised. The workers were studiously ignoring it. With the concerned rattle of her back plates, the small mother urged the crew to stay close. They paused to assess the danger before moving further. The large yelling person was of a race that called themselves the Mighty. They were indeed large and endowed with both muscles and sharp teeth, but no one else called them that. Hardskins privately referred to them as the false armor, since despite their bluster, their large beings were protected only by thin scales, nothing truly deserving of their name. In public, the best they could bring themselves to say was the Armorlight. This particular Armorlight was shouting down at a much smaller being, one softer in all regards. There was not a single hard thing about this one, from round ears to large eyes to long flippy things that served as limbs. More than one hardskin had been known to describe these folk as those made of intestines, but it was not polite. All-tail was a better term. The all-tail crouched in front of the Armorlight, quivering limbs clustered around something that may have been a payment chit. Given the Armorlight's words, it had to be currency of some kind. "I said that's my parking space," the hulking creature growled, gesturing to the ship that the all-tail had come from,
Now, if you don't want something bad to happen to your ship, you had better pay up.
The All-Tale was protesting about the many empty spaces and the clear signs proclaiming them as open to the public when someone else entered the scene. Slender and armless, the being approached from one of the outbuildings wore the kind of body coverings favored by many without natural protection. The small mother's quick eyes noted a pattern on this covering that matches the one on the side of the ship. A crewmate of the All-Tale, then, a somewhat mysterious one. The small mother and her crew had not met one of this race before, only heard of them. Like many isolated species, the narrow creatures called themselves a name that translated as us, not very helpful. And to the small mother's knowledge, no consensus had been reached on what would be a good name for them. So far, everyone was simply using the untranslated sound, human. The small mother had barely gotten her thoughts together to wonder if she could learn more about the race today when she saw the human do something extraordinary. It picked up one of the spilled rocks, moving it up and down as if testing its gravity, then leaned back and spun its arm in the most improbable way. The rock flew as it launched by the ship's takeoff exhaust and hit the Armalite solidly in the back of the head. The hard skins instinctively curled a bit when the Armalite roared, but its anger was not for them.
Who did that? You? How dare you?
The tirade was interrupted by a second rock, and then a third.
Ah! You'll pay for... How?
Go shake down somebody else, shouted the human, scooping up more rocks. I can do this all day. It didn't take the Armalite long to decide on a tactical retreat, with the promise to return with friends who would beat the smaller creature into a smear on the ground. It stomped off, its face visibly swelling. The human stopped throwing, but didn't put the rocks down until the threat was out of sight. Only then did it hurry to check on its crewmate. Cheers of approval from the insect-like workers startled the hardskins, who joined in after a moment. It had been impressive.
Well done, shouted one worker. He had it coming. You'll probably want to clear off, though, before he comes back with his sisters. They're bigger than he is.
No worries, the human called back. I turned on the external cameras when I left our shuttle earlier. They'll have the recording of him trying to rob my friend here. I think we'll clear off in the direction of the local authorities. The workers were more than happy to give directions. By the sounds of it, the Armalite was something of a local pest. The human and the All-Tale said their goodbyes and boarded the ship, which took off as soon as they were inside the door. The workers went back to moving rocks, without more than a glance at the wide-eyed hardskins. The small mother conferred with the others. They had information to submit for consideration in naming the new species. Humans could throw with astonishing speed and precision. Their arms moved in ways that a hardskins never could. And they were smart, too. End of story. Active Human Evolution or Adaptation by Captain Candy. The council was silent as the lead scientist gave his presentation on the recently discovered species, the Dawn, an insect-like species that shared traits with many other already part of the Galactic Council. As he finished his presentation, the council members prepared to move on to the next order of business. The lead scientist, however, didn't stop his presentation, instead saying,
Now, esteemed council, I will be allowing my recently taken-in protégé to give her presentation. You see, she recently, in her travels of discovery, found another new sapient species. They haven't quite stretched out far beyond their own home planet yet. They are nonetheless incredibly interesting. Now let Holly here give you the specifics.
Thank you, Master.
Esteemed council, as my master has said, I recently found a new race while out in travel of discovery. It was in the western part of the eastern arm, in between the second split of the arm. I was looking to explore the null space between galactic arms to gather data on rogue planets and stars. But while I was on the way, I ran into a radio signal and, curious, I decided to follow the signal to its source. Upon arriving at the edge of the system, it became apparent that this was a second-generation star system. For those unfamiliar with what that means, essentially the entire solar system was surrounded by a thin veil of plasma stemming from energized gases from the previous star to exist there. In short, There was another star that was there once, and once it blew up, the current star formed. The leftover gas is excited by the magnetic field of the current star. Normally, systems like this cannot support life due to the excessive radiation that is held in by the layer of leftover gases. Noting this, I had my ship's computer increase the output of the energy shielding to compensate. Whatever race lived here, I was determined to find out how. Whatever they are, they had to be at least 100 times more radiation resistant than any other known species in the galaxy. According to the readings I was getting from the computer anyway. At first, I thought it must be a distant moon or planet in the system, far from the star and rotationally locked to one side of the star. This would mean a whole planet was between them and the radiation blasting through their system. Still, just as the ambient levels would be enough to kill 100% of all previously known species. My hypothesis was proven wrong, however. Apparently, the species lived on the third planet from the star. They are carbon-based at the same as 40% of the galactic species we know of. They were in the perfect habitability zone for carbon, so this made some semblance of sense. But the close proximity to the star should have meant that anything that tried to live on this planet would be mutated and decayed into oblivion. On this point, I wasn't exactly wrong either. I wasn't entirely right, though. The things on this planet do mutate wildly, and I'm pretty sure the first cellular structure to form did as well. But the mutation caused was one that most cellular life developed anyways. It mutated to be able to replicate itself. This is odd, as normally when life forms on a planet, millions of different cells form and grow, and one of them eventually forms just the right to be able to replicate naturally. The replicating cell becomes the dominant and takes over the planet. Eventually, somewhere in the replication, a change occurs due to the environmental factors. A high iron place, a low acidity water. Something happens that makes the cell's DNA shift slightly. From there, evolution as we know it occurs. Evolution for us is from generation to generation, and large evolutions take hundreds or thousands of years and cannot be done by an individual. The humans are different. Due to the high radiation, the cells there mutate wildly in a single generation in one individual cell or entity. Upon this revelation, some surprised looks and shocked gasps rang out. A race that could actively mutate and grow. Most council members imagined barely conscious blobs of flesh, wildly changing and shifting in form like eldritch horrors. But Holly cut them all off and continued. Now I know what you're all thinking, but no. They aren't some grotesque blobs of mutating flesh. Far from it. In fact, I'm just getting to the point where you will realize how incredible the humans are. Well, not just the humans, but every single species on Earth for that matter. You see, the life on this third planet from the sun learned to do something inconceivable to many of us. The life there learned to control the mutation and do something the humans call adaptation. We would all call it active evolution, though. I see some confused looks, so let me give an example. In my race, the Thorans lived in a warm environment with temperatures ranging between 70 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, that is a large temperature range, I know. My race is rather resilient like that. Now assume that we wanted to move into an environment with temperatures of 40 to 70 degrees. We'd have to slowly go into the territory, going as far as 5 degrees below our tolerable threshold. Over time, as we did this, the children in the wombs of the mothers would adjust itself to withstand the stimuli outside. Then slowly, generation after generation, we would make our way into the new climate. It would take 3 generations and 60 years for my species to do this. The humans, though, they can tolerate temperature ranges of, for example, minus 40 degrees to 120 degrees. Yes, you all heard that right. When I first saw the humans, I thought my computer malfunctioned and ran several diagnostics and rebooted it. But the numbers are correct. The reason for this is also adaptation, which is the active mutation of cellular structure and genetic makeup over the span of a creature's lifetime. Yes, active mutation during their lifetime. The human's tolerance to these temperature ranges are because they can adapt or actively evolve over the span of as long as a few years and as short as a few days. A human accustomed to 100 degrees temperature, for example, after 5 years at maximum, they can be not comfortable but survive in minus 30 degrees to minus 40 degrees.
Where our races would need tens of generations to adjust and adapt to conditions, humans can do it most of the time within 1, and at most in 3. Now, this is not just limited to their physical aspect, though. They are also able to adapt and adjust quickly to new technologies and ideologies due to a neurological form of this adaptability. This is something the rest of the galaxy does have, but to a much lesser degree. I'm sure all of you here are familiar with neuroplasticity, but compared to humans, the rest of us would be considered like stubborn slabs of iron in our thinking. This can be seen in some of the early first contact wars before the Council was formed. People with minds too inflexible fought tooth and claw to kill one another, until only one ideology and empire remained. The humans, however, can adapt to and fit into a new culture they see as enjoyable in a matter of a generation. This shines especially bright in their development of technology. Due to the humans' high stamina and high adaptability, they developed thousands of different cultures and countries over their time of growth. Some of these countries or nations naturally were more advanced than others, but some of these less developed ones would still take apart and learn more advanced technologies, something humans call reverse engineering. The empire that best exemplified this on Earth was one called Rome. This was a nation that advanced many facets of its technology, ideology, and culture by taking these in from small city-states and nations that they could conquer. This propelled them ahead of every other nation on the planet at the time in terms of technology, quality of life, quality of education, and military strength. Now, the reason I felt it necessary to surprise the Council with this new information is due to the fact that while observing them, I lost one of my drones that malfunctioned and wouldn't enter stealth mode. It was just shot down by the humans' weapons, and I fear, even as we speak, it is being reverse engineered. The drone had FTL communications, cloaking, and scanners for just about everything you can think of. It also had an emergency FTL jump drive that also, due to malfunctions, did not activate. I can only hope that this emergency FTL drive is unusable and therefore useless to reverse engineer. I doubt it. So, dear Council members, I believe that the humans will be joining the galactic community soon, within a generation, and we all need to prepare. Video are the first known mention of humans amongst galactic community. End of story. Story number 2. Never Challenge Human, written by Real Nectarine 7986. I, Norsh of the Clisporian people, have prided myself for being the best drinking champion in the entire galaxy. Throughout the years, I have won more drinking competitions than anyone in recorded history of the Galactic Drinking Championship. Until they came. Humans are a young species, having only been members of the galactic community for around 50 years. I never believed that such a young species, so violent in war yet so friendly in peace, would be able to compete and win. No, winning means they had some form of competition. Now that I think of it, they did. No, the horror, the absolute horror. I made the mistake of challenging a group of human tourists to a drinking competition in a human pub. Myself and 5 humans. And the alcoholic beverage that was used this time was something the humans called whiskey. The humans called them shots. I called them children's cups, until I learned that this whiskey kicked like a rabid beast of the plains they call a horse. The first to fall from the table was a human originating from some place on Earth known as South Africa at 18 shots. I didn't last long. Just one more shot than the South African, and I was feeling the pleasantly cool floor at my back. "Oh, get your arse back in the blimey seat. What, just getting started?" the human from Scotland said. The humans from Germany and Ireland nodding in agreement, whilst the human from Russia just sat there, not giving a damn. I don't know who won that competition. It definitely wasn't me or the South African. I awoke the next day to a skull-splitting headache. No, that would mean that the pain alone is what woke me up. No, that damn Scotsman had brought along an instrument of his people. Think that. It was a weapon of mass destruction, I tell you. Those bagpipes were loud, added super fuel to my already painful headache.
How in the name of... How are you people all right with this racket? I asked the Irish, German, and Russian human.
You better start drinking more. The last night was just a warm-up for those two,
the German said, indicating to the Irishman and Scotsman.
I myself just had a cold shower, and the Russian over there just started drinking again.
And the South African? I asked him.
He's out watching the rugby match at the stadium, he answered.
That day, I learned a valuable lesson. Never challenge a human. It isn't good for your health. End of story. The Creature from the Rift, written by Going Over That Cliff. The quietness in the room was abruptly interrupted by the mechanical movement of gears in dire need of lubrication from the projector mounted on a rusty and squeaking stand on the back wall. The images projected on the white canvas did not help much in lighting up the dark room, as all one could see were the recordings of a security camera framing a long, lightless corridor. Many eyes were staring at the silent show as the only thing moving was a clock on the bottom of the projection. About 30 seconds after the start of the video, faint voices joined the background noises. The piercing and terrified cries that once echoed through the facility now rang fiercer, stronger, and louder than the briefing room. As the screams were getting closer to the camera, one could see, for a split second, a couple of silhouettes running frantically in the upper corner. Pure white coats waving in the non-existent wind were in stark contrast to the dark color palette of the scene. Just as the two unnamed scientists ran further than the recording device could follow, a dark mass entered the room. The video was interrupted by a loud clanking noise as the commander struggled to press the rusty button of the projector. As the officer slowly walked to the small podium up front, dim lights turned on as low chatters and murmurs saturated the air.
"This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we are against," said the old fox as his men liked to address him, pointing with a wooden stick at the nearly indistinguishable blob of pixels. "I will be blunt with you. It might end badly for us," continued the grey-haired officer, while inhaling from a smoking white stick, the third of the hour. "I am sure all of you read the briefing, but I'll sum it up for those who just woke up. The situation is pretty bad." At a wave of his hand, the assistant carefully removed the film from the still spinning cogs of the projector and inserted a slide into the machine. Many squinted their eyes as a bright wall of text replaced the dark scene of nightmares. After waiting for everyone to settle down and adjust their irises, the captain thrusted his pointy stick into the fabric square hanging from the ceiling. "Our lab rats did it again. They pulled out yet another monster from the depths of hell. But this time it's far worse. It all started 3 months ago. Subject H666A was extracted successfully from the rift in a dormant state." With a gesture, the captain signaled his adjutant to show the following image. Many had a nervous and unexplainable shiver as the uncensored body of that creature came into full view. "This is our problem. A problem so big that it can easily be an existential threat. And I am being serious about it. Acting on past experiences, now scientists place the subject into a maximum security cell, as they always do, until an appropriate appraisal and classification can be assigned." As the officer stopped speaking, a new video recorded briefly blinded the unprepared eyes staring at the void. A white and bright room took the scene where the creature was standing still in the middle. Subject H6 acted very tamely once it woke up. It displayed curiousness and interest in its surroundings, but did not act in any way that could be categorized as violent by the standards observed in other subjects. When we confirmed the presence of vocal cords inside its body, we have seldomly recorded any sounds or calls. While the old fox continued explaining the rough physiology of the creature, documents and research files were being handed out to the audience. After a quick look at them, a young officer turned to her side to ask her more senior colleague, "Old man, what do you think?" As he was still staring at the papers in his wrinkly hands, the old veteran let out a grey puff of smoke while carefully studying the object in their hands.
I don't like it. I don't like it, any of this.
He spoke softly, still not distorting his gaze from the documents. It was not a good sign. Having known him for a long time, way before the man started wearing the badge, the younger officer stood in silent contempt, afraid to speak her mind. The veteran of dozens of battles and survivor of hundreds of expeditions never expressed any concern or worry about any mission.
General observation about the subject, the captain continued while lighting up another white stick. The subject is highly dangerous and capable. H6 is around the height of...
The commander paused and turned around to face the photo of the monster they had the unfortunate task of taking down. After silently staring at it for long seconds, he looked again at the police officers seated before him in the smoky darkness.
You know what, Beckett? I'm not reading all of this useless crap you can look up yourself. I'll go straight to the important stuff.
Another video recording started playing. The creature was calm and silent, surrounded by white lab coats and security staff as they were performing tests and measurements.
The subject has been under observation for a little over 2 months. During the initial behavior and fitness assessments, H6 was highly collaborative and quiet. It let us do almost everything we needed to, only showing resistance during the most painful and most invasive procedures. Its pain resistance is remarkably high, and its body density shocked our scientists with more questions than answers. Unfortunately, we could not properly survey all of its biological features due to the recent events. For the sake of brevity, I'll only tell you what you need to know. Our prey is extremely intelligent, and I'm not saying that just because you're all idiots, said the captain jokingly, lightening up the mood just enough to catch a breather. In all seriousness, its brain-to-size ratio is 38% higher than ours. It has a nervous system many times more complex, and we suspect that the computational power is at least 3 times greater. Do you know what that means?
As no one dared to utter a word, a bit disappointed, the captain let out a disgruntled scowl and continued speaking.
This beast behaves completely differently than us. When in a stressful situation, well, we think and then act. It does not need to stop to contemplate the next actions.
Sensing and hearing the uproar that such information caused, the commander took a couple minutes to come up with an appropriate example.
Complex actions that would take us at least 30 seconds, such as loading an empty rifle, have been executed in less than 5 by the subject.
Hearing this, the old man raised his head and abruptly interrupted his superior.
You mean it learned how to operate a rifle? Mind your tone, Corporal. Yes, it did. And most impressively, we have confirmation that before yesterday it had never touched or seen how to load one.
Quite concerned at the new stream of information, the old man focused his eyelids and extended his ears.
That's not all. The subject possesses impressively precise coordination of its body parts, especially its upper limbs. It can perform almost impossible complex motions simply by willing its body and mind to. Its ability to control almost every muscle and fiber of its body, combined with its frightening accurate hand-to-eye coordination, gives it a precision of movement comparable only to that of machines. Our scientists have also discovered that this being has stamina over 10 times that of what our physiology allows us, while having a sprinting speed slightly faster than ours. To add salt to the wound, it is also significantly stronger and agile than our average, and there is evidence that he can adapt his senses, such as sight, smell, and hearing, based on the situation and his surroundings.
What about his defense mechanisms?
The corporal asked, more focused than ever.
The creature can boast an advanced pattern recognition, and evidence has shown that it has familiarity with all the traps and hunting strategies that we have tried employing, unsuccessfully, I might add. Now, going back to recent events, the creature that has been quiet and obedient up until now has managed to breach containment and is now causing mass havoc inside the facility. We have confirmation of numerous casualties between the research staff and the on-site security forces. The number are still unknown, but we can confidently say that triple digits have been reached. Team Epsilon has been dispatched, but until they get there, the job is ours.
Eliminate the bastard or gather as much information as possible while trying. The facility has been under quarantine since losing connection with the control room 4 hours ago."
What can we expect going in, sir?
Worriedly asked the rookie while shivering, almost swallowed up by an uncontrollable and irrational fear after looking at an image from the reports that she was holding in her trembling hands. "Everything. Expect everything and anything. Video feed from security systems is offline, as all external electrical sources got cut off to limit any potential advantages the creature can cause." After saying this, the captain walked to the door and flicked the switch. Following a low humming, the lights hanging from the ceiling started flickering before illuminating the room as if it were day. As the officers rubbed their tired eyes, the captain whispered something into the ears of the old man, while giving him a folder none of the others even knew existed. "That is all for now. Get ready. We are moving out at 0400 hours. As the police officers started making their way to the armory, the corporal and the rookie stood there for a couple more minutes.
"You seem worried, old man."
I am.
"I've never seen you like this. Is this creature so dangerous that even you are afraid of it?"
Without saying a word, the experienced officer handed the folder to the inexperienced one, ordering her to look at it carefully, simply by looking at her in the eyes. After giving her a moment to soak in all the relevant information, he spoke again in a low tone, as if to not be heard in the empty room.
"The scientists have made a grave mistake. I will talk with the captain before the mission. Maybe the guys coming after us might have been better chance of coming out of one piece."
Understanding the implications behind his words, all the young officer could do was stare at the blank wall in front of her. As the silence was getting too loud, the old man took a deep breath before lighting up a thick brown stick between his lips.
"They labeled and treated it as a prey. What a joke."
This simple sentence was followed by another moment of seemingly endless silence. The rookie kept staring wide-eyed at the old man on his side, waiting for words to come out of his tired mouth.
"I've hunted many animals and monsters in my life. You don't need to be a biologist to understand certain things. After hundreds of types, you start seeing the patterns. That thing, its eyes are pointed forward. Its nose is pointed forward. Its ears are pointed forward. Its whole body is made to be pointing forward."
"Well, that's good then. It means that it has more difficulty sensing what's around it."
"No, that's way, way worse. What kind of prey does not concern itself with its surroundings? What kind of prey cares only about what is in front of it?"
Only a predator does."
"Yes, only something that searches, only something that chases, only something that hunts would have such distinctive traits. Looking straight in its eyes, you can see the killing machine that nature has engineered."
"And they even say it's very clever."
"That's the worst part. The scientists have mistakenly assumed that it is a solitary creature since it barely let out a sound. But it's obvious that during the experiments, it wasn't simply letting them do it out of fear or curiosity. We were the ones that were under observation. It was studying our movements, our interactions, and our way of communicating, gauging our strengths and weaknesses. For months, we moved it left and right around the facility, for tests and whatnot. It must have been observing, memorizing the structure and layouts.
And it can even predict our traps."
"Predict? No. Have you seen the video recordings? That thing is too smart for that. I'm sure of it. It knows those traps. It is familiar with our hunting strategies because it is a hunter itself. Genes passed down from the generation to generation have wired their brain to recognize our amateurish attempts to capture them. And by God, the most outrageous statement is that it's supposed to be a lonely creature."
"How can we tell that it's not? We barely interacted with it."
"Look at pages 6, 8, and 15. Look at all the facial muscles. Look at the extreme range of motion in its arms, hands, and fingers. And look at the complexity of its upper respiratory system. That thing is a social beast. That thing can assume a wide range of facial expressions than any creature in this world can even imagine. Use its hands to shape objects and words, and probably produce sounds of such wide variety that it would shame the most complex of our dialects. If that thing knew how to handle a rifle it had never seen or touched, do you think it can figure out how to open the rift?"
It is much more intelligent and dangerous than the whitecoats thought. It can certainly read our simple emotions, understand our brutish writings, and interpret our primitive language. No, that motherfucker can speak, and our only hope is that it won't phone home. End of story. Treachery, written by the cursor, hasn't moved. Zam had often heard it said, "Do not betray a human," and he hadn't. Everyone knew how spiteful, how vengeful, how vindictive the normally adorable heavy worlders were if you betrayed their trust. Normally, it was stories about neighbors making life miserable for the offending person, or co-workers making the daily grind unnecessarily tedious for petty satisfaction. However, in the line of work Zam was in, planetary surveying, things could get a lot more dangerous than getting scolded by the corporate manager, or paying a fine to the city. Which is why Zam had always made a point to never, ever, even accidentally fail to meet his end of the bargain with his bodyguards, the human ones anyway. In point of fact, he even put his ship at risk of vandalism to extract one human. They had a nasty tendency of surviving being left for dead and being strangely touchy about people assuming that they had died. However, Zam was at that point bitterly regretting just going off rumors. He was hot, deliriously hot, even in the temperate fog of the unexplored world, from running. He dared not stop to pant away the heat and drink some cooling water, though. He kept an eye on the forest floor for any bodies of water, a lake, a river, a stream, a puddle, anything, to douse his fur with so that he could run for another minute. He hadn't gone back on his word with a human. He hadn't left one behind in danger. He had only done the pragmatic thing and assumed that the uplift, the doggo, had already died to the massive thing of claws and scales. That hadn't been the first time that band of mercs had lost a member to wild animals, or even some local primitives. So Zam had expected the humans to let leaves fall where they may. They had apparently counted Frodo as one of the family. The mercenaries apparently had startling loyalty to each other, if not always to the employer. Zam cursed his foolishness as he leapt to another branch in the fog and shuddered at the whooping call behind him. They had spotted him again. Didn't they ever stop? Evidently not, when it came to revenge. He might have talked his way clear of this current predicament if he had understood what the humans and Doggo's relationship was like. He had assumed that the Doggo was a servant of sorts. The humans don't practice slavery, but they do have hierarchies. This one seemed like a dominance one, fitting for mercs, and Frodo had clearly been at the bottom. Always kept in the middle of the pack, never trusted to range out alone, always a senior member looking over his shoulder. So naturally, Zam had assumed that Frodo was the most expendable, the newest and least cared about member. He had been wrong. "You left the new kid?" Maxim had asked sharply. "Yes, and it's good that you did not invest too much in him yet," Zam had answered. The other four and Maxim cast cold glances at Zam as they conferred in that secret Terran language impenetrable to translators. Zam had once tried to bribe a Terran smuggler into getting him a translation matrix for it, but had barely escaped from the encounter alive. He should have fled back to his ship then. He should have apologized for not being able to save Frodo instead of trying to console them that they hadn't lost much on the new member. Takoda stepped forward and said in the commercial English coldly, "Since you left our friend to die like Frey, that is how you die. Run, now. You have 60 seconds to get ahead." You can't be serious. We've been working together for years. "Why do you think that we're getting you a head start?" Finley asked through a cloud of noxious smoke. 50 seconds, Tarek advised, as he bent down and weighed a small stone from the ground in his hand. "Stupid prey is dead prey." Zam looked over the faces of his employees and found only blank slabs of stone there. He realized that he was going to die. Ever since, he'd been fleeing amongst the branches and relying on his superior climbing adaptations to keep out of range of the humans casting stones. They could cast them alarmingly far with only their arms, and Zam knew that they had their guns as well. He did not believe that their refraining was out of mercy.
The stone whistled past his ear and snapped into the tree of the trunk that he was traversing, and Zam cursed his bright orange and blue spotted fur. So comely to woman, so vibrant and virile, but more than enough to show him up against the greens, greys, and browns of the forest. He was cursing a lot of things about himself that day. Another stone came whistling through the air and struck him in the left knee, just as he was jumping. He missed his landing and grasped empty air with his forelegs. He crashed to the ground, weeping. He struggled up onto trembling legs and started taking a shuddering step towards the nearest tree. A boot connected with Zam's ribs and sent him tumbling through the ferns and loam until he skidded to a halt in a bed of flowers. He tried to stand, but his legs gave out. He lay there, panting, and most of all cursed his scorn for his father's flower farming business. At least the blossoms about him were a beautiful place too. End of story. Story number 2. Trust Me Bro, written by Et Nox Factor Est. Message log of Drow Follox, from Lieutenant Drow Follox to Admiral Tigrint, subject promotion. Thank you for this incredible honor. It has long been my dream to command a ship in the Armada of the United Alliance of Planets. I will endeavor to lead with integrity and loyalty, and will help make the Dauntless one of the finest ships in the fleet. You can count on me, sir. From Captain Drow Follox to Joshua Vintlow, subject, a few questions, please. Mr. Vintlow, I had a few questions about some of the documents you left behind. As the former captain of the Dauntless, I have no doubt that you know the ship and its crew far better than I. Still, I feel I must ask a few questions about Chief Engineer Goretti. He seems to have a larger supply budget than any other member of the crew. As Chief Engineer, this would seem reasonable. However, looking deeper into his order history, I found multiple purchases that seemed to be useless or downright wasteful. The raw ores and materials are understandable, even if the quantities are suspect. But why would he possibly need an automatic nail clipper, much less the 47 he requisitioned? And I see no reason why anyone on a starship would need a touch-activated explosives. That seems to be an extreme safety hazard at best. When I checked to see who approved these requests, I found that Corelli apparently has carte blanche on any requisitions. His personnel file states that, and I quote, he can do whatever he wants. Can you explain this to me? From Captain Drow Follox to Joshua Vintlow. Subject, a few questions, please. What do you mean, trust me, bro? From Captain Drow Follox to Chief Engineer Joseph Goretti. Subject, new restrictions. Mr. Goretti, I have reviewed your previous requisitions and work history and feel that some changes must be made. While your record aboard the Dauntless has been impressive, your unconventional actions must be addressed. It appears that my predecessor was willing to overlook these issues, but I feel that I cannot. Until further notice, your job duties are to be restricted to ship maintenance and ship maintenance alone. Thank you for your cooperation. From Captain Drow Follox to Chief Engineer Joseph Goretti, subject, ship maintenance. Perhaps I should have been more clear in my previous email. When I spoke of only allowing ship maintenance, I mean ship maintenance in line with official fleet handbook and authorized specifications. I am aware that your recent work allows us to reach Warp 4 from a standstill in approximately 20% of the time. I know you believe that you can totally cut that time down more if the last requisition was approved. I have no idea why you think we need a dozen pairs of roller skates for this, nor do I want to know. Return the engine to its previous state immediately. Until further notice, you're limited to using only Class 3 devices and lower. That should be more than enough to accomplish your duties. From Captain Drow Follox to Chief Engineer Joseph Goretti. Subject, Pirate Encounter. I am unsure how to respond to your previous actions. I'll be the first to admit that your work did indeed save the ship, but I am uncomfortable with how you did so. As you stated, you followed my instructions to the letter. The fluid replicator core is indeed only a Class 3 device. It did not occur to me that you could weaponize it. Apparently, neither did the pirates who assaulted us, nor would, I suspect, any sentient race in the galaxy. While unorthodox, transmuting the enemy vessel's hull into chocolate pudding was frighteningly effective. I lament the fact that we'll be stuck eating those horrible nutrient cubes until it is replaced. But it is better than the vaporization we were facing. Look, I see that your methods are effective, but I can't just let you experiment without limits. In the future, send requests as to what you want to do. If you give me a good reason, I'll likely approve it. From Captain Drow Follox to Chief Engineer Joseph Garelli. Subject, re-request for 14 antimatter lawnmowers. No! Emphatically, no! Trust me, bro, it's not a valid reason. From Captain Drow Follox to Chief Engineer Joseph Garelli. Subject, emergency. Garelli, do something! We're surrounded and our shields won't hold. Just get us out of here. From Captain Drow Follox to Chief Engineer Joseph Garelli. Subject, re-emergency. Now is not the time for protocol. Whatever you want, it's approved. From Captain Drow Follox to Chief Engineer Joseph Garelli. Subject, I give up. You win. I have no idea how you did any of that. First, you somehow converted our cloaking device into some sort of phase engines. As a result, we got through the ships by literally going through the ships. That was not only unbelievable, it should have been downright impossible. Second, we didn't have a cloaking device, as far as I was aware, nor did we have any materials that could have remotely created one. But you did save all of us, so effective immediately, forget every restriction I put on you. Do what you want. From Captain Drow Follox to Admiral Tigrint. Subject, Chief Engineer Garelli. Yes, sir, I'm aware that the Garelli's expenditures are entirely outside of regulations, but I must point out that the Chief's actions have saved the ship multiple times over, and I know it's outside of official standards, but I can proudly report that our ship can now reach Warp 4 in less than 15% of the time required by other ships. No, I don't know how he did it, but overall, sir, I must strongly argue for his continued service on the vessel, and that his work be allowed to continue. From Chief Drow Follox to Admiral Tigrint. Subject, why should I allow any of this? Trust me, bro. End of story. An Insult to the Galaxy, written by FarmWitch4275. Humanity. When the Skatani expedition fleet first found them, there was reason for much celebration amongst the great empires of the galaxy. The Skatani were just explorers and data miners, more interested in simply cataloging the universe than actually bothering with the humans. After exchanging information, they simply left, broadcasted the location of a human colony world, then just buggered off. With the location of a new potential conquest, war fleets from the entire galaxy began the slow march to conquer the newcomers. It was then the diverse signs we had bitten off more than we could chew. The first and last battle of Eden 4. It was the Kataskan Imperium, bloodthirsty slave-mongering scum that had plagued the galaxy for millennia since the dawn of the first suns. They arrived on the outskirts of the system, Eden 4, the so-called New Hawaii, whatever that was. A fleet of 1,000 warships of every possible class and make, size and profile. The massive conglomeration of thousands of years of dominating civilizations and stealing their assets for their fleets. They had heard rumors of human strength and dexterity, intelligence, but nothing prepared them for what happened. The speech heard around the galaxy blasted across the entire communication network. A grand speech from the fleet admiral as he started his blovating and posturing, keeping his fleet on standby as he spat his meaningless words to the humans. At its conclusion, humanity as a whole offered the galaxy one simple response. In front of the entire galaxy, in front of the largest fleet in the 6 empires, in front of everyone, the human phase shifted their entire civilization into an alternative dimension and stayed there. 6 dozen star systems suddenly became empty ghosts that looked like they were there, but weren't. Every ship, every building, every star, hell, even every asteroid in the local belts suddenly phased out of reality and into their own alternate dimension of existence, leaving nothing but a slightly transparent ghost of what once was. An entire portion of the galaxy's unexplored region simply popped out of existence, along with the entire civilization that it contained. The war fleet that remained behind did not transition realities with it, and launched an absurdly stupid attempt to do damage. This failed embarrassingly bad, as every shot they fired simply flew through each object harmlessly, as if the great civilizations from eons past created holograms of massive star systems and forgot to turn them off. The humans acted as if the warship fleet nearby was little more than a mild irritation, and they simply just carried on doing whatever they were doing at the time. The fleet's communication signals were blocked, and the Admiral's pitiful childish wailing remained unanswered, his calls going to nobody. Humanity, in one fell swoop, not only secured their future as a species and as an empire, but also rendered it onto any enemy the most egregious and vicious insult that they could possibly suffer: to be ignored. The rest of the galaxy saw this as a direct challenge. They all launched attacks. All of them ended the same way. Any disruptive technology they attempted was nothing but a waste of time. Any missile launched simply flew by and did not fire at all, owing to the fact that its intended target could not be found. They even attempted their own phase shift. That also failed. They phased into the wrong universe. Humanity was able to hijack their phase shift systems and phase the ships out of existence completely, leaving the crew floating dead in space. And after that, numerous attempts were made. All was simply ignored. Doomsday devices and superweapons became effectively worthless. The greatest powers in the galaxy became little more than laughingstocks because of their inability to put down a minor civilization 10 times smaller than their own vassals. Humanity had the smallest ships, the weakest weapons, and the fewest systems. They took down entire empires by simply developing a means to ignore them. All previous conventions of war were rendered useless in the span of about 2 minutes. The armies they assembled had nowhere to land. The ships they built had nothing to shoot. Empires came into human systems and set up remote outposts to taunt the humans there. The humans simply ignored them, making all efforts as worthless as the people who created them. Humanity took no steps to kick them out or even retaliate. They just ignored them. It has been 10 years since the last time anyone has tried to do anything about them. Humanity has since claimed a further 60 systems in their local sector, stopping only when reaching borders. They would warp into their fleets, phase the entire system out, then carry on as if nothing happened. They were building an entire civilization on our doorstep, right in front of us, in their very own pocket dimension. And there was sweet bugger all anyone could do about it. Angry words are exchanged when they got close to a border. They block the comms and bugger off and carry on as normal. They never encroach on territory and clearly mark their own borders. They do not engage with any traders and do not answer random radio communications. They simply ignore everything around them. But that ends today. Today I, Thrax-the-Ran-Ter, merchant of the Saranai Imperium, will bridge that gap. I have been observing the humans for some time now, trying to understand them. I found a weakness. I traveled for weeks, warping through every system known to us until finally happening upon the original world. New Hawaii, as they called it, is now a bustling tourism hub, the place that started it all. They, as per usual, ignored the entrance of my small frigate, and I carefully maneuvered my ship through the traffic that they could do nothing to me but pass through. But I tried my best to avoid them regardless. I hovered around the station for a bit. It looked like a dry dock of some kind, and I observed it for about an hour, eventually finding what I was looking for, a seemingly disused and derelict dock. I maneuvered my ship into it and started praying. I had a pre-recorded message for the humans, every known radio frequency, every known signal, all broadcasted only locally. I prayed one last time, and then started the recording.
Hello, humans. I understand that your introduction to the galaxy was not exactly what we would call, friendly. I guess that's an apt description. I would like to be the first member of the galactic community to extend a hand of friendship, or at the very least, a hand of commerce. My name is Thrax-the-Ran-Tar, orderly merchant of the Saranai Imperium. I mean no harm of any kind. If I receive no answer within the hour, I shall simply show myself out. If parked in the wrong place, I apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you, and, have a nice day, I guess.
This definitely caught their attention, and suddenly every ship within visual range turned to face mine. Unauthorized scan, my ship's AI barked at me loudly, as I had several dozen warships perform scans on my ship. Oh gods, I knew it. I sounded so stupid in that recording. I should have made a proper speech. Oh no. I yelled at myself for my incompetence. Docking clamps engaged, pressurization complete, my AI said again, loudly snapping me out of my daze. What? Docking clamps? I quickly hurried towards my console and checked things. I'd phased out of existence, and they had brought me into their universe. More so, I had docked with their station. Before I could do any further, I heard a polite banging on my airlock. Hello? Anybody home? Coming. Please hold on, I yelled out and scurried from my seat. I quickly staggered over to the door and equalized the pressure between the doors and opened it. 3 humans, a large, tall, dark-skinned one, 2 armor-clad ones behind him, and several pairs of eyes hiding from the other end of the passageway. Oh, hello. I was a bit scared, but I blurted out a greeting nonetheless. Hey, blue space elf, the tall, dark one said. Ah, son of a bitch, the one with the left said, and handed him some sort of item begrudgingly to the other one. What was, never mind, welcome to my shop. Let me show you the merchandise. I stepped back, allowing these oddly adorable creatures through. Their heavy footsteps echoed through the hallway as I showed them to the cargo hold. So what kind of stuff do you have exactly? One of them asked. No, I had no idea what to bring exactly. You didn't exactly join the market, so I brought some souvenir stuff, local crafts, musical instruments, and other things like that. Simple stuff. I have no idea what your dietary requirements are, so I tried to avoid foodstuffs. No weapons, no tech, no state secrets and whatnot, just touristy stuff, I guess, I explained as I got to the cargo bay doors and walked inside. The humans followed and allowed me to put the lights on so that we could actually see. One of the humans vocalized a sharp whistling noise and broke formation to go look at an instrument nearby. Ah, well, looks like a fancy version of a harpsichord, he said, gingerly pressing one of the keys. That is called a Sorono key. We usually use it for musical performances or such things. Let me just unfold it properly. I approached and carefully unfolded the intricate device, flipping covers and twisting gears until it was open. It looks like a combination of an accordion, a piano, and a harp. The tall, dark one spoke idly. Please excuse me, the muse is restless, he suddenly said and stood in front of it. He tried to make some kind of song or something. He seemingly pressed some random keys on the instrument, creating god-awful noise for a few times, then attempted a melody. I tried to keep my face straight and salesman-like as possible, but the childish instrument butchering grated on me. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, Bohemian Rhapsody. Still standing, he began the strangest and most entertaining song that I have ever heard. Strange stops mid-chord, odd riffs and peculiar notes. He was quickly gaining a hold on the instrument, and by the time the song he was playing was over, he had almost mastered the instrument. He very clearly had experience with similar devices. When he finished, some minutes later, the 2 guards and several humans nearby that had filtered in gave him a round of applause. That sounds damn crisp. That's the crap right there. Yeah. Haven't had a sound that clean since my days in theater, he exclaimed happily. She's complicated, though, a bit feisty. Takes some getting used to. I need that thing. What do you want for it? I shook my head and smiled in surprise. I don't know. I could go for some instruments of yours in trade, or take gold bullion. Gold is still a decent trade medium these days. I can take that. Probably I'll have to figure out something out, but that'll do for now, I guess. My nervousness was now more than apparent, but they seemed unfazed. One of them spoke up. Oh, well, let me see here. More instruments, he looked around, opening covers and boxes. No, guitar. What one? Guitar. What is a guitar? I asked, curious. Oh, this, he said, holding up an odd wooden thing that he was carrying. He moved it around and held it gently, then began to play a song on it.
The sound of that immediately caught my ears. The Cass and I would love this thing.
Oh my, that sound. Let me think. Is it okay to ask for three of those in exchange for the sovereign key?
I asked politely as I could. Oh, yeah, sure. We have a music shop on the docker. I can go get some stuff you can try out. He smiled with a spark in his eyes. I have a better idea, the tall dark one said. Welcome to New Hawaii Tourist Center. If you will please follow me, I will help you organize your merchant's license. Then we can make a proper deal and figure out a proper trade system. My face lit up with excitement. This was more than I was hoping for.
Yes, I would love that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please follow me, he said, waving everyone away from my ship for now. I followed with a happy step, and all the humans that had wandered in were ushered out of my ship. 2 guardsmen protecting the entryway for me. We strutted away and headed for something called a trade office. I, however, had one question.
May I ask something?
Sure, what's up? He replied calmly.
After all that has thus far happened, why are you so, friendly?
I asked, as politely as I could. You ask politely. It's not that hard to understand. Up to this point, we had angry words, nasty proclamations, and warlords using our space to measure their schlongs. We were always interested in trade and friendship. Hell, even in sharing tech. All we ever wanted was to not be alone in the universe. But no! We had to suffer an entire galaxy made of empire-hungry idiots, he explained with an annoyed tone.
So, to break your animosity, all I had to do was be polite?
I asked with genuine confusion. Yep. Please and thank you will get you a lot of places with humans. Make a note of that, he said, closing one eye cheekily. Here you go, the Commerce Guild's trade office. It won't take that long, and I've made sure to secure your ship from prying eyes. I'll see to it that you have some equally interesting merchandise available for trade and secure some bullion just in case, he said with a smile.
Thank you. Looking forward to it,
I replied with enthusiasm and walked into the door. End of story. Humans Are the Busy Race, written by Random 3X. Will-O-Whisperer moved silently through the brush towards his target. The latest in the strikes, the elves were launching against the pitiful human race. They had declared war on the barely sentient animals all but 3 centuries ago, a traditional amount of time to grant both sides a chance to prepare. But so far, they'd been woefully unimpressed. The closest to a weapon Will-O-Whisperer could find when searching the remains the humans they had silently killed was a small dagger affixed to their waists.
This isn't a war, brother, Oakhart said as he approached Willow. It is a basic extermination of pests.
Willow nodded. His father had told stories of brave humans in full plate armor, covered head to toe in steel.
Hard as dragon scales,
Willow muttered under his breath. The armor the humans wore, if it could be called that, was close to what he knew to be called gambersome, only it was able to stop a few arrows. However, aiming for exposed spots resolved that issue quickly enough. A small movement out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. With the speed of the wind, he spun around and launched an arrow into the armpit of a human who was trying to sneak away.
Yet another disappointment,
Willow bemoaned as he approached the groaning man. You pay for this, the man sputtered, his teeth already stained red with blood.
I doubt I will, human. You were given 3 centuries to prepare, and this is what we get,
Willow said, gesturing around him. The human half spluttered. You think this is everything we have? The human asked between pained chuckles.
You only have those knives, Willow said, pointing to the knife on the man's belt.
The bayonet. The human let a large grin spread across his face. You really didn't watch us at all, did you?
Why would we watch animals roll in their own filth?
You know, 300 years is a long time for us, right?
I seem to recall your lifespans are barely a few decades, yes?
Willow replied, wondering where this was going. Well, the decade after your declaration, a clever alchemist was playing with some stuff. The human paused to wheeze a bit of breath. Saltpeter, sulfur, and a bunch of other stuff.
He mixed it in an iron cauldron to see what would happen.
And made some kind of wonder drug?
Willow asked, curious where this train of thought was going. No. The bottle had shut off with a loud boom when he began cooking the mixture. Right then, the most terrible force yet was unleashed.
Something that goes bang?
Yes. Something that goes bang. Clever people with big brains worked out what if we repeated this on purpose. What if we made something that sends something flying with a bang?
So you made a projectile. Surely it was useless. Nothing compared to our bows and millennia of training,
Willow boasted. Maybe, but we don't live long, you see.
Yes, you established this. Get to the point, vermin.
Willow snarled as he twisted the arrow, causing the man's face to contort in agony. Ah, damn you, you knife-eared prick! We spent centuries improving this toy, using it on each other in our many wars against one another.
You had centuries to prepare and you wasted it on one another.
You see, Knife-ear, we are not as long-lived as you bastards. We aren't as industrious as the dwarves either. What we are, though, is very busy.
Busy?
Willow parroted. Yes. We know we don't have long, so we try to cram as much into each life as possible. Sometimes that involves creating a gun to kill another human.
And this gun will be your salvation?
Should be. You know, when you aren't targeting unarmed civilian camps, the human replied, taking out a hand-sized tube of some kind.
Is this the gun?
Willow asked, unimpressed. No, I left my guns back at base. I was just meant to be delivering food to the refugees. But big oversight on my part. The human meekly smiled. This here is a smoke grenade, he explained, pulling the pin and throwing the device away. Soon a pop went out, and red smoke began billowing upwards.
Signaling for help then?
Willow asked, cocking his head. Yes, calling all 120 of my friends to come down on everyone here. You see, that red means no survivors.
It doesn't matter how many humans come here. Not 120, not even 1,000 can match our unit.
You seem to misunderstand me, Knife-ear. The 120 isn't the number of men. It is the size of the gun. You see, soon after someone made a gun, they asked, what if we made it bigger? Several thunderous booms echoed off in the distance, as if to punctuate his point. They know the range and settings to hit any and all settlements, just in case. The human grinned before hacking up a glob of blood.
Well then, I'll shoot down the projectile with my bow.
Willow barked, raising his bow and arrow and scanning the horizon.
Worst case, we can run.
How fast? The human asked.
As fast as the wind.
Tell me, is the wind faster than sound?
What?
Willow barked, looking at the human.
What could possibly be moved faster than sound?
Shrapnel from the very big rounds our big guns just shot. Less than a few seconds before, this place is nothing but a... All good it, sir, one of the observers announced. How many pointy pricks did we get? A good few dozen, sir. They were just all standing around like they were celebrating. I see. Well, to be fair, they did need 300 years to get their heads so far up their arses that they could see out their mouths. Send word along the line. We might have some more breaches. No more assuming that we know where they are. End of story. Story number 2. When you're losing the spat, you really need to tread carefully. Written by Shadeskira. The council was silent as the nervous and shaking ensign walked to the microphone, taking a shaking breath. He opened his report and glanced at the human diplomats.
Hello, I am Ensign Klatathuxelpia of the Kynes Collection.
He swallowed nervously.
I have been tasked with providing Supreme Commander Zolk's daily report on the situation in the Gala sector.
Where is Supreme Commander Zolk, Ensign? The High Counselor roared. The ensign's natural camouflage flared and made him translucent for a second, before he calmed down and spoke in a shaking voice.
He passed out, sir. The new developments in the war shocked him.
The ensign shifted back to staring at the happy-faced humans. What developments? The High Counselor roared again.
The enemy is retreating, sir.
The ensign choked out, his eyes not leaving the humans.
Explain!
The High Chancellor said, confused and stunned.
As you know, all signatories of our council must contribute to ongoing galactic-level wars.
The ensign started before swallowing down some fear and mustered his courage to continue.
The latest reinforcement was from the humans, sir, but they sent...
The ensign froze as the humans smiled wide and continued as their lead diplomat gave him a nod.
They sent 6,000 ships, sir, and 12 million ground forces with dedicated transport and support fleets, numbering an additional 3,000. They took operational control of the sector and have liberated 6 worlds across 4 systems, sir.
The council was eerily silent as the news sunk in. They'd all dismissed humanity's claims to reinforce with warriors, knowing them as merchants and diplomats of the galaxy. So to hear the news that they had mustered so many ships and troops was understandably jarring. The ensign continued.
The humans have also made contact with the enemy, sir.
The High Counselor looked at the human delegation for confirmation, which Ambassador Sam Krieger gave with a nod.
Elaborate, Ambassador.
The human ambassador stood up and smiled.
The enemy we have been fighting calls themselves the Vor. They are a hierarchical hive mind of insects from a Class 6 death world,
he says calmly, announcing the existence of the only other Class 6 death world in the galaxy. The other one is the calm and collected humans.
They attacked because they require resources to feed their growing population, and the human empire is currently negotiating for peace. You can't do that. You are a signatory, not a seated race.
The High Chancellor said, angry at the brazen break of the bylaws of the Federation.
Well, see, the Vor refuse to speak to anything they deem a non-threat. Death will mentality and all that nonsense,
the ambassador said back calmly.
To be frank, humanity understands their point of view, but we just took a different path in space. We came to you with peace and friendship because we didn't feel like dealing with a galactic-level war. I mean, honestly, your entire military force is having trouble with their harvesting fleets.
The silence that followed the news that they were losing to fleets not meant for warfare was broken by the ensign passing out at the podium. The multiple reactions to fear, dread, and horror from 200 delegates lit the room up in a mesmerizing display. But the human ambassador continued,
So, the Vor will not parley with the Federation, because to them you are all petulant children playing at governance. However, they recognize humanity as equals, and are amiable to staying in their corner of the galaxy if we ship them 30 trillion tons of foodstuffs suitable for carbon life forms. Moreover, they seem ready to agree to a defensive pact with humanity, which will extend their military support to the Federation if humanity is not ousted.
End of story. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Lightjock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Azrakal. Thank you very much.